Vamos.
Welcome to the 2024 Chile World Cup. We are here at beautiful Matanzas Beach in the Navidad region of Chile. It's been a long time coming that you see a judge's tower of that magnitude down here at Matanzas. Years and years of preparation have led to this moment, and we are finally there. A swell filled in overnight, as you see here, and we will get you several different angles of the lineup at beautiful Matanzas, where we are going to be on port tack. Kai Kachidorian and Felipe Vedeles joining you here on the program. Welcome, and thank you for your patience as we work out the bugs in our system. We should be up and running here, and I am here with who should be considered the godfather of this region. Not necessarily the first person to ever sail it, certainly somebody that we all think of when we see some of these spectacular images of these various spots in Navidad. And Felipe, it is an honor to be here. Thank you for organizing and helping getting this to where it is today. I am just remarking on your story here. We're taking it back to somewhere around 1994, and you found this place. Tell me what it was like when you first laid eyes on Matanzas and saw the potential for windsurfing here, and how that journey has taken you to this moment here at the Suarza Hotel.
Thank you, Kai. An honor to be here with you and all the team. And the first time that I came to Matanzas, it was my birthday, January. So when we arrived here, it was super weird, full of people, crowd people, like summer. We have to park in between the people. This was a whole unofficial campground, super dirty, but the landscape was so powerful. And I came the first time with Victor Taile, a gringo friend of me that's half Chilean, half American, and now he lives here. And yeah, we came here because the older guys, like Philippe Meot, Lucho Banto, that they now live in Maui.
Yeah, Philippe's on Maui.
Yeah, I was looking to them, and Nicolas Regordon, another guy that is gonna be in the Master too. That I was looking windsurfing through them, for me. So the first time we arrived here, it was so powerful, and I was connected right away. I came 1 year later, and then I was staying for, 4 days a week without a forecast. So we were always like planning for longer stays to match with something. Camping here where is the hotel, but that time there were only the trees and the place super wild. Like during the weeks, this was like a ghost town, like only the wind, maybe 2 shops that we have to get through them to get some food and to join with those people, and a few fishermen. And it was, super. I remember clearly, it was yesterday, and the whole thing with the windsurfing has moved this place forward to what we know today. There is a beautiful town with some hotels, and the windsurfing vibe today is super in every dust of sand that you can find at the beach. It's
absolutely part of the culture here, and the predecessors you mentioned, Philippe Meo, yourself, and so many others. But then came a little bit more of a professional group of riders, so to speak, the touring pros, the Robbie Swift, Victor Fernandez, amongst many others, started setting up camp here and coming much more often, and this brought to prominence the efforts to bring an event here. This isn't the first event here. It is, however, the first 5-star event here, which is going to be a part of the world title equation this year on the IWT PWA Unified Tour. And Felipe, you must have been behind these efforts for a long time, I would reckon. And it's got to be a real confirmation of your hard work and belief and dedication that you're sitting here with me today. We're about to kick off the Challengers Day here, and this is actually happening. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, I don't know how I can explain it, but I feel like I'm the face of all the windsurfers that are here in Chile, and we lead that process that you resume. And yes, we were alone. We moved forward, and we get better in windsurfing, watching the magazines, only the magazines. Maybe a trip to Maui, sailing in Camp 1 during your summer that is flat. But I only remember friends and faces and people that we were in that process, and at one point we were like, how it could be like if we have a pro here, and then Sean Ordonez visited us.
That's right. Sean was
Sean
down here
Ordonez,
early.
Other French guys, that Michel Bouillon,
Yep.
the pioneer of wave sailing, and Michel Bouillon, he used to run a board factory here.
Yeah.
Custom boards, like in the early years. So he's really a key in everything that we are having today, because he was pushing and doing this in those years. Like he was pushing contests and bringing people from France, from somewhere else, and even with Sean Ordonez. Sean Ordonez, I think Roberto Katz, another pioneer of the sport, bring him down. And
Yeah.
then
Right.
we began like doing aerials, doing forwards, learning more, and then we were all right. We need the top guys here, and we began with what is today this contest. You know, the first invitational contest in Topocalma. It was a camping contest with Vidar Jensen, Francisco Goya.
Right.
The first year that he was launching his brand, and it was completely a bomb for everybody, you know. And today we have sailors that are amazing, that can kick ass to anyone in this contest. And I don't know.
Exactly. That challengers bracket, for all of you watching, is a form of a qualifier. And we have a very strong local contingent here who are going to get a really fair shot at getting 2 spots into the main event, 2 spots for the men, 2 spots for the women. And as Felipe is alluding to, the local level here is very evolved. There are several people in the challengers division who would be a threat to any of the pros anytime. There's no question about that. One thing I wanted to remark about Francisco Goya specifically, who is here as well, is that really the first time I had heard about windsurfing in Chile, other than from Philippe Mayo, was as I was getting to know Francisco about 30 or 40 years ago here at this point. I asked him, like, he's from Argentina, so I'm like, how's Argentina for windsurfing? And he's just laughing. He's like, no, we drive to Chile. And that was kind of his answer, and obviously you've got a lot of contingents from all over the map on South America. And I feel that in terms of the eyes of the world, I can only speak for the time I spend, in California in the summer times, looking at some of these low pressures coming in what is your winter. We are in fall here in Chile, heading into winter. So you're just about to start your wave season here. And we are definitely getting lucky as you see some of this surf rolling into Matanzas here, that we're entering a period of active wind and swell, which is perfecto for a wave sailing contest. And that's really it. I feel like the eyes of the world have always known about Chile, but we haven't had an event of this magnitude to really bring it wide open. And here's our opportunity, and it's been a long time coming.
A long time, yeah. And today we have, like you said, like the perfect fall activity. This last night we have rain, and today we are getting all the waves. And if you look at the forecast, it's gonna be solid for 4, 5, maybe 6 days. So it's what we are used to here in Chile to ride. During summer we our activity doesn't go to zero. We still have many of the north swells, and even southwest swells can be around. So Chile doesn't have like a flat season.
That's
Never.
amazing.
Never.
You are year-round here.
Year-round.
That is absolutely spectacular, and it shows any environment that's as exposed to the various combinations that you can find. And once again, you read those weather maps and you see some of these low pressures that fan out of the southern Pacific Ocean under the equator here. And some of those reach up to California and Hawaii. I'd be in California looking at this going, man, great, we're going to get a head-high swell in Cali in a week. I wonder what's going on down there. And now we are about to find out.
You're talking about the summer swells, the south swells that you get in California.
I mean, there are definitely a few that are sourced from this band here. We're getting them from New Zealand. We're getting them from these Chubascos off of Baja. But there's also that straight south that's coming off South America. And those are some impressive low pressures. I'm imagining that at times it's giant here.
Yeah, when we have a Punta de Lobos working on, then you can... Yeah, they ran to Mexico, to the, and then you can continue till Oregon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
It's a fascinating stretch. Well, more on this event here, the Chile World Cup 2024 here, part of the IWT PWA Unified World Tour. This is stop number 2. And for this event, to become 5-star, obviously we needed to bring in some sponsors and bring this to fruition. I'm sure you've had a big hand in this as we see our competitors milling about by the tent, waiting for that wind to pick up. But we do want to thank Hotel Surazo in spades. Huge part of this community. It's our headquarters here. You've got a full-blown center here, a fantastic restaurant. Definitely stop by if you're in the area for some of that cuisine. I've just been realizing that part of this trip is the highlights, the food. Amazing. I mean, just compliments to the chef on that. And thank you to Hotel Suarzo for helping sponsor this event. And we've also brought on Peugeot as a major sponsor, and we thank them for their support. And, a corporate sponsor of that nature is not to be taken lightly. Us windsurfers, we need good trucks and reliable vehicles to get to wherever we're going. So thank you very much, Peugeot. And the region of Higgins as well. That's, Gabinero Regional and Coro Higgins. Huge thank you to you. And other supporting sponsors such as Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipigas, and Plan Vital. We are very thankful for you. And even further down the list, Harry Plotter, Kaya Unite, Garage Go, Atelique, Green Vic, Windsurfing Chile, Taka, 25 Nude Bless, Omi Z, did I read that right? Navidad, FCS Construction, Stanley, Zegers, and Sanchez.
Yeah, many of the last ones that you are saying is our neighbors here in Matanzas, in Navidad. And we want to show to the world that we are united, that we are a group, that we are all behind this, that our faces is just what you're looking, but there's a big group of hotels, local commerce, friends behind this, supporting us and sponsoring us. So we're very thankful for them, because all of them know that this is that we are ready.
Exactly. Takes sponsors to hold events. In these times, it's certainly not taken for granted for anybody who's a part of this tour from the ground up running this thing. And I'm just remarking that, the people who haven't, really looked at windsurfing here in Chile, you're in for a real awakening. It is absolutely world class. To talk about some of the iconic images I've seen of you and your friends down here, eye-opening stuff at Topolcama, Matanzas, Roca, all these different spots. And, the potential speaks as, how good it can get, but it also seems, like you were saying, remarkably consistent. And that is something that really should bode well for the future potential of events here. Take me a little bit through, Felipe, what you see right now in terms of our outlook This is the first day that I've seen, really good sized waves. I've been here for 2.5 days. We are in the beginning of a period of swell and wind. And take me through some of the tendencies you see with that. We just got hit by a low pressure, and that's clearing out now. So tell me what you think you see happening here.
Well, what is happening now, that is the low pressure is still in the valley. It hit the coast, and then it moved through the valley, through the interior. So that is why the clouds are still around, and they should be moving in, I don't know, if in an hour or two. And we're going to have the whole evening like full of wind, clear wind. And the waves is like the common that we have year round. Before the contest, everybody was training in a north swell, like a small one. That is the nasty conditions that you can have here, because
it's like one
hot.
hitters, short hits.
Yeah, only one hitter guys like doing the maneuvers, and it's super hard, that one, because you don't have you get out of the area of the right direction of the wind too. But now you can see the set that are rolling through this morning, and right now is just dialed. Like the sandbar is perfect, and yeah, we've been with during the other contest previous years. We always fight with the forecast, and I think every year was incredible. But this year is the best forecast we have ever for a contest.
Great to hear. As you look at our overview of a beautiful Matanzas beach in the Navidad province, tell me about Navidad, Felipe, a little bit, this region itself specifically, how big it is, and are we in like the center of it, or the south or the north of it? Are most of the sailing spots in Navidad?
Well, Navidad is part of the Región de O'Higgins, that the region is from the mountains 4,000 meter high to the ocean, and that it only is 150 kilometers wide. So one of the main factor that we have this sun, this wind, is that mountain. Those volcanoes that are over there. That is why we have the black sand here.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's volcanic.
And the winter brings everything, the sediment here, and then the currents, the wind, the different swells play with it, and you can have all the rhythm of the spot of the spot during the year. And the region, we have a long coast that is super pristine. We don't have any industry in this coast.
Right.
We have all these crazy waves. Like we have maybe 12 world-class waves around.
Wow.
For surfing,
for
sailing.
My God.
And to do whatever you want in the ocean.
My phone ticked in the middle of Felipe's answer there, and it just had an update as to where we are in the frame of things, and it is going to be a green light for Heat 1, Round 1 of the Challenger Men at 2:40. We're 20 minutes away, Felipe.
Wow.
And that is 20 minutes away from the start of this event, officially speaking, in the pro division. It's an exciting moment. I do see a lot more texture on the water as we watch some passerby there with taking their dog for a walk. But if you would pan away from them, you'll see the actual conditions. Great to see some local folk out here enjoying it. I would assume, Felipe, the buzz is pretty strong locally about this event.
Mega, ultra the bus.
It's bacán.
Está bacán el ambiente. Hay mucha energía, hay mucha expectativa. There's a big expectative with this that came from our neighbors, from the local community, from the local government too. And like you said, el viento está bueno ya. The wind is okay right now. Because of the cloud that you have like a gray sky, you can't see clearly the white caps and that. But once the sun came, you're gonna see that it's full on right now. And I can see the waves that are showing some offshore spray already when they break.
You see our a competitor, I'm not sure who that is. That might be Julian Salmon, actually, who would not be, or is it Finn Mel? I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah,
don't quote me on that. But the point being that is Salmon. And he's heading out in an area which is a little bit in a protected zone. What he's trying to do is he's trying to squeak out a little bit deeper through the lineup. Felipe, is this at the size level where getting out becomes a little tricky?
Yeah, with this size of wave, we have a lot of current that take you out the wind because you're moving 2 knots to north. So here's super technical spot that you have to play with the current that make the wave. For example, inside the bay, you have to be more upwind. That is Julian today, because you have a current that take you out there. All the water that came in to the bay, you have at one point that go north, and here in front of Surazo, it moved a little bit to the south, and then it wraps around near the rocks. So that you have to play with that.
Salmon trying to punch out here. Right, we are ready at 240 Chilean to run the first heat. Head judge Bujma Guiol, who was invited down here. I think things are happening a little quick for him, so stick with me here, Felipe. I don't think we're going to see the head judge. He's got his hands full here with mere minutes to go before we kick this off here. 2:40 p.m. Chilean, and we are going to kick this off with the challenger men. And again, that this is a qualifying round. We have a 53-man field total, and the actual pro bracket's going to be 32. So you can do the math in terms of how many challengers we have. But they are going to get whittled down to 2 sailors in the men and 2 sailors in the women, and those 4 are going to be seeded into the main pro bracket. And local knowledge does play a factor here, obviously. Tell me, Felipe, as you look, I think that might be Marino heading out or someone else. What is the local strategy here? What do you like to do in terms of trying to get out at Matanzas on a day like today?
I just wait. I think Marino is going to make it right now.
Timing.
Yeah, timing. The older you get, the better you get out. It's just easy as that, as to wait, to watch,
right.
To watch to the rock to see if you have some marks up there at the rock that is behind the big rock, I mean.
Right. There it is.
And then you make your plans. And you have to be patient.
Yes. I think Marino's clearly dictating that, there was enough wind to water start here when he gets up. And that is going to be all Bujma needs to see. I think we're at a situation here where the challengers are, prior to the main event, and we never want to take anything completely for granted here. We definitely aren't going to have any form of a warm-up because guess what? There's been a 2-week warm-up here before.
He make it.
And he is out, and you can see Marino, once we get to him, that he is punching his way out. That is a nice first run out to the outside, and that should show you everything. Marino, excited to be here.
Yes, welcome. If I continue with strategy, I will keep turning around or waiting, and that give you even more. You read more about what is going on.
Precisely.
You always need to be patient before you go to the water and watch and to try to learn the rhythm of the day and the moment, and that is how you make your way out here.
Definitely patience playing off. The older sailors such as ourselves have a lot of experience with making it easy on yourself, but you can't force anything when the wind's light. You got to just be able to find your window to get out there, and that's when it really begins, Felipe. That's when you are starting to hunt down the sets. You're in a contest situation. We're counting 2 waves. Your 2 best wave rides are going to be what is your final tally. That's going to determine what place you are in and how you are proceeding through this bracket. This is being run as a dingle bracket, so I'll explain that the first round is a non-elimination round, and what happens is there's going to be 1 sailor who makes it all the way through the quarters, and the other 2 sailors are going to be in what they call the repechage round. And that's when it's first going to be an elimination round. Once you pass through that, You're either going to have one sailor eliminated, and then you go into the quarterfinals immediately, semifinals, and the final, and we'll have our winner at that point. We're looking for 2 sailors once again out of the men challengers and 2 sailors out of the women challengers. So this is going to take a fair amount of time based on that, but it's also going to be able to showcase the local town, and that's what I'm excited to see, and I'm sure you're going to be able to help me with who's who and all that as well. Who are some of your standout local riders, Felipe, other than yourself, of course?
Thank you. Local riders. I think in the challengers we have Vicente Gonzalez, Matias Vargas, brother of Alex. He's really good in these conditions.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way he rides. There are many.
There are many. It's an impressive field.
I should have. I don't know. I think all the hits in this first round of the challenger, there are 2 Chileans and 2 foreign guys. Like in all the hits, there is a good mix. So it's gonna be nice to watch.
Well,
really nice to watch.
We are rooting on the local contingent, and with about 10 minutes to go before the start of this heat, I think we are going to bring on Simeon Glason to talk about a little bit of the PWA Tour picture. But you are obviously welcome here whenever you want to sit down.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything, Felipe. It's so great to be here. Sorry it took me so long myself. Everybody's been telling me how epic this place is, and I'm just on board with it. You guys are about to see it at home. So, Felipe Vedeles, thank you so much, and we will wish our local contingent good luck.
Yeah, see you around, guys. Bienvenidos todos los chilenos que vean este programa, que disfruten esta semana.
Gracias. Yes, let's kick this off in style. And with about 10 minutes left, we're going to bring on Simeon Glason, our tour commissioner of the IWT. We will get a little bit into some of the various aspects of what we're looking at in the Unified Tour, who's leading the rankings, and a couple other very important details to get you guys up to speed with where we are in the overall picture of the World Wave Tour, Unified PWA IWT. Welcome aboard, Simeon. Do a little mic check to make sure we hear you there.
Hello. Testing.
Great. Simeon Glason, commissioner of the IWT. Simeon, this is event 2 in our World Tour for 2024. We had a successful event in Japan, and the results from that will now determine the rankings of who is heading into this event. Take me briefly through where we stand in terms of the Unified Tour ranking picture and the amount of 5 stars we have moving forward with this event and afterwards, and then we'll talk about our contenders.
Right, well, thanks, Kai. Pleasure to be here today. We're in Chile, and we've got, as you say, the second event just about to kick off with the Challenger rounds. Earlier this week, on Monday, we had the Open Amateurs and a couple of the Junior Under-18s heats when we had some smaller waves, and that was actually good to get started and loosen everyone up. But the big game is about to begin, and coming out of Japan, as we all know, we've got the leaders in the men's and women's of the 2024 season. The PWA rankings are looking at just the 5-star events. That's what they've listed. So at the top of that list is the winner of Japan with Bant Rodiger. And Bant's been a bit of a dark horse because not only did he win Japan, but also he's in the 52-week rolling ranking that we're using for the seeding. He's second, which is a remarkable thing.
So an indication of a strong finish last year.
Indeed.
He didn't finish as high in Fiji as he did the first year.
Yeah.
But he's been a perennial contender in a lot of different events.
Yeah, exactly. And it's fascinating to see. I mean, Brasinho, of course, Marcilio Brown from Brazil, the multiple-time world champion, is leading that 52-week rolling ranking. So over the last year, Brasinho has been the dominant man in the world. And in the women, the rankings, the winner of Japan was Motoko Sato. Right behind her in Japan was Sarah Hauser. Sarah Kita did not go to Japan, so she hasn't got a result there. And also Sarah Kita is not here in Chile. She's leaving her run a little bit later this year.
Now, in terms of the overall picture of the world title, we have 5 5-star events. The world champion will be determined mostly based entirely on the merit of 4 5-star events.
Yeah, for the men, it's the best 4 results from any event in the 5-star pyramid. And obviously the biggest points and where you're going to want to hold all your best results are those 5-star 100% counting points. So for the women, it's 3, your best 3 results from all those events results. This year we have 6 5-star World Cup events. We have Japan, just done. Number 2 here is Chile. Number 3 will be Gran Canaria Pozo. Number 4 we will go to, we'll go for a 4-star in Peru. And then we'll go to Fiji for really that's number 4 of the 5 stars. And then number 5 of the 5 stars is Silton, Germany. And then number 6 is Hawaii for the final.
Got it. Seems like ample opportunity to get into the mix, but those who kind of entered this equation earlier get the advantage. Don't forget that we are powered by the wind here, and forecasts be what they may. You never know what happens. We've seen several years on the PWA Tour that we're down to 2 events, and these things can happen, knock on wood. But right now, we've been looking pretty good to have a complete result in Omezaki is a very good thing leading into Chile. But another thing that comes to mind as well is that right off the bat, we've also provided variety in the conditions we're sailing, and this is a port tack wave riding down the line performance wave. And I need to bring up a conversation I had with Ben Prophet not too long ago, in that we were, kind of musing about, the perfect tour and how this was. And, I said something to the effect, well, we've really, established something with Fiji as this port down the line. And I caught myself thinking, wow, and then just Ben spelled it out. He was just like, well, we do have port tack down the line as kind of this like true performance port tack down the line. It's still missing because Cloudbreak is more of this, death or glory situation with shish kebabs reef staring at you. Here, as you can see on this shot, is there's nothing but sand, and these point break waves are just hissing down the line, and it is absolutely a performance-based down the line shred park here. And I think this is satisfying what Ben said was missing to a degree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that this has now turned it into this great level of separation where the risk actual factor, sure, there's a risk in hitting that end section, but as you see our competitor heading out, this is a wave riding contest that's going to be based on speed, power, and flow, of course. Wave selection is very important. Local knowledge, as you're going to see, is very important as well. But also that X factor of separation, some of these extra moves that the riders have that they wouldn't be trying at a place like Cloudbreak.
Well, it's exactly right, isn't it? I mean, we saw everyone at Cloudbreak just tearing down that line, hoping they weren't on a wide set, getting caught on the inside. A lot of the people obviously had not had much experience sailing Cloudbreak. It's not one of those places you get much experience at. And so people were learning fast, and the brave ones like Baptiste, who just blew everyone away with extraordinary, fearless, ferocious attacking of that wave, never let up at all, and got away with it pretty much all the time, unlike some others.
Right.
But as you say, it's a different kettle of fish. It's a different sort of story. Here we're going to see 360s. In Fiji, there's no way anyone was stopping for a 360. Now, as people ride that wave more, as the years go by and Fiji stays on tour, maybe we'll start to see people learn how to pull that off at that location. But until then, I think that's a really good call that you and Ben have made there.
It's also down to the wave selection. But I think the point was also just in terms of the environment and the ability to really cut loose with the full repertoire, and really something that you and I also spoke about before we get into the actual rank. Well, we kind of talk rankings, so maybe that's been addressed at least so far. But the point is that we're looking at this open field here, and it's what I call top heavy. And I have never seen an event really ever where first of all, I cannot pick a favorite here. If my bookie in Vegas was pressing me to make a bet right now, I don't know what I would do. Luckily, that's not the case. But honestly, 20 people could win this event.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of in the men and women. I mean, we have 17 women at this event, and I reckon there are 14 of them who I could say maybe could get in the final. And with the men, we've got 54 men. And of those, I think you and I were saying, top 20... There are 20 names there. Some of them may come through the challenges and freak everyone out. Some of them have been wildcards and will freak everyone out. But there are certainly at least 20 people who could make this final. At least.
There are. And it's not their day necessarily. Will one of the challengers emerge to go take this whole thing? it's not out of the question.
It really isn't. I mean, we have challenges from Guadeloupe with some serious talent there. We have challenges from the UK, Ireland, and we have from all over.
Yeah, all over.
Yeah.
And here we are in Chile. Thank you so much, Simeon. We are a minute away from the start of our first Challengers heat, and we are going to bring on Caro Vita, our local announcer here. Feel free to always stop by, obviously, with updates and the such, but let's get ready to rumble.
Woo, here we go.
Here we go. The 2024 Chile World Cup. We are now bringing on board Caro Vita, as she's known here locally.
Hey, Kai.
How's it going?
Very well. And you?
Couldn't be better. Right in the chair, bringing it to you live here. And we are at Matanzas Beach in the beautiful Navidad region of Chile. And it is not too early to start talking about our local contingent here.
Yes.
And we should have, some of our heat draw up. That is who we've got. Now, Francisco Goya might not be considered a local Chilean sailor, but maybe more of an honorary one. We have also Felix Bermudez, Diego Ducci, and Tomer Shamgar, who I believe is...
He's from Israel,
Israel.
that guy.
That
Yes,
does sound like
Israel.
it. There's Marino with a little punt, getting the drone warmed up. Not counting.
Oh, yeah. The time started. Yes, it did start 20 seconds ago.
Okay. That was a little honorary shred. Marino getting his piece there to open up the action, but not the scoring. This heat is on. It's 17 on the clock with a 3-minute transition. So if I'm seeing that correctly, this heat is absolutely 100% on.
The wind is perfect. Yeah, they turn up the fans. So we're going to have some great condition, I think, today, Kai.
This is now, in effect, the moments where guys are trying to get out. You better believe Bujma is not really worried about light wind water starting when you see somebody already edging into a wave there. Can you tell me who that is on that wave?
I think it's Diego Ducci, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think Diego Ducci. No. This is the Israel guy.
Okay, so
Tomer
that was
Shanger,
Tomer.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's on a flicker and a future fly, I think, sells.
Understood.
I don't know him that much.
He pulls the kick
actually.
out. He's going to get into quality control. What you do see, is there a name for this island there to the left?
It's Matanzas Island.
Okay,
It's
Matanzas Island. Okay,
yeah.
on Matanzas Island, occasionally you will see a detonation. A detonation will indicate what the next thing is you see is a line rolling into the lineup.
Exactly.
And that is your indicator. And what you see there is a set that's rolling through kind of from the spot behind the rock. And nobody was on it because nobody's really in position yet. This is going to be part of the deal here in some significantly lighter wind than we are expecting. We have to get this rolling. I support the decision to get it going. And here we are at Matanzas, kicking off the 2024 Chile World Cup.
This is so amazing. Such a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
It's a bit cold, but it's beautiful. That's why we have wind.
You see that last layer of high cloud. Once that burns off, we
yeah.
might be back in business. Is this not Tomer Shamgar here?
Yes.
And let's take it for him. He's fading into this.
There he is.
And there he corrects. This is going to be his actual first score. Nice
Perfect.
bottom turn. Gets that board engaged into the back of the lip, but he doesn't want to do the hero hit until right then he gets it. And what I say by hero hit is really what ends up being the last hit on this end section. You're always going to get that last opportunity here. That wave will roll down the line, and right as it hits the inside sandbar, it'll just go square, and you can do that last hit. But Caro, now he has to get back out.
Yes. And there's, this wave, sometimes it goes, I think someone else on the wave there in the back. I think it's Felix Bermudez. Yes, on the Goya. This is Felix from Puerto Rico.
All right.
Yes, doing some second bottom turn there, second cut.
Yeah, a
And he's
different
going
kind
for
of
a third one, but he needs to go down the line to go get more speed there.
Still a decent wave rod and a lot of turns. And, the balance of Tomar's wave, which he is now in the lead with a 4.27 as we await Felix's score. But the style of riding and maybe longer turn, maybe longer wave with more turns, but maybe less critical. That remains to be seen. I do think that Bujma our head judge, Bujmagiol,
There it is.
longtime, PWA competitor, knows how to differentiate these things because the risk was a little bit higher on Tomer's ride. Let's not kid ourselves.
It was a better wave.
And most importantly, or just as importantly, the actual wave selected. Yes, Caro, exactly. This is an important thing. They will calibrate the scores. You might see them as the other judges finalize their score, go back and forth a little. The variance is there, but we have a 4.5 for Tomer and Felix with a 2.5 with Francisco Goya and Diego Ducci waiting to get their first rides.
Exactly. Diego Ducci's coming right now with the Severn cell. That red cell. It looks like he has a set coming in. Or he's waiting for one.
Well, that's it. He's trolling
He's
right
being
now.
Smart.
He's
waiting
trolling,
for that
as we
right
like
wave.
to say. Trolling for a nice little upwind look at Matanzas Island. And that is a zone when it gets much bigger where they would already be taking off on waves here. But the thing you're lining up is you see this very in the middle of your left part of the screen there is this rock point.
Yes.
And some of these rides will set up from behind the rock. And the most...
I think he's going to get some kind of wave forming right now. There in the back, we see it. We're going to see it. There's a wave coming.
The key is he's the only one in the lineup at the moment, Caro. And that's the thing, is that he's not going to take off on just a small, crappy wave. He's done the work now. He's reading what's happening on, Matanzas Island. And there you see one of those whitewater explosions. This is just a matter of time. It's mathematical at this point.
Yes,
he's in the spot. He's going to have his choice of, set 1 or 2 or 3. And usually it's a good idea not to go on the first wave.
Yeah, he's doing it. He was pretty smart there to wait for that wave.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a lot better than that one he was on. So let's see what he can do with that. There it
Diego
is.
Ducci in the spot,
There
right
it
in the
is.
peak here. He's looking good. This is going to be the best wave ridden so far.
Let's go. Wait for it.
Here he goes. He lets it lift him up. Diego Ducci lines it up, gets his board pointed down the line. This beautiful Matanzas wall runs the high line into the lower section, really trying to make the whole wave. This is gorgeous riding.
Yes.
What a beautiful canvas for Diego as he squares away, starts getting a little bit more of a vertical approach.
Great.
This wave is not done. It is heading down the line to the lower section. Just get a couple more turns until this thing is going to hit the inside. This is easily the highest scoring
Perfect.
ride. And what you didn't see there, Cara, was he didn't go for the hero hit, because that's probably the difference of about 15 minutes of setup time by not going for the hero hit.
Exactly. He wants to go back upwind right now and catch another one of this wave. This guy is used to this condition. And by the way, he just got married not too long ago, like a month ago. So
Diego Ducci in charge of this heat with a 5.
All right.
We might see that score go back up and down, but clearly he was on the best wave and he rode it accordingly. Had he done that little end section blast, it might have brought it into the 6-point category. You see it's being calibrated here, 5.33 on the scale.
points are coming in. It's gone higher a little bit. And I don't see Francisco Goya.
I don't see Francisco Goya either. He's known to kind of like sometimes just go with the mood at the moment. And whether or not the mood of the moment dictated, he already actually was in the first round of the pros and swapped out to show you how much of a sportsman he is.
Amazing.
And maybe this is also something that just, save it for the Masters or something else. But once we see Francisco, we'll let you know, because you will know.
Of course. So we see another guy coming in for the next round right now.
Yeah.
It's not quite his time.
What you are seeing on your screen is, in fact, Diego Ducci, and I think that's Tomer Shamgar.
Yes.
They are in the exchange. And somewhere further down the line, I would think, is Felix. We'll see about that.
Yes,
It's easy to disappear here. There's a lot of water moving. There's an extremely large amount of water moving down this point, and it flushes you down. And if you've got to spend your time getting out down low, it's going to take you a while to get back into the lineup. And it looks like, at the expense of riding really floaty gear, you risk being able to ride the wave well.
Exactly.
So some of these guys are actually riding pretty small boards, which is just the most difficult part of that whole equation, is getting out. But right now, these two competitors, with 3 people on the board, are looking for their second scoring wave with roughly 8 minutes to go. To me, wave selection is everything.
Everything. I think right now Ducci is following one in the back and may get a better one than Tomer in the front waiting for one, you know?
It remains to be seen if it's an actual advantage to sail super far out to sea. Could there be even more current outside there? It's a hard thing to see, but what I am noticing is that Tomer is slowly getting back into the picture here. Nobody's really in the sweet spot of the lineup. That was Diego all the way when he caught his wave, which is now up to a 5.6. I agree with that call.
Yeah.
That was a very, very nice wave. It showed the potential of this place. If you have not seen, all of you back watching at home, have not seen Chile or know nothing about it, you are being given a first-hand education on what the actual potential of these waves are. This place is absolutely amazing, Carl.
The current is really strong today, and the wind is not blowing that strong on shore, so the entrance is very critical today. So if you're going to choose a wave, you should choose a good one, because you may not get a second or a third one. I think that's where Diego is doing there in the back. He's just waiting for that wave to show up, and he's going to ride it all the way to the critical zone from the back.
Right. We could see scenarios where, you know, you're only able to catch 2 waves.
Yes.
Let alone being able to run the cycle, and part of that's just going to boil down to making smart decisions when you're nearing the end of your ride.
I feel like Diego is on a bigger sail than Tomer, and that's maybe why he's able to go upwind so much, and maybe it's just a selection of equipment here.
Well, what you see on the screen here is a competitor heading out through the upwind part of it now.
Felix.
That's
Bermudez.
Felix, right? And there, he might have done an equipment change of some sort, gone a floatier board or something, did the pit stop. He's got 6 minutes to get a second scoring ride, but more importantly, he's just got to get out. And as you saw him go down there, that's in the face of his set.
We see Tomer coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Felix heading out fell down there as Tomer Shengar is coming in on what looks like a reasonable looking wave, though it remains to be seen if he commits to it. He looks at his watch, he looks at his wave, he's like, I think I'm going to give this a chance. Is it enough for him to stay interested? He begins this ride. This is a shoulder high wave, and that's not going to be a turn of any consequence. However, it will be a score.
Yes.
It will be a score, and with 5 minutes left, it's time to stop riding that one and get back out there. As you see also that Felix on the inside hasn't made it out, leaving the lineup to Diego Ducci, and Tomer with that ride takes the lead. That was at least a 1 point something.
1 point something, yes.
So
or like
strategically speaking,
close to 2.
He's in the lead, and Diego Ducci with the lineup to himself and the patience of a veteran competitor is on a really nice wave behind the rock here, and this one has the potential to go a long way here. Diego Ducci punches his bottom turn. He's on a high line here, brings the board to the inside, careful rail work, spying the end of the ride, and is that going to flip the script? It probably will.
I think it will.
We'll keep our opinions on scores specifically, but we can always give our impressions. I'm not a judge, and I won't give you numbers, but I'll tell you what, that's the even exchange there, and that's the game today, is you got to get on waves. 2 things happen there, Carl. You're on a wave. You're going to get a score if you ride it, but you also don't allow your competitor to get on waves. I know it sounds selfish, okay?
But it's part
but
of the
that
game.
is part of the game. Now, we don't want to ride slalom boards out there either. And here comes Diego Ducci on a nicer offering. This one's got a corner elbow section to it, and he wants to back up that score already. And there's the high line. Ducci bottom turning. That's a nice section. I could see the hit happening here. There it is.
Yes.
Section floater into the dump. And that gets our crowd fired up. I hope you like that one at home, because Diego Ducci just took the stranglehold on this heat with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we want to see. And there was a good strategic because the second part of that wave sometimes builds better than the first one. The first one falls very fast, and the second one sometimes gives you the chance to go to the third section of that wave.
Right.
And that's what he did.
That's what he did.
Amazing, Diego. So proud of him.
He's going to be jacked, and there's a lot more work to do, Caro.
I
This
know.
isn't time to celebrate anything. You are deep in the round of the challengers, and you look at this as any sort of, it's just as consequential as any single elimination would be. Really can't afford slip-ups here. With 20-plus competitors vying for 2 spots, you got to be greedy.
I know.
You
You're
got to
right.
be greedy,
You're
and you
so
got to be
right.
smart. And Diego Ducci's done both. He is over the 10-point mark here.
I think I see Francisco Goya
I think I see
trying to
Francisco
come out.
Goya trying to water start on his way out with 2 minutes and change left. We'll root Francisco on to go get a scoring ride, if that's him. It might just be someone else. And Felix Bermudez here with 3 points. And then Tomer Shamgar looking like he is taking the fade line into a pretty decent wave. Caro, why don't you take this right away?
I think it's great. He's on the top of the wave right now, arming up. He needs to get a bit more speed. There you go. Bottom turn. Good. On top. Splash. And then he goes to another one. Ha! Good. We call it the pra here. The water splashing. And he's going to get a third one? Maybe? Let's go here. Oh, not quite enough speed for a jump.
He capped
but
off the ride. He's got 6.07 total.
Could be dangerous.
It's dangerous. It wasn't quite the big connection uppercut that Diego threw on that one. I think it's going to solidify second place. I believe that score got calibrated quickly. Great job, by the way, head judge Bujma Giol, not only setting the precedent for being decisive and starting the seat promptly at 240, because we need to be efficient here. And so far, so good with that. It is not saleable until 240.
I know, it wasn't.
So you have that going. Basically, here's the script. Tomer Shamgar is water starting down low. Your camera is fixed on Felix Bermudez with 1 minute left. The only guy who's going to be in position to catch a wave here. There's no question that it's only him who's got a shot at this. And so let's root on Felix Bermudez with 45 seconds left to turn around and get on a bomb.
Yeah, get on
and
anything.
make a dent in this.
Turn around.
It's absolutely possible. We've seen buzzer beaters like you wouldn't believe on this tour. It's become a theme and a theory. It had a lot to do with how Bernd Rodinger won the event in Japan on the last wave of the event. And, believe me, we like a dramatic finish here. But it's going to be beyond dramatic here if Felix can get on something and steal second away from Tomer. Otherwise, we are going to be done and dusted here. And I think we might be done and dusted here.
I think there's a good set coming in. We never know. 10 seconds left. Come on, wave needs to be a little faster.
Well, anyway, Caro, the
think
countdown and the heat is over. So props to Diego Ducci, who played that like a veteran. I've got to say that the best waves ridden and the best moves were both by him. Tomer Shamgar, however, really put on a good display there.
Yes.
And I think everybody deserves, a great deal of credit for making that work in a challenging situation. And this is a non-elimination round. So what's going to happen is that Diego's going straight to the quarters, and those other 2 competitors are going to be in the next Reaper Charge round and take it from there.
Perfect.
All right. Men, round 1, heat 3.
No, we're going to heat 2. I think they made a mistake unless they jump heat 2. I'm not sure what that is.
That's I knew that Charlie Rivera was in heat 2, and I think they are jumping to heat 3.
Really?
And I'm going to call it like I see it on the board. I'm going to call it heat 3 because it says heat 3.
Okay, let's go to heat 3. This is my favorite heat, actually, of the whole gang. Because
so, yes, we have Octavio Cavallaro.
On the Goya.
Say that again?
On the Goya.
On the Goya. Okay, yes. I said Cavallaro, right?
You said Cavallaro, yes.
Okay,
it's fine.
I just wanted to make sure I was saying it right. Octavio Cavallero, Cristobal Segers. I love these names. Santiago Lirossi.
Argentina.
That sounds like it. And Matias Vargas, the younger brother of Alex Vargas, who's probably pretty hungry.
I think it's the opposite.
He's the older brother?
Yes, it is.
Me.
It's the older brother.
Mi grande
Yeah.
brother.
If-
All right.
Yes, this is going to be a great heat. These guys windsurf here a lot, except Santiago Lirossi, who's actually Argentinian, but does a lot of windsurfing in Brazil, in Jericoacoara. He's more dedicated
he's
at
one of the
at
Jerry
at
freestyle
yeah,
crew.
the freestyle crew.
That's really, I respect
And,
respect the fact that they like to come to Chile to mix it up with the wave riding. Let me say something about, freestyle, your opinion on what you may think of it, but the freestylers might be some of the most athletically inclined windsurfers we have. Now, I'm not going to compare it to Brasilia doing push doubles or Philip Costa or big, Pozo or whatever, but the point is the agility of the freestyle sailors and their technical virtuosity that they possess in terms of the repertoire of moves. When you start bringing that into the wave game, and we saw that for years with Ricardo Campello,
Yes.
the well-known freestyle world champion. And I want to say hi to Ricardo, by the way, and I hope you're enjoying your time off tour. And, that's what I'm saying is you're fusing some of that in there. We've got a lot of really talented freestyle sailors who like to delve into the wave sailing. Adrian Boisson, the list goes on. I mean, all these guys, Dieter Van Eycken might even be considered somebody coming from that background. He shreds, and he's here.
He's here, and that's what we actually talked about when I talked to him today. He said, there's good possibility for freestylers. So I've been doing wave for only 30 days, but here I am, and I laugh so much.
I don't buy that with 30 days. Diego's feeding you a line there, but the point is, all these guys, they got super good
time
skills.
has started,
And it's and the freestyle discipline, they make it look easy. It's not easy.
It's not easy at all.
No. All right, this heat's on. We have nobody in the scoring range, but there is somebody in position.
But
and let's try to identify.
Who I see coming in right now, it's Heat 2. That GP cell is Felipe Pizarro. It's not the other guys, so
Okay.
I'm a bit confused here.
Well, that makes two of us.
Yes.
Certainly, we will judge by what we see here. Once somebody gets on the board, we might want to make a correction here. And I will make a note to somebody if this is correct.
Yes, because what I see here is Felipe Pizarro, and I see actually Charlie Riviera from Puerto Rico. Maybe someone can help us. There's someone on the wave, though, and I think that's duotone, and I think that's Vicente Gonzalez. It feels like it's Vicente Gonzalez. He's doing from his first bottom turn. Good top splash there. Is going for another one. Here it's all about connecting dots, right? That's point. And this is very critical cut right into the wave. It's perfect. It's going for a third one. This is Vicho Gonzalez, I'm confirming.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're
so
loud
it's
and
going
clear.
for four.
We need to get the graphic back on Heat 2.
Please.
Whoever's in
Yes.
charge of that, please. That was a great ride.
run.
You kidding me?
Yes.
How many turns went down there? He took
At
off
4.
way behind the rock. He covered some distance as well as our competitor behind him really got shut down.
Yes, and I think this. Well, I just saw Goya cell in the wave, and now it disappeared. I don't know where it is.
All right, let me gather myself here as we.
But
Tata Molina on the Goya.
Tato
Okay.
Molina is not in Heat 2.
See, we.
No, Tato Molina. Tato Molina is Heat 4. Sí. Acá está la radio directo con el director.
All right, we've got Heat 2. It's Vicente Gonzalez, Felipe Pizarro, Tim Van Dam Samchidrian. Yes, and then Charlie Rivera.
Exactly.
We are in Heat 2. We'll fix the graphic on the screen. Goodbye. There it goes.
Yes.
Now we're on. Okay.
Perfect.
And it took local knowledge. We really appreciate that, Carl. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Like sometimes you skip around if you have an issue with one of the competitors. You'll go to the Heat 3 and then Heat 2. I've seen it before. I've seen it all, but not that time.
Not
And
that
when
time.
you know who's who, like you do, there's no mistake. Now we got somebody on the board here, and that's what we're going to see when we get back up on our graphic for Heat 2. As a
Exactly.
good size set rolls in here.
It's amazing. Amazing. Look at the power of that wave.
And these are kind of growers. I mean, you see somebody setting up here, but he's right in the middle of the bay.
Okay, so we have someone on the wave.
Correct.
And I think this is Tim Van Dam.
And he made a decision to kick out there because really where he was in the lineup was maybe 3/4 of the way through the ride. That's a little far away. You know, you worked hard to even get to that point.
Yes.
You work even harder after you just do one turn on a runner. You know, like these guys want to get to the spot and stab one from deep and go all the way through and dash that end section.
Exactly.
So we'll get this judging the scores and everything up on the screen here. Thank you for being patient at home as we work out the bugs here to get you up and running with the Challenger Day here at the 2024 Chile World Cup.
Yeah.
Beautiful Matanzas beach here. If you pan up a little bit to the left, you can see a good-sized set rolling in. Those are two competitors from this heat jockeying for position in this very challenging situation wind-wise. This is not favoring somebody who's over 80 kilos at all. You got to have, you know, low body weight and a lot of volume under your board. A lot of things working in your favor here. Now, credit people, you know, who came prepared, but sometimes people just don't have a big enough sail. You're going to see that, you know, in some of these, part pros, non-pros. You just don't have the amount of gear that the pros do.
Oh.
Someone took one on the head there.
Yes, Felipe Pizarro just didn't quite make that wave. I'm not sure why. Didn't get to see it.
And
but,
he is going to be swimming for a very long time.
Yeah.
And this is the other thing I want to bring up, Caro, is that, yes, the judges and the sailors are deciding this, but just like I see at Huquipa and Cloudbreak and some of these other places, Matanzas is deciding this too.
I know.
Is there a spiritual name for the spirit of this wave that you could say is working for and against you?
Well, there's a part there down there. They call it Godzilla. It says it's pretty dangerous.
Okay.
And but besides that, no. They just say it's a good set or a bad set, or it's Serrona. When it's Serrona, it's when it's really breaking fast and it just heats you up. There's a lot of water in that wave. It's very powerful.
Godzilla works for me.
Godzilla is good. No?
Well, it looks like Vicente Gonzalez has negotiated the curse of Godzilla very effectively with a 6.93. Yes, Caro, that was a ride going from corner to corner. We might have, the ability to do replay on a heat recap basis, but those of you who saw that ride and for sure understand the importance of the amount of flow he kept through his turns. He kept his rails activated. There was never a dull moment in that ride, even with that, maybe not as quite of a dramatic hit as we saw from Diego, but still, yet.
Again, I think his wave selection went in his favor. I mean, you have to be patient. You have to wait, especially a day like today, for that good set that you know it's going to run in the second section and potentially in the third section. And that connecting the dots is points, like you say.
Yes, here comes Tim Van Dam Sanchidrian. And that is a nice looking wall. And there is going to be an end section to contend with if he wants to, but he didn't want
Waves
that.
was too fast.
It was not time to sacrifice the heat or the gear. And it will be better than a .33, which is more than Felipe Pizarro and Charlie Rivera can say, who are just trying to get out.
Yes.
So this is kind of reminding me of Zilt. Sometimes you have a hard time getting out. But Zilt never really quite looks like this down the line. Sometimes it can get close, but this is something else. This is a refractory point break sand bottom setup.
Yes, and like
slingshots you down the line. A lot of rail work, a lot of board riding. It's not just the power in your sail. It's the ability to use the wave and build what we call apparent wind. Apparent wind is what's generated when you simply have board speed. That creates its own wind, and that creates this momentum that we have in windsurfing, where you stay on a plane through a low and gust and punch low, or get on a really good wave and build your apparent wind that way to go start hitting sections. Slow beginning here at Matanzas. We're getting through it. What we want to do today is get as close as we can to a final result of the challengers so that we can edge into the pro bracket. Forecast looking very solid. We are definitely looking at an extended period of wind and waves. This is simply the first bit of it. Roughly a 2.5 meter swell at 12-second period intervals with what should be at this point at 3 in the afternoon Chilean time. A little bit more wind coming, and we're waiting eagerly for it. And I'm sure those competitors out there wouldn't mind a nice, healthy 20-knot gust to help them, because there's definitely a real challenge in getting out.
It's missing a little bit, right? But the wave is beautiful, so I think we just need to be patient. The wind will pick up, and like Felipe said before, the sandbank is perfect right now. That's why the wave is so beautiful. Let's see what happens. I think the guys are not able to come out again.
We might have people who've rigged too small, or that's all they've got. Listen, like the fully prepared rider right now would probably be on a 5.3 and a 90 liter board.
Exactly.
And the reality is that we usually like to go sailing when it's like guys would probably just start sailing on a normal day here. You'd be guys waiting for that cherry picking perfect moment. That's coming. I'd say more like 5 o'clock.
I think so. The pronostical said that. Now, they took a chance to start a bit before, but I think we had some great sailing so far. So
no question.
It's
no
that's
question.
what it is. Matanzas.
And we do have two competitors with scores. That's also part of it. Now, I mean, had this been the main event, I think you look at it through a different pair of eyes here. We are getting through this challengers in terms of determining two sailors who are going to make the main event. It's a little more brutal. I hate to put it any other way.
That's it.
This isn't really being viewed the same way. All of these sailors have a ton of talent, don't get me wrong, but only two of them are going to qualify for the main event. So we'll let Matanzas decide this as much as the judges.
Exactly. So I don't see anybody go out again, but the wind seems to be picking up a little bit.
Man, I'd like a lineup shot on the drone here. Look at the set coming in. There is beautiful conditions here as you see the drone angle working up the beach. And I say beach, look at the amount of sand on this beach, and it is such a contrast to another event we have on tour in Fiji at this place known as Cloudbreak, which has a section known as shish kebabs, which is terrifying and dangerous and sharp. And I'm not going to say that it doesn't have any danger here at Matanzas, but sand is sand.
Shish kebab sounds more scary than Godzilla, I would say.
Yeah. Shish kebabs is scarier than Godzilla.
Did you notice how black the sand is here? It's so beautiful. So contrast with the water.
It's volcanic, correct?
Yes, correct. A lot of the beach here in Chile, especially up north, are black sand beach.
Got it. All right. Here we are, nice overview of our conditions. The sun peeking out. I think what's also happening, and I'm just guessing because there are some very big similarities to what I see in California and Chile. These high clouds are pushing through. You see on our screen on the top left-hand side is the blue patch.
Yes.
The second that turns into sun and that last little wispy layer of high crap cloud leaves,
exactly.
It's on.
It's on. And plus, it doesn't, when they're there, those clouds, it doesn't create the channel for the wind to go out. So it sort of blocks the wind. Once they're out, the wind will blow. It's always like this here. And because we had a very cloudy morning, that's the leftover, and it's taking a little bit more time than usual today. But we'll have some wind. I think, like you said, around 3-4 o'clock, we'll have some good wind coming in. There's a lot of people here today, I think. It's surprising because, I mean, it's such a small village. I'm glad that people came and see this competition. It's a World Cup tour. I mean, these people need to know about windsurfing, and hopefully when school finishes at 3 or 4 o'clock, all the kids are going to come and play on the beach and dream of being future windsurfer. I think windsurfing is such a great sport. I think this year we had a kid from 12 years old participating, and we have someone over 50 participating in this World Cup. I mean, come on, which other sport you see that? You see people of all ages, men and women, all coming together on water and play and come out and smile and have fun, and it's an awesome community, I think it's beautiful sport. I surely love it.
Can't forget about the youth and, motivating the youth. And the performance level is going to be on a fever pitch as we get into the later parts of the challengers rounds into the pro rounds. And people who don't realize what's possible with wave sailing are going to understand real quick. You can use your rail work and timing to devastating effect on some of these waves. We've already seen a couple nice looking off the lips.
Seems
so
like
we are looking like we are possibly in an in-between moment here. Possible postponement. I'm going to actually look up towards the judging tower here.
Yes, go for it.
And I see no flag. The flag's down. I also don't see a single sail on the water. So it must be a situation where we are debating. All I see upwind is white caps and conditions. I just think this little high cloud needs to bail, and we're going to be fine.
Bail. See, yes,
That's
and
all
you know,
it is.
it's for the ones who don't know much windsurfing. What's happening right now is when the conditions are not there and people are starting to not catching so many waves, the judge can decide to actually stop for a while and wait for the condition to get better and be fair for everyone to get their points and show what they can do. So this is what's happening. We'll see if someone can inform us maybe on what's going on. And we have a lot of heat going. We need to get through 8 heat of challengers.
Yep.
Before choosing these two people.
It's a tall order here.
Yeah.
Though, you know, this is kind of that time of day where people start. It seems like the conditions do start a little later here. The other day I was watching riders ride until about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, we're changing time on Saturday, so we're going to have shorter days, but we have until Saturday. And the light is going to be here until 8 o'clock. They call it the golden hour here.
We call it the golden hour back on Maui,
really?
too.
I think everywhere in the world.
The golden hour, you know, in a place like Hawaii, it's a difficult one because you have a lot of surfers out, too. And I'm not noticing here necessarily that there's much of an issue with surfers in the water.
Well, when the wind is strong, no. When the wind is light, the locals will go out. And now I think they're just very respectful on the tournament, and anyway, there's so many spots here to surf. They're just gonna get a bit quieter wave if they go up 500 meters from here and Roca Quadrada. Or there's so many spots. Like I say, I think it's a common respect for what's going on today here. Amazing. How do you like Hotel Surasso, Kai?
Yeah, I mean, props to Hotel Surasso and the restaurant and the general atmosphere that's created here. They've got it spot on about how to maximize your Chilean experience. And part of that is the food.
It's muy bacán, no?
Muy bacán. And just took me by surprise.
Yeah.
I not like I was expecting it to be anything. I just didn't realize it was that good. And,
well,
you know, the cuisine locally, I mean, there's a lot of different, you know, meat dishes and whatnot, but the freshness of the vegetables and the flavor of the fruit, and it's just, you can tell, you know, it's being done the right way here. And the Hotel Surazo is, you know, the ultimate location if you want to come for a windsurf vacation in Chile, because everything is here.
Everything is here.
Your spot is in front of you. You've got your gear shed. You've got your restaurant. What more do you need?
Yeah. And you know that cooking, you know how to describe it? I think they're seasonal cooking. They go with everything you can find in the season close by. I mean, you're going to get everything fresh all the time because they're not trying to stay the same menu all the time. They will change according to what's growing right now here. So it's pretty amazing. It's good food, simple, straight to the point.
Understood. There must be some discussion going on in the judges' tower, but as soon as I see a sailor on the screen moving on his way, and that is a little more movement than we'd seen anybody previously.
Okay.
I see wind in the lineup, and my assumption is that we will get this rolling once again. I don't really know if that last heat got canceled or not. We'll find that out, but I'm kind of the opinion that there was a borderline possibility that they would have canceled that heat. However, we are about to find that out. And I won't speculate other than the sailor that we see on the screen there distantly on your right-hand side is making really good progress to get out. And while I don't know exactly who that is, that person is going to punch into the lineup if he gets over this whitewater here. And we will see.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. And Does it happen? Sorry, my stupidity, but that they cancel the heat, but they just add sometimes. They just go from where they're stopped and they just
No.
Never
if you
happens.
cancel the heat, you're resailing it.
Reselling
and
it
that's
entirely.
probably something worth debating. However, if you see a scorecard that's got a couple scores on it, you really can't punish people or reward people one or the other. It was saleable and it affected everybody the same way depending on where you were in the lineup. If it's impossible to get out, that's one thing. But if
So
it was
we'll let the
impossible to
judge.
get out because you rigged a 4-0 and you needed a 5-3, that's something else. That's just figure of speech. I'm not saying anybody did that. Anyway, Kai Kachidorian, Carl Vita here, bringing it to you live on the live stream from 2024 Chile World Cup, part of the PWA IWT Unified World Wave Tour. This is stop 2, Matanzas, Chile, and we are really honored to bring it to you live here, wherever you may be watching. And speaking of who may be watching from around the world, part of the allure of this event also, Caro, is the amount of international presence we have here from all corners of the globe. We've got 4 Japanese riders in the top 16. There's 3 French people in the top 16, 4 Spaniards, go figure, 2 people representing USA Hawaii amongst others. And we will see who else enters that mix. But my point is that we've got an international field here.
Yes, and in the girls category too, we have people from all over. Switzerland, we have one from Phil from Denmark, we have Jane from Australia. We have so many countries. It's so beautiful to see everyone here.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, if it's the first time they come here, it's not going to be the last. This place has this way of calling you back. That's why I live here now. I mean, I'm from Canada and now I live in Chile.
How long have you been here?
I've been here in Chile for 15 years. But living here in Matanzas in 4 years fully. I built my house here 10 years ago with my family, and now we live here fully, and we just love life here. It's simple. It's go back to simple life, simple eating, simple schooling system. Everything is great, and there's a lot of young family. Usually small village, you have people of old age winning, like who's in the town. But here, no, it's small family taking over. There's so much things to do here. It's beautiful. Yeah. What do you think of Matanzas?
I mean,
Guy?
Matanzas itself, I haven't been anywhere else. I've heard all about the other spots, and my jaw is on the floor. The beauty, the part of what you're saying, also the simplicity of it. I think that you get it right away when you pull up here, and you're like, okay, this is not, anything other than just exactly what you want out of a wave sailing paradise. I'm very particular also to destinations which have good surf, and unquestionably the Chilean surf situation is world class. They're all lefts. That doesn't bother me at all as a goofy foot. This is the land of the lefts, and we are looking at an overview shot here in an in-between moment in this competition. That was somebody there on that Goya rig coming in who had tried to punch out, almost made it, and got turned around. But all I see in the lineup is wind. And this is really our situation here is, yes, there's a lot of water moving around. The wind's really light on the inside. But we're going to need to be a little bit more proactive here moving ahead and get this thing rolling. And, you don't make it out in your heat, well, it wasn't your day. But I think that I am seeing everything you would need to see in terms of the conditions. So I'll wait for a proper update from the headquarters here. But as we wait for that, we will just give you a moment and a pause here to look at the conditions and savor the moment here as we're kicking off the 2024 Chile World Cup. And I will have an update for you in this contest situation and what heats we are in just a moment. I see my phone kind of giving me some information, and here comes Simeon possibly with an update.
3:40, that's the same people restart heat 2.
All right, so
Okay.
at 3:40 in 18 minutes, we are going to restart heat number 2. It was abandoned, and we will go straight back into that heat. Heat number 1 is counting.
Yes.
So we do have something in the bag here. 3:22, might as well be 10 in the morning Chilean time, right?
I know. Why 10 minutes, 10 o'clock in the morning?
Well, this is going to give us a real chance to catch our breath here and
I know.
and get this thing rolling properly. Here comes the sun, that little high clouds out.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah, we want to see all of those indicators. I'll get my shades on here. I'm gonna need them. Bright light out here. And I see nothing but texture on the water as well.
Yes.
This is looking like flags are waving, that kind of thing. Carl, in your opinion, who do you see being the two sailors coming out of this challenger round? Just your opinion.
I think Kimani has Laurent from Guadeloupe has good chances. I saw him riding this last few days, and he has some great potential, and he's only 18 years old. I mean, I think he has a good potential. And then I would go for one of the local boy. I mean, Matias Vargas, if he turns on his machine and has great wave selection, I think he can do something really, really, really good. Vicente Gonzalez, we call him Vicho, who we just saw here with Duotone, also has great possibility if it turns his machine on and has great timing and doesn't get too nervous and read well his wave. I mean, there's a lot of factors, but I think Kimani Laurent, I think he's gonna go for it all. Do you have any favorites?
I mean, I'm looking at this challenger field, and it's as wide open as the men's pro fleet.
Yeah.
And really, what I said, I feel will really start dictating this throughout the course of the event is Matanzas is going to have a heavy hand in deciding this. And when you're in that kind of a situation, you know, the gear and the decisions, all these things. Making yourself viable in a lineup like this, as you see sailors filtering out there, giving you an idea that I think we went through our little slow phase there. We got one heat done and one heat scrapped. Take your swing at it. I applaud Bujma's decision to cancel that heat. It wasn't quite too happening, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Except for that one ride.
That one ride, and then the I think it's Tim Van Dam.
Yeah.
He got too small one, and then two guys were not able to go out. So I think it's a good call. We have to respect that.
I do feel that moving forward, though, that this is something that we need to just accept as part of the deal.
Yes.
Those are situations where somebody's on the inside, somebody's on the inside, don't get out. Meanwhile, in the lineup, it's perfectly saleable, and it's just a question of getting there and making right decisions.
Exactly.
But you're looking at it, you know, this is beautiful Matanzas here. You know, a little bit over 2 meters swell, 12-second period. So the waves are kind of close together. That's forcing some pretty quick decisions. But as we move further along, the level is going to increase. And we would fully expect the conditions actually to also reach a certain sort of crescendo here.
Yes, I just hope they have enough periods so they can come out. You know, that's the only thing they need between the sets. You know, if they have enough time between the sets, they will come out. The wind is out there. We see in the back. They're flowing. It's actually a bit better.
It's fully windy. And
Yeah.
this will really allow everybody to get, you know, rigged the right sail. These fluctuations, sometimes you end up stuck in a heat where it gets way overpowered on that big sail you rigged.
Yeah.
But right now, we're going to get started again at 3:40. That is 14 minutes away, and we can just catch our breath and enjoy the beauty of Chile. It is so
Amazing.
great to be here. I totally understand people like you who have gravitated to
here.
this
Oh my
source
God.
of awesome
This place
energy.
grows on you. This is Vicente Gonzalez we see on the wave. He's just, the heat doesn't start, but he's practicing. The conditions are better. It was good that 20 minutes off. I see much better wind going on.
Yep.
Amazing. Look at that, with that beautiful island in the back. It's such a special mark of Matanzas. Every time you see pictures of here, that island is on it.
It's unmistakable.
It's unmistakable.
And that's the thing. That's the spitting image I have of the first images I used, to see, 20, 15 years ago of Felipe and the boys, running the program down here.
I know.
And, some of the history of the other riders, I mean, as Felipe wisely pointed out, our friend and co-sailor over there on Maui, Felipe Mayo, really was the first Chilean sailor I met. And I identify with him so strongly as a Maui sailor, but boy, he was one of the very first down here. And now I know why, you understand that this place breeds great sailors. There's a lot of sailing, a lot of conditions.
A lot of condition. It's not that easy, but it's like a good preparation for other waves around the world. This wave, if you can surf Matanzas, you can almost surf everywhere in the world,
Yeah, I get your point.
And it's a good point of reference as any windsurfer. It's not easy. Some days are easier than others. It's a particular difficult day today because of the current that throws the wave a bit more to the right, and then on the right there's not much wind. But now I think it's on everywhere.
Absolutely.
I'm excited. I want the heat to start now. Get some action.
11 minutes away.
Good.
And it will be on. And we will be rolling as long as that wind blows now. And you're just watching the in-between setup turns, guys just getting loose on waves, getting ready for the big dance here. Round 1, heat 2 of the challengers. Oh, my God.
Amazing.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this from a outside the competitor perspective, but I can't help myself but try to mind surf some of these waves and where I would be taking off in the lineup. And, easier said than done from our chair here. But I do feel like some of these deeper ones behind the rock, even if they're a medium one, are these runners. I really would like to see somebody go behind the rock on like a good-sized bomb right off the bat, open it up.
I think I already know who will go for that in the next few heats we're going to see. That's what they call here the first section of the wave of Matanzas, because if you watch well, there's 3 sections. The first section goes kind of fast. It breaks kind of fast, so you have to make a quick decision if you're going to go down the line to the second section or if you're going to try to score some point as a bottom turn on the first section. It's a quick decision to make. But the guys that are used to it, they know how to do that first turn in the first section and then go down the line fast, past the white foam, and then go straight to the second one. Usually if you get on the second one, you'll get a 2, 3, 4 section wave. Yeah. And of course, now it's a bit choppier. There's more wind in the wave, so now it's good for everybody, not just the surfer, like the wave we saw at the beginning of the heat. First it was like more surfable wave, now it's wind and surf. I don't know if you see that.
Yeah, like you needed the gust and the wave earlier. Now you're juiced. Look at that wall.
He's going to the second section right away. Nice decision.
Yeah, we're about to see it here. What's on our screen is the upper part of the lineup. There's the continuation of our other angle that we have, which is going to allow us to kind of get multiple rides in succession. It's been basically one sailor per wave so far. I would definitely think that at some point we're going to see multiple exchanges.
I think so.
Where what's one rider after the other after the other. That's why we're going to want that camera angle from far away.
Yes.
Even the drone can't capture everything, but it seems like the drone takes away a little bit of the wave height and gives you a little bit more of the playing field. So a little bit of everything here. Hats off to our production team here, Carlos and the gang. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. And there we have a little bit of jockeying for position. Matanzas Island behind us.
Bicho on the wave
just
again.
Run it down the line. Get on waves. Get the feel, pulse of the ocean.
So the guys are positioned where you said now. They're a bit more up on that first part of the wave.
Yes. And that's where this is all going to start, because it's not too early here with 8 minutes to go to start jockeying for position.
Amazing.
And the game right now is to get in rhythm and to understand what the ocean is telling you.
Yes.
And it's pulsing, and it's not always on, and there are these certain ones that are coming in at certain times. And right now, all you're trying to do is just read the pulse of the ocean and get in rhythm with it, because when that horn starts us off, you want to start that heat off a good one.
We want to. They want to. I mean, it's the most important thing. Listen to the ocean. Look at it. Start on a good wave. Set the pace for the others and the rest of the heat.
The world is watching here at the 2024 IWT PWA Unified Tour stop number 2, the Chile World Cup here. Matanzas Beach in the beautiful Navidad province. What are some of the other places in Navidad that we typically go windsurfing in?
Well, Navidad in the region, because Navidad is the little small town on the end when you arrive. But in the region of Navidad, you can start with La Boca. In La Boca, it's a sort of a river, the mouth of a river that comes from a big lake. And in La Boca, you can go on the river for the starters, the kids and everything, but you also can wave there on the wave inside the ocean. Then if you go a bit up here, up north, is Las Brisas. Las Brisas, the wave is a bit more for jumping. It's a bit sideways. It's not so much wave riding, but it's a good spot to start learning too, because the wave will always spit you out on the beach. You will not get lost in the ocean. A bit closer, you have Roca Cuadrada, expert only here. There's lots of rocks in the bottom. The entrance is a bit tricky, the exit too, but it's a beautiful wave. I would say it's a bit more better form than here. A lot of surfer goes there, and the wind usually, with the angle, depending of the angle of the wind, but it's usually a bit better there. It comes in a bit stronger, but it's not for everybody. It's
right.
It's expert spot. Then you have Matanzas over here, and if you go put more south, sorry, you have Pupuya. Pupuya is more like a kiter zone, but there's a small windsurfing zone too, and it's good for jumping, a lot of jumping. And then you have two surf town. You have Tuman and you have Puertecillo. And then when you pass Puertecillo, you have Topocalma, the beautiful bay of Topocalma. It's such a wild place. There's not a lot of houses there. You're basically alone. I mean, now there's a lot of people windsurfing these water because of the World Cup, but a lot of windsurfers go out there and there are maybe 3, 4, 5 people on those waves. It's amazing. Amazing. So many opportunity and so many beaches here to go windsurfing. We're so lucky.
Typically, how thick are the wetsuits you're wearing out there?
I wear a 5'4" all year long because I don't like being cold. A lot of the guys and girls are here on 5'4" too during the winter, and they go to 5'3" in the summer. But always a wetsuit. It's impossible here to sell without one. Maybe in the river mouth there in La Boca, the water is a bit warmer. But no, I go for 5'4" with Goro, with the helmet on, and not the helmet, but the hood on for my ears.
The squid lid.
Yeah, the squid lid.
That's what we like. We'll stay warm. Reminds me a lot of Santa Cruz, where I grew up wave sailing. Maybe Santa Cruz is a tiny bit colder, actually, but very, very similar. And you really see now. 4 minutes to go.
Yes.
Well-timed, Bujma. We have full trust in you, and it has been an interesting day so far in terms of watching this period of days that we are getting now come to fruition. It is maturing. The fruit is becoming ripe.
Look at those sets coming in.
That's right.
Oh my God.
And you are looking at a beautiful shot of the overview of the playing field, the arena of Matanzas, the majestic splendor of this epic wave sailing spot. Here comes a really good sized set.
Oh, yes.
Coming wide of Matanzas Island. And, you know, with 4 minutes and change, 3 minutes now, you might need to resist the temptation to go off on a runner and just stick to the plan and stay in the zone, because this heat's going to be on really soon.
And it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be a bit more radical wave riding right now with this wind picking up. And the waves are not toning down. They're staying up. And I'm actually seeing better waves coming in. The first section is not falling that fast. So we may get some very, very good windsurfing here in Matanzas. talking about wetsuit really fast before it starts. I think a lot of the people here were not used to wear that thick wetsuit since a long time, and they all have wetsuit rash in their neck. It's so funny. It's almost like if they have some kind of windsurfer disease going on. You look at their neck and they're all rashed.
Yeah, absolutely. The neck rash is it's a badge of honor.
Oh, I think so.
Here we are. We are moments away from the restart. 2 minutes by my reckoning here at 3:40 Chilean time. We are going to begin this heat again. This is Challenger Day.
Challenger.
Round 1, Heat 2 coming up.
I mean, these two guys are going to be so lucky to run with these pros. The list of guys that came here this year is amazing. So go for it, guys. Run for your life. Go for it. I think 2 minutes, I hear.
If even that.
Here we see some of the boys watching. Alex Vargas and Adam Warhol.
Yeah, we are getting set here. This is the moment
Hola,
we've
buenas,
been waiting
¿cómo
for.
están
Here's an
todos?
interview with
Aquí
Adam.
estamos en el campeonato internacional. Estamos aquí con Adam Warhol, que nos va a dar un poco sus comentarios. ¿Qué te parece? ¿Cómo están las condiciones hoy día? Hoy día la ola creció bastante. Estamos teniendo a muy buenos riders en el agua. Así que, ¿qué opinas? ¿Cómo están las condiciones? ¿Cómo ves las olas, el viento?
No, total, el día está épico, o sea, las condiciones son muy hermosas, las olas están saliendo muy lindas y nada, va a ser un campeonato espectacular, porque la verdad que sale precioso, como todos soñamos con condiciones así.
Buenísimo. ¿Qué expectativas tienes para este evento? ¿Qué te ha parecido? ¿Cómo ves el nivel de los competidores?
Y el nivel es muy alto, obviamente hay muchos competidores que tienen nivel para ganar y la verdad que va a estar muy entretenido. Yo quiero pasármelo bien y surfearlo las buenas y nada, que pase lo que tenga que pasar.
Buenísimo, buenísimo. Muchas gracias, Adam. Bienvenido a Chile y a disfrutar de estas condiciones que están muy buenas.
I think we're almost ready here, Kai.
Yes, we are absolutely ready. I see 3:40 on my clock.
3:40.
And I believe that this heat has begun.
Oh, yeah.
And it actually has been on. We do not have any scores. Vicente Gonzalez, Felipe Pizarro, Tim Van Dam, San Childrian, Charlie Rovira getting a second crack at it here. And here comes a competitor.
I think it's Picho Vicente Gonzalez on his duotone. Yes, that's a great
Gonzalez
section of the wave.
ropes his bottom turn right in the deep spot. This is how I would have done it if I was playing a video game. Second bottom turn. Nice high tight snap. Tim right behind him. Third cut back. He's heading downtown. Downtown Matanzas, but that's not going to be the plan for ride number one. He's on a solid looking score. Nobody behind him dropping in.
Yes, we have someone. Oh, no, not yet.
He might actually be making it out through that set. Mission accomplished.
Amazing.
Ride one in the back. And there you see one going on its own. A nice roping left-hander bending into the bay.
It was actually a good decision to go out right away and not ride it all the way down. He would have lost too much time. He has to stay in a critical way.
I think that's the lesson everybody's absorbed after the heat cancellation is you got to stay up high and stay alive.
I think this is Felipe Pizarro on the GP. Oh, that wave died on him. No.
Vicente Gonzalez with the first score of the heat, and Pizarro not quite capitalizing on that second opportunity. But he's going to get right back out there. Charlie Rivera is on the dark Severn ride.
Yes.
Our representative of the Puerto Rico region.
Yes.
I've known Charlie Rivera for a very long time. The same amount of time I've known our very beloved Sean Ordonez, who is one of the earlier visitors of Chile. And if you're listening, Sean, much aloha to you over there on the island of Maui. And Charlie has got a cheering section very deep of Puerto Rican and Antiguan supporters.
Like he's on one right now.
And he is on one. Rivera takes aim. Punches his first bottom turn, setup turn. There's a lot of wave under him. I fully expect him to ride this entire wave. It's got more to it on the lower section. Second wraparound. Now it's going to get serious. He ropes in, gets the high line going. This one's going downtown. There's a lot of wave left here. Rivera's going to maybe take a look at it and kick out, but he is on his opening ride. And he's going to get a score out of that one, faux show.
That was a good first wave for him. He didn't get to get one. Oh, yeah, he did. But this is much better than this heat that was canceled.
Rivera's on the board with the 3. They just scored it right away. That is his only ride. We're just being that efficient, Caro.
Yeah, that's amazing.
We're just like, bam, here's your score.
What a team.
Can't say enough about that. It's important to be decisive. Here comes Tim Van Dam. And that's a nice turn. He had a setup there where he got the board under the lip. Second punch. Heading down the line, a little bit of an air kick out.
Some point making here.
A little bit more to it than that, but that won't be a problem. I think we're in the zone right now, Caro. We're going to be counting these heats, and we're going to be rolling through them rapido.
We have Bicho in the back. I don't think he's going to go for that. Oh, yeah, he's on the first section. Amazing. Hopefully he's going to go down and catch that second section there. Great bottom turn, critical part of the wave. We want to see that all the way. Good. And he's going down the line, connecting the dots, like you say, Kai, here. This is some point making, and he's going to get maybe another one, maybe an aerial. No, didn't get it.
Reservation. And definitely well played there. That thing roped off all the way halfway down to Roca, but the point is, first wave, you get yourself on the board and get yourself back out there.
Exactly.
So that certainly is going to help his campaign as more competitors are showing up in the lineup. They're going to be in these later heats. But right now, running the show, Vicente Gonzalez, Charlie Rivera in second, Tim Van Dam, San Childrian right behind him. So Felipe Pizarro needs to get on his horse.
Yes, he's on the wave right now. Let's see what he can do. I hope people don't bother him trying to come in right now on his wave. So he's getting the lower section. Small, but something going on. Again, maybe get another bottom turn there. Maybe get something, but no. Didn't quite get it.
Nothing but wind in the lineup. 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat, and it's starting to kick in. Now we're getting that mellow Chilean vibes. In the midst of this ocean energy, it's still got the mellow vibe to it. That's what I really like about this place, is it seems like that's kind of a result of the quantity of conditions. You have to start blending into this. You're in for the long haul. It's not just this quick, frantic burst of conditions.
No.
There's a lot to it. And you need to learn how to play the long game here and preserve your body and your mind to be able to take the long road. Get all these days in that are coming.
Carpe diem, one day at a time.
Yes, one thing at a time for sure. You savor the moment, but you look and think long term in this. Yes, this is a heat, and yes, we are counting scores, but the moment is not lost on me and the significance of what we've done here. Finally achieving 5-star status to make Chile part of the world title equation for wave sailing.
Woohoo.
And we are finally here after many, many years of trying.
That's right. That's right. They worked so hard, these guys, to get that. I'm so proud. It's amazing to have all of these riders here. I mean, they're not losing anything. They're going to catch some good wave, and they actually did last week on the practice session. You should see these guys in Topocalma, how they scored. Beautiful wave. We have someone on the wave, but he's not actually in the heat right now, so let's not follow this guy just yet.
Everything's on the hustle right now. This is the game outside of the game. This is what's going on outside right now by Matanzas Island, and whatever little swells are cornering off that last corner of the rock. Those are going to become the set waves that make or break you. And I see stuff.
Tim Van Dam, I think,
I
is coming
see
in.
stuff outside of Van Dam. He's kind of on the inside luring. What I really looking more at Rivera. But Van Dam's on some nice. There we go.
He needs
nice
to go
opening
faster.
Ride. He's on a hooter. That's a really nice looking wall. Rivera kicks out of his opportunity. I think he sees more outside. That's a big hit.
Oh!
But he comes unglued, and he comes unglued in the zone. So two things need to happen here, Caro. He needs to get out of there. He's lost his rig, but he is now in danger of getting swiped by the set. There is a good-sized set wave coming in. Van Dam's going to take that one on the head. And there's a bigger one behind him.
So that's what I meant, that he needs to go faster, because I know that wave, and I know in the first section of that wave, if you don't go fast enough and you catch too many bottom turn, you may not get the second one. So they need to read a bit more that first section. I think this is critical to do on that wave. But he got some good.
He got a good hit there. I don't know how the judges are going to reward it. They have him they have him in second place.
Perfect.
You know, there's really not a whole big difference between second and third in this. You're going to get your second round charge in the repper charge. One guy's going through. A lot of wind now. Now we're talking full juice on the wind factor with 7 minutes to go in this heat. It is playing out accordingly. First place, Vicente Gonzalez, 9.73. Tim Van Den Sanchildrian. That's an Armenian name. I love the name.
Shandidrian.
And then Charlie Rivera, Felipe Pizarro.
Someone
rounding
on the wave.
it out.
Duotone, Vicente Gonzalez again.
Vicente
There we
Gonzalez
go.
setting up. This one's got a little bit of a grower section, but it's not too big. He's going to get some open face here. Nice little extended cutback. Solid rail work. Doesn't bury the nose as it hits the shallow inside. This one's going to pinch. I don't know if he needs to chase anything down low. He's out.
Yeah, good reading there.
Yeah,
It's not
good
worth
reading.
it.
But nonetheless, with a lot of work to do, a lot of sailing to chip away on here.
6 minutes left. Still, there's a lot of things that can happen in 6 minutes, especially if there's some wind condition like we have right now. Guys can go upwind really fast and then suddenly catch a wave. We have Pizarro on a wave right now. Maybe he's going to catch a lower section there. But no, he decided to go back. Who's on the
Rivera,
wave now?
however, is on the upper part here.
Yes.
And that is our Puerto Rican rider. And Charlie Rivera getting busy here.
He's having fun. You can tell.
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
Beautiful contour
Great.
on that. Rivera kind of in a battle with Tim Van Den Sanjian. And, you know, like, judges have their impressions, but I do think more so than ever, wave selection once again.
Wave selection.
Very, very, very importante.
Read what the ocean gives you. You said it well earlier.
The setting is beautiful. Matanzas Beach in the Navidad region of Chile. Are we in central Chile? Southern.
It's pretty much central.
Central
yes.
Chile.
We are in the 6th region
Got
of
it.
Chile.
And this seems to be an area where there's a confluence of wind and waves in abundance. S2
Yes.
rig here.
But this guy is not in his heat right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's just
Setting up.
setting up.
Here we go with an actual. Is this not Pizarro or
No,
is it Vicente?
It's Vicente
There
Gonzalez
he is.
Bicho. Oh, but
he is
decided
not
to take
seeing
it.
He's not seeing it because there was nothing there. But outside of Matanzas Island, I do see it.
Ooh, it's
I
coming.
saw it there. Here couldn't be better timed. 4 minutes left. These are the deciders. You see the amount of white water off Matanzas Island. That went boom. It is
And I think
seconds away.
in position, there's only Vicente, no? I think so.
See, these
other
guys can come chipping in low, too.
It's true.
Don't discount the fact that you got the ability to chip in, but you really want to come in from deep. You want to get that thing under the island.
Okay, this is Tam Van Dam. If he gets a good score, he could surprise everybody.
100% possible, and this is a very good selection. He's very deep, and he's going to need to engage that rail full time.
Down the line.
With behind him, Vicente Gonzalez behind him, and that's Tim Van Den Sanjian. Gets around the section. This is huge. And behind him, a really good ride going down. Vicente Gonzalez just absolutely pedal to the metal behind Tim Van Dam. Great exchange.
Need to see Vicente now. He's in the back. We didn't get to see his riding, but he just rode a wave.
Yeah,
he rode
Vicente
that wave.
got a really good ride, and what you missed there was basically the high line into the decision not to blast the end section. So
there
he
it
kind of
is.
got the whitewater mist on the back of the bag on his back, and he's heading in now. He's going to deal with getting out. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds, that's no guarantee that either of those two sailors are going to see the lineup again.
The
And
scores
that
are
brings
coming
us
in.
to the remaining two competitors, which is Rovira, who is narrowly behind Tim Van Den Sandrian. And the thing here is we might be waiting on a score, and there it is.
There
It
it
dropped.
is,
So
there
it's
it
a
is.
2 points separation here. The story of the heat right now, with 2 minutes just about even to go, is can Charlie Rivera summon something from Matanzas Island, a little offering, a souvenir, if you will. Will he have that in time to make a difference in this? I think Felipe Pizarro might be pretty much not in contention at this point unless he gets a full 10-point ride. Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. He's actually coming in pretty fast right now. We'll see if he gets the lower section of the wave because it's pretty downwind. But I think if someone's going to catch someone to finish that heat, is him. I think Charlie's a bit far away.
Charlie's a bit far away, and he's definitely looking for the one that's going to do it. You're not going to do it by coming the inside. You got to start from outside. But I think he's going to do this the following way and just read his watch.
Know.
Wait until it's down to 20 seconds. If he's not seeing it right now, I don't see any big explosions off Matanzas Island. It looks like we're in between sets here.
Looks like we're in between, yes.
How can Rivera summon something?
There we go. How many seconds left? We have 1 minute, under 1 minute left. I think there's still possibility we can see something.
I see a line going wide off Matanzas Island. This is going to provide Charlie an opportunity. If he reads it right, he's going to need to sail a little bit lower down. I don't think this one's coming all the way upwind, but he clearly is going to be on something. And if you even just show the intent to ride, the judges will pick up on the fact that this wave will count. So if he shows intent to ride and he is on the wave, it's going to count if the buzzer expires. Time expires, but he shows he's on a wave with intent to ride, it will count.
Exactly.
Under 20 seconds, we are zeroing in on Charlie Rivera from Puerto Rico. And here comes his ride. This is actually a really nice wave. He definitely got the right bottom turn placement there. Aimed his cutback for turn number 2 with plenty of wall behind him. Charlie Rivera with the clock expiring, heading down the line with full intention. Does he have a plan? It looks like it. It's a good plan.
Oh, it's
And his last turn really set the stage there. They're going to make some work for the judges. He is 1.5 points away from Tim Van Dam Sandrian.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
We
That's
need to
done
see
and
those
dusted for that
points.
heat, though. And well sailed for those competitors as we roll into round 1.
We need to see those scores again.
3.
Heat 3.
Coming up.
Coming up. There we go.
Okay, they're going to give Rivera not enough. So Vicente Gonzalez is going to take it to the quarters. And Tim Van Dam Sandrian and Rivera and Felipe Pizarro all in the reprecharge round where they will give one more chance.
One more chance. Redemption.
And what happens, just for you all at home, and you, if you didn't know, Carl, is that if once you're in the quarters, it's elimination. There's no second chance after that.
Yeah.
You're only getting a second chance if you lost your first chance. But then again, it's after that's your last dance.
Okay, that E3 now.
Yep, let's get Heat 3, round 1 queued up here as our competitors from that previous heat are coming in. A couple little extra whitewater hits to stay loose, stay focused.
We have Octavio Caballero from Argentina, Cristobal Segers from Chile, Santiago Lirossi from Argentina, and Matias Vargas, Chile. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure what sail they rigged, so we may have a bit of confusion here with 2 yellow sail, but with the style of Matias Vargas, I will know right away. I think on the blue sail we have Octavio. Tato, we call him. Tato is Argentinian but lives in Chile since a good time, like 2-3 years.
Cool.
So he's used. I mean, 3 of these guys are used to sail these waves. That's why I'm saying E3 is going to be a good heat. It's going to be good to see who leaves who the wave because they're going to all want the same one. I know these guys. So we're mostly about to start, I think. I think within the next minute and a half, we should see some action coming up. The waves are still very good sized, and the wind is still with us. And so we should see some good windsurfing going on. Just stay tuned and watch them very well. These guys can impress you. Now we see beautiful Matanzas, this beautiful beach. We see that blue sky we wanted. This is why the wind is so good right now. Without that, it won't be
Heat
windy.
3 is on.
It's on.
All right. We just started that one up.
I think it's Santiago Lirossi, the freestyler with the Goya yellow sail. And I think he's going to be setting the first run of this heat.
Definitely a few riders in position way upwind.
Way
and that's
upwind.
the other thing here, Caro, is we're going to get high tide, right?
Yes, we are.
Talk to me about high tide.
Well, the high tide, sometimes the wave disappears a little bit. It goes a bit more flat.
Does it go further up from the rock?
A little bit. Sometimes there's no first, second, third section. It's just, oh, look at that wave. Santiago. No. Okay, we have Octavio on the wave. We should see Octavio. Yes, this is Tato. Sorry, I didn't finish my explanation. We
Okay,
can see it
Tato's
later.
setting up on something, and he's got the back door wide open here. This is going to be a runner that he's under. So he's getting on his horse here. This is going to go really wide. He's got to make the right decision here, and he just felt he
In
was
the back,
too deep.
we see Cristobal Segers
There
on
he
his S2 Maui sail. Veteran in this beach. He knows how to sail this. If it's
Cristobal
Segers.
Segers runs his first real turn of this wave ride. There goes his cutback, setting up to go all the way down the line here. Not quite as big as the wave before him, offering some performance potential, but maybe losing out on some potential scoring. Wave selection wasn't optimum there.
Nope.
Got on something, though. Behind him,
Matias Vargas. Typical sailing of Matias with this sail very low in his bottom turn. He's really using his railing of his board. He's a surfer, so he knows how.
he wrapped that cutback aggressivo.
Perfect.
Wow, that was nice. Okay, Vargas
So-
on the board, and I do believe that there's going to be a level of reward there for that cutback that was in the critical spot of the wave. He wrapped it right around. A lot of intention, a lot of passion in his riding.
Yes.
And more specifically, you can tell the experience.
Exactly. Matias is used to surf that wave. So now we see, I think it's Santiago Lirossi in the front, but Tato seems like he's going to get on this wave. It's kind of weird. Let's see what happens.
These guys are all upwind. Is this an
So
interesting
Santiago left it
situation
to Tato.
with the priority? But I believe that was diplomatically handled. Nice bottom turn in the
yes.
crevice there. That was deep and steep. He's heading for the end section. And a nice hit off the end there. Didn't quite stick it.
Eso es Segers.
Wind and Waves, day 2 of the Chile World Cup 2024 at Matanzas Beach in the Navidad region of Chile, central Chile. And we are receiving abundant energy from the South Pacific Ocean here, South American Trench, call it what you want. This is an active body of water with a lot of abundance of energy, and we are on the very beginning of a week-long period of this energy.
Matias
Couldn't
Vargas.
have timed it better. Matias Vargas again.
Yes.
Sets up his ride, but he is out. He is not going to ride that one. He's going to get back in position. 4 sailors out. And Vargas has another tack. He's going to get super busy here.
Yes.
He may or may not know that he's in the lead. And I'll guarantee you he cares. The point being that he's somebody who we are looking closely at as being one of the contenders here in the Challengers round. Wraps around a cutback, gets back to the power source, brings his inside rail in, takes aim at a section, not quite the lip, and didn't connect. It's not going to hurt his chances, but Octavio is nipping on his heels.
Right there.
He's right there.
Then in the back, oh, it just fell down.
Look at Matanzas Island, though, and look at these swell lines coming in.
Tato.
Starting to learn how this place works, Caro. And the thing is that you get on waves, and then they hit that certain spot.
Yes, exactly. So now we have Tato Octavio on the wave. He's used to this wave, hitting a nice critical section there. Let's see what happens. And the second one, he needs to go down the line to that second section to see if he can get an aerial or some more bottom turn there. Good. Oh, it just fell down. Oh, well.
Sound
part
effects.
of the game.
Boom. Bam.
Splash.
A little bit of a splash landing there.
Yes. He went scuba diving for a little bit of seconds. Beautiful Matanzas. Normally on a day like this, you would see with no competition at least 20 people in the water, around-ish. So we have Santiago. Santiago Lirosis on the wave. He's up in the first section. He needs to read it well because it closes very fast. Nice small approach. Didn't quite do a bottom turn there. He's just waiting for the wave to form. Is it going to form for him? I think it is, but...
And behind him,
behind.
Who do we got there? Is that Cristobal?
That's Cristobal.
Cristobal on an absolute runner behind Santiago. There you see him. There's the view. And there's our boy Cristobal on absolute bomb. That's a beautiful ride. Makes contact with the lip. He's heading down the line. One of the better rides in this heat. I guarantee you that's going to pay off. That Cristobal got himself square in the game here. He was sitting on a 2.17. That wave was a significantly nicer wave than what we had seen from the others. The wave itself, but the riding. I bring you back to the lip contact and the approach to the ride. Critical.
Radical. I think he's up to second position now with that wave. Well deserved.
He sure is.
Yes, that was a great selection of wave.
Matias Vargas.
He's coming back.
You know, he's coming back. He's on something, but he's playing the position now.
Yeah.
He knows that he's got control of the lineup as long as he keeps control of the lineup. And part of that does have to do with staying upwind. No mistake about it. You're running long distance trains here, and they start somewhere left of Matanzas Island. Man, it looks difficult to stay in position because the temptation to go downwind on these runners. But look at Matias Vargas practically outrunning the drone. He's on a full plane heading out. What does that tell you? It tells you it's windy.
It's windy.
That's right.
And then you can go upwind and get that wave. There's still some times left.
It's really anybody's game here for first place.
Yes.
First place goes straight to the quarters. Matias Vargas really would like to go straight to the quarters and straight to that final and get into this main event as he deserves to.
Yes.
But it's anybody's game because Cristobal Zegers here, he put together a great ride. And like we said before, sometimes Matanzas makes the decision. The judges are just judging what actually happens on the wave, but the spirit of this place is going to gift you and bless you with a wave to ride in and what we'll call your opportunity. And when you get your opportunity and you deliver like Cristobal did, maybe you get another opportunity.
I know. And I knew these guys were, we went down with points with Matias Vargas. Why are we going down with these points? They're reassessing his wave, I think. Anyway, they're really close. And
it's super close now.
I didn't think more than that. I knew this was going to happen with these guys. Their windsurfing are very similar, the three of them. A different style, but they know how, the three of them know how to catch good wave selection. So this is why it's so tight. It's amazing. That's what we want, no?
Oh, it's absolutely what we want. That score's tightening up and tightening up. Now it's 7.77 to 7.1. You're calibrating, and it's fine. You play the game. Here it comes. Cristobal on another beautiful ride. Difference maker. To me, he is on an equally nice wave as before, and now somebody behind him as well.
Octavio.
So Octavio and Cristobal, don't touch that dial. Cristobal kicks out. Octavio's on the next one, shredding halfway through this ride. This is what it's all about, but he can't pull the high line. He lost his edge right when he needed it. That was a difference maker in that heat because there is 7 minutes
and we
only
have Matias
left.
in the back.
And here comes Vargas with a full intention to make this wave down the line. The crowd is gasping, hits the lip, but doesn't connect it. And the groans of his friends and relatives as he goes swimming for his rig. And that is not going to be a consequential difference-making score because he didn't seal the deal on the ride. And what he's done is he has left the door wide open. Cristobal Zegers taking the lead now.
Yeah.
It is definitely flipping. Cristobal with a big answer to Matias Vargas. You know, you see he was pacing the lineup. Pacing, got on, and Matias got on that wave, and he was behind the section in that one moment when he hung that cut back.
The wave decided.
What could have been, and Matanzas just said, muchas gracias, but not this time, hombre.
We have Santiago and no, didn't take it.
Santiago, no, but Cristobal, no. And so this is now the selection game. That exchange went down, and these guys are smart. They are not anything but completely aware about, they might know the specific scores, but they know they got on certain waves and did something with them.
They know that they're close. I'm so sure.
Oh, yeah.
They knew it when the heat selection arrived, that it was going to be like this.
We've got enough time for 2, maybe 3 more exchanges in terms of everybody getting waves. And look at Matanzas Island. There's the rolling white waters off this corner. That's your indicator. And then in the impact zone itself is the game of pick and choose as you see people. No, not that one. Not this one. That one. And you want this rolling nugget with that little top section roll in right in front of the island. It's going to slingshot you into your first bottom turn, high line into the second turn, and all the way downtown. This place is so amazing to just watch these waves roll in and everybody's approach to them. Believe me, we'll get some POV GoPro stuff later on in the week, which would get the rider perspective of this perfection.
That would be
amazing. We are here in a windsurfing paradise. And it is very apparent to me that there is just the beginning of this.
You're so right, Kai.
Just the beginning.
We see Cristobal here, Zegers positioning himself again. I think he's going to get some good points. That wave is a good wall. Watch that coming. Taking a speed. First bottom turn. Top splash there. He's going for another one. Is he going to get it? Oh, yes, he's got it. Amazing sailing here.
Turn of the heat.
Yes, come on. Oh, and he fell down.
Didn't catch the end section, but the cutback before then.
Beautiful.
It's going to solidify his position. That was a really nicely ridden wave. Had he made that hero hit,
Yes.
difference maker in that.
Yes.
So there we go. Tato.
Yes.
There's Tato behind the peak. This is a runner. This is a big moment for him. He needs to get on the game here. The rail game. His inside rail engages it, hits the lip,
Great. But
and out the back. OTB, we like to say. Look at the battle for first and second between Cristobal and Matias Vargas. We are
oh my God.
0.3 difference. There's a ticket straight to the quarterfinals available for anybody in this heat. It's going to go to the first place competitor. And right now, Cristobal has the inside track on that. Can Matias Vargas summon a score with 3 minutes left?
Santiago Lirosi came back, catching a wave. Good for him. He needs to get more on waves. I think he would definitely grow his energy each wave. I think he's just starting at it, right? So he needs to get some kilometers going on the wave, and he's going to get much better. In the back, I don't know if you quite see, but Cristobal is coming again. Way upwind. We'll see. I think he's rolling on another one. He's going for one. He sees something. I don't see it, but he sees something. Because he's going forward with all his energy. There he is. Oh, he's turning
Cristobal's
around.
out. That wasn't what he was looking for, but he's in position.
Ready to roll.
2 minutes left in this heat. Cristobal playing a little defense. Because the reality is, if he gets on a good wave, no matter what he does, Matias isn't on that wave. And we will see what happens here. Matias definitely...
This is not Cristobal. I'm so sorry. It's the guys from the next heat.
Oh, that's why he didn't go.
Yes,
Correct.
that's why he didn't go.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't really on anything.
It's okay.
But that's also good sportsmanship for our non-competitor. However, the story of this heat right now, with under a minute and a half left, is can Matias Vargas find himself a wave that's going to make a difference and advance him into first place and straight to the quarters. Right now, it's really close. And really, has Matanzas decided this already with the abundance or lack of waves? We're about to find out, because now we're at the minute mark.
I see Matias downwind trying to come in as fast as he can to at least catch a bottom section, but just did attack and come back out. So I'm not
Vargas
sure.
is way out of the picture.
Yeah.
He is nowhere near the beginning of the lineup.
No.
And that is kind of unfortunate for him, because he did end that wave ride with the fall. And he bobbled it off the lip, and that put him in that whole position of trying to get out.
Octavio may get one more. Octavio is on one right now, so it may slip him in second place. He's in third, pretty close by Matias. Let's see what kind of wave the ocean offers him.
Just doesn't look like there's a lot under it, but here it goes.
Well, you could be surprised.
Hits the spot. He's out, which is going to be the end of his heat there with 20 seconds left. I don't really see an exchange happening, but I do see a bomb set on the outside, which is just a little ill-timed. Just a little ill-timed. I believe that's a non-competitor who you see there. So this heat's done and dusted, Caro.
Yep.
That's the end of that. With
That's
a huge set coming in that Vargas was actually on. Are you going to sell that to the judges with intent? You're not. Heat's done.
Heat's done.
Cristobal takes it all the way to the quarters. Matias, Octavio, and Santiago. We will see you in the repecharge round a lot sooner than you think.
That was an exciting heat.
That was.
I loved it, because now that you saw on that wave guys that have been selling here a lot, you saw what can be done here for
That's
real.
right.
You
That's
know?
right.
Yeah.
Well sailed, competitores. And onward, we have Tato Molina.
From Uruguay.
Lucas Meldrum.
From British.
Jose Priwer.
Chile.
Roberto Carrasco.
Chile.
Sounded like it. All right, we are going to get this started. Here comes Alex Vargas with an interview.
Hit número 2 tuvo el mayor puntaje la ola con mayor puntaje. Vicente, ¿cómo estuvo tu hit? ¿Qué te pareció?
Bueno, al principio las condiciones estaban bien arrachadas. La ola un poco lenta al principio, se demoraban en entrar, pero las condiciones se están poniendo aún mejor. El viento se está poniendo un poco más onshore, en la sección más de abajo está un poco más side off, así que esperamos un buen campeonato y un buen final de día y esperamos lo mejor para todos.
Muchas gracias, los dejamos con más competición, así que adelante estudio, nos seguimos viendo.
Okay, so we're about to start our Eat 4 now. We see these guys setting up. It should start in about 1 minute or so. Waves are still popping in. Wind is still with us. And the sun is bright. And it's actually getting pretty warm here. So I think the wind is going to stay with us for a great while, hopefully until 8 o'clock tonight, until the last ray of the sun. Guys in position, and we started our Eat 4. Now we have ready here to catch a wave, duotone. I think duotone is Lucas Meldrum.
Lucas Meldrum sniffing out the upper section, but that's not going to give him what he's looking for.
In the Severn cell, in the white, we have Roberto Carrasco.
Certainly our high tide situation here is affecting the position of these waves entering the lineup. And I think that the game now becomes, you see it's mostly behind the rock and some of these lower runners. And it's almost like it's one or the other. These in-between ones are really the rare ones.
Yes, exactly. That's what happens in high tide
but
here.
These lower runners, I think, are getting overlooked because the perception is that if you're down there, you're going to have a hard time getting out. And I'm not going to really verse on strategy or anything like that. But it does seem like this lower section now is starting to become more active as we look outside. And the positional strategy of just getting out, of actually becoming a part of the lineup and where you're going to be in it. But I think that there's two schools of thought here.
We have someone on the wave. Sorry.
Good to know.
Cut the preview. Oh, it just didn't take that one. I think, like you said, they need to not underestimate the section 2 and 3 of the wave right now. They are quite good. The perception is, everything is going to start above the rock. And in a normal situation, in a big set that is, but this is a 17-minute heat. So this now we got another rider. Yes, this is Lucas Meldrum from Britain. Lucas Meldrum from Britain. Just met him yesterday. He looked like quite a keen chap, representing a very strong UK contingent overall in terms of the force of wave sailing. There are a lot of great wave sailors coming from the UK, and from all levels. Lucas is somebody who wants to break into the ranks here and try and get one of these challenger spots and kickstart a career that certainly has years in the making. He's got guys like Robbie Swift to look up to, guys like, who used to be in the game a lot more often, like Nick Baker and John Sky. UK has always had a really keen, strong contingent of wave sailors. They have, however, never won a world wave title. And that's force for motivation, let me tell you, because if you don't have guys like Lucas coming in from the bottom, you want to make sure that your contingent's got, a healthy dose of challengers, and it all starts here. Lucas Meldrum with a 1.5 taking the lead, and I'm just trying to be dramatic. Because there's a lot more. We have
Who's
Roberto
this?
on the wave right now, a local boy. I'm not sure his wave selection was that great, but there again, I'm not sure the waves are really coming in right now from the first section. Going for that second section, that's pretty smart of him.
You see the read, and it was like, let the wave be ridden the way it's asking to be ridden. You can't force anything. Matanzas is in charge.
That's it. We have Lucas in the back that I think he did one bottom turn, and that was it for him.
It's going to take somebody playing this game on the lower part. As you look at your screen, you see that lower section's got all these opportunities that I have to admit that what I might not be understanding is that you're just going to have the opportunity to get shut down for the majority of you trying to get back out.
Yeah, that's it. But, I think he's going to make it back in without any problem. We have someone up on the wave right now, Tato Molina from Uruguay. I think he's going to take that one. Yes, he's actually going for it. Great wall. That's a great wave. Nice bottom turn, critical part of the wave. He could have gone a bit more up on that one. He's going for a second one. And I think this wave, I'm not sure if it's going to form. Yes, good decision. There's no more wave after that.
So this is a sequence now coming close to peak high tide where you see some of these upper waves coming in. Lucas.
Yes, Lucas on the
Beautiful
wave.
selection there. Really got a deep gouging bottom turn. That's going to be a great freeze frame shot. This was a super good selection for Lucas. Nice bottom turn around the section. Really on a speed run here. Will he continue on? No. And there's really one good reason for it. So he can go back out and get another one like that. Fading into that.
Cote Prever from Chile doing nice bottom turn. Critical part of the wave. He's so used to wave these waves. He needs to read it better.
Do you hear the local crowd when he's on the wave?
Locals are
Everybody
going
is just roaring.
Look at that.
His ride is continuing.
Speed, speed, speed.
Just get that section and get another little cutty there. Everybody loves it.
I think I heard his kids screaming.
He's still going.
He's still going.
This is the lower section I'm talking about.
Yes.
There was bonus stuff there.
Very good. I mean, not too aggressive, but consistent, and he read his wave.
This game has shifted to the lower peak.
Yes,
That's
I think
another
so.
wave. As a competitor there, who did we
Tato Molina from
Tato
Uruguay.
Molina on the top, but it didn't connect. This high tide is focusing things to the inside. Tato Molina might be able to get this one, though. Is he getting lifted? Does he have it? Yes, he's on. And this one has a huge lower bowl. Can he deliver the goods here? He better get on his horse. This is a super fast down the line wave. Skies the aerial over the section. Is he going to get back in? I like it. He does.
Did it.
That was a successful re-entry, ladies and gentlemen.
Small little floater. Pushed him in the front. That was good.
I'll take you through the amount of effort that he had to just turn around on that wave right as it was lifting him, and he pumped it and got him. High line, that's going to be a good score.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine what he was saying to himself in his head to get that one.
So what was it? What was he telling himself?
I'm not sure if I
don't
can
think
say
we're
it
allowed
on
to say it on the
broadcasting.
broadcast is what my point is.
Maybe I say it in Spanish.
A little bit
but
of foul language. But it ended happily.
It ended well.
But that was the grit of competition. Look how he held on to that hit through the whitewater.
He did.
We'll see what they reward
Let's
him.
see.
Is Tato Molina in the lead?
Yes, of course.
Well, of course he is.
Come on.
Lucas Meldrum hanging on to second narrowly, and I mean narrowly because Jove Prewer behind him. Cote, 3.67. And Carrasco at the 2.6. So these guys are scrapping. It's one score away.
Yes.
Is it going to be a one-wave set that decides this? Right now, Tato Molina in control by virtue of effort.
Yes, a virtue and effort. And at one point he did a post on Instagram, I think, and Levi Seaver actually said that he thought it was one of the best South American riders. So Tato Molina may get far. We
Got
never
the
know.
nod from Levi Seaver.
Yeah.
You can't dispute that.
I know. Imagine that.
Levi, to bring up Levi, has a win in the Southern Hemisphere. He won at Pacasmayo a few years ago. It was a really big win for him.
I don't even know if he came here before. I think he came once.
I don't have that answer for you.
I'm not sure. Me neither.
I'm almost thinking that I would have remembered some standout sessions in sailing had he done that. So maybe Levi's a little motivated to come down here.
We have
But
to.
right now, we have things setting up. It's interesting because that section behind the rock, it's kind of fool's gold.
Yep.
It's baiting people into it, and it's just not
It's
panning
nothing.
out.
Look at that down section. I don't know if we get to see it on the screen, but there you go.
That's
it's
showing
the
you.
wall.
It's showing you the upper section. And then there's a whole new there, right where that kick out occurred is this lower thing. But like I keep dreaming about it, but the reality is that it is super hard to get back out down there.
Yes, but
So
not
guys
so
are-
much. I think they can get the lower section and go back out. They've done this condition before. I think these local guys need to read well and fish the other two and saying, come on down with us. Let's go play down there, you know? Like, I think would be a good camaraderie going on. But they're staying up there thinking magically this big wave is going to come. But now with high tide, it just doesn't happening. It's not happening. There's some good one, but
This is one of those upper little bit of a look, but the high
Roberto.
tide just fattens it out. Though that's a nice turn.
yes, that was good. He's going to get
That was
some
worth the
point
price
there.
of admission. It's just not as good as the good ones.
Yeah.
Still a beautiful wave, my
I mean,
goodness.
4 bottom
Tell me
turns,
where else you're going to have, that to say about that.
lots of connecting turns. This is a point maker.
Lucas Meldrum, way upwind, has a corner. And he's bottom turned under it. Is it going to set up a line that allows him to really get a difference maker score here? This actually has potential. He's read this pretty well. Easing up on the throttle, trying to make the wave break in front of him. He's in a kind of a smaller offering. Does it have a little tail end, though? This thing is going to continue. Watch him turn this into a score. This thing's got a little grower to it.
Great.
Lucas Meldrum continuing, acing the read test. That was a really super well-read wave. It never got super critical, but he got a lot of turns on it.
Yes, and I think
That
this
probably
is,
beats his low score.
Yes, I'm sure.
Is
We're
it
gonna
enough
see.
to overtake Tato Molina?
We'll see.
Tato Molina based really on the virtues of one wave. And that's what he's continuing to look for. So maybe we've got a lead change coming up here. Roberto Carrasco's score is going to drop. Do we have Lucas Meldrum's score dropping in seconds? We will see.
We have a Cote Privier on the way right now. See if he can get a bit more of his.
That's a bit of a bobble on the air. Okay,
That was
we
a
are going
bit
to take a
difficult.
break here and thank our sponsors, starting with, and I'll do the first half, you do the second half.
Okay.
Okay, so we are starting with the one and only Hotel Surazo.
Amazing.
And, this is the event HQ, our community hub, run by windsurfers for windsurfers here at Matanzas. And the best food ever at the restaurant, and a fully equipped shop for all your needs gear-wise. And I can't say enough, they've done such a good job here over the years. Thank you, Hotel Surazo. We have Peugeot coming in as a major sponsor. How cool is that? Those trucks look really nice along from the other choices in their lineup. And you take it from there now.
I'm going to cut you off maybe because Tato Molino is on the wave right now, and it's actually a very beautiful wave. Great wall forming. He's doing a nice bottom turn. Jair needs to get some speed so he can get that second section. Nice second turn. And I think he's going to get some more here. Kai.
Big difference maker here.
Yep.
Tato Molina not in the lead. That's going to go to Cote. But this heat's gone dead even, basically, with all the scores. Lucas Meldrum's score did drop.
Other floater. He did that small floater
Yeah,
again.
he did the little, he ended up on a good note there. And right behind him, Tato Molina, 5.17. Carrasco, 4.86. Lucas Meldrum's in a battle here because they did count that. He did get that score, but he didn't get a high score for it. Got a little excited on where he took off and the distance, but I don't think the judges rewarded him. The wave just wasn't that critical, not like that last ride. So what we're seeing here is a very even battle as the scores are calibrating, but the range between 4.8 and 5.7 means that this is down to 0.9
Exactly.
between last and first.
Amazing.
Anybody can strike here.
I think Lucas is positioning himself, but before he does, I'm going to talk a bit about the Gobierno Regional. And the region of O'Higgins was very nice to believe in that project. And thanks for him, this is happening. Thanks for them, this is happening along all the other sponsors. We have Lucas on the wave. Nice.
Lucas getting a little extended on his cutback. Brings it back to the power source. Another wave that doesn't really have anything under it. And this time he doesn't bother chasing it, realizing realizes that maybe he needs to get something a little more substantial.
So we have again the region of O'Higgins participating in the main sponsors. Then we have Core O'Higgins, who are the concejal here, the consol. How you I said that word before? Consult, I think. Anyway, it's part of a government that are also helping. Lo voy a decir en español. Los concejal de Bernardo O'Higgins. Muchas gracias por su apoyo. We have Cote Previer in the wave right now. Nice, aggressive first bottom turn. Let's go for second one. Is that wave going to form for him? I think it does. Needs to get a bit more down the line, get that speed going, so he may get another part of that section. Go, 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 and nice. Again, point making. He's going for his fifth bottom turn. Awesome. Nice job.
That started getting more into that territory. You see the wave steepen up a little bit, slightly more critical. This is going to play out once we move through the tide cycle and see this swell actually fill in fully.
So we should,
Go ahead.
Should we go with the sponsors a bit more or down the line?
Well,
we have someone in the wave actually. Lucas
backs out. Let's talk about some of other supporting sponsors.
Yeah, we have included. Corona. Nice beer, Corona.
Las cervezas más vino.
Yeah, Jack Daniels is with us.
Please drink responsibly.
Por favor. Lipi Gas, who's a natural gas company here. Plan Vital. Thank you guys for everything you're doing here and believe in these guys who had that crazy idea of bringing a 5-star World Cup class competition here.
All right, we've got action.
Tato
setting it up. This is one of the better waves of the heat, and he is in the perfect spot, maybe a little deep. And he's going to actually not get this make on the wave. He waves his arms in frustration, realizing he took off too deep on this. Behind him, we are rolling along with the 1-2 exchange.
Roberto Carrasco, aquí en la ola abajo. Atrás tenemos a...
And he kind of gets closed down on his Meldrum behind him.
Yes.
Trying to connect. Meldrum's wave is got a lower section. He can better believe he's going to try and ride it, but he blows his bottom turn a little bit too on the open clue there.
Yep.
And he's down. And
he's down.
Unfortunately for Meldrum, looking like he's going to get confined to the reprecharge round. Cote's in charge here.
Yep.
Can he seal the deal with a minute left to go here? Tato Molina, Carrasco, and Meldrum behind him. Who will get the golden ticket to the quarters? We're about to find out.
You know, again, wave decision. Cote was able to do 5 turns into the waves. Finally, this is point making, you know, like
yes.
Just need to read well your wave. Lucas is on the wave again.
Lucas staying busy, scrapping away, realizing there's not much time left. This one does have a lower section. Can he land a rotational move, perhaps? Is he going to open up the clue? Bashes the lip. That was aggressive, and it was a make, and it kind of got me excited. And it's just, you know, it's like one of those things where you're splitting hairs on what the value of that was, but it was a great hit right when he needed it. And his ride's done. And this heat's pretty much got less than 20 seconds in it.
Yes. I think they just realized that the bottom section is actually good.
Was that the moment of clarity? Boy, the wise ones here in the booth seem to know all, right? Well, it's easier said than done, trust me, when you're out there. And you're looking at it through the pair of your eyes, not even the stress, but just the situational awareness, which has to do with where you are, where you think you are, and where you need to be, most importantly. Here's a buzzer beater.
Buzzer beater.
Was that intent to ride on the horn? That remains to be seen.
I'm not sure if they're going to count that wave.
Oof, it does count. It's going to be a good one. Talk
just
about
to finish
down the line.
Just to secure his position.
Right.
He's already first.
He's already first. Cote's just like, yeah, that's one of those confirmations.
Yeah, this one is for my wife, he says at the end.
Here you go, honey, and everybody watching at home. Beautiful riding from all these competitors. Quite a battle Lucas Meldrum scraps out of fourth place. It really doesn't matter. It's all about first in this round if you're going to move on to the quarters, which our friend Cote has done. Congratulations to him.
Yes, congrats. And I have to say, Roberto Carrasco arrived fourth, but he actually did very well. I know Roberto, and that was very big progress.
Everybody
from him
had a great heat.
in the last few years.
You want to put it on tape, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. You want to put some good stuff on
Yes.
tape. That's part of the process here.
Part of the process.
In this non-elimination round, Heat 3 of the challengers. We are going to go to Heat 4, if I'm not mistaken. Am I one heat behind? About to find
now
out.
we're going to Heat 5. Heat 5, I know Iñaki Maturana, and I know Nelson Perez that I got to meet here from Puerto Rico. But the two other ones, I don't know them that much. We have Finn Melton from Ireland, and we have Vladimir Rod from Guadeloupe. So let's see what they can do. It's pretty exciting. Like you can see, the sets are coming in a bit less clear than before, but we still have some good condition. Just need to read maybe the wave a little better and not stay that upwind. Let's see what happens. We have 2 heat left before we go to our redemption round. They're doing pretty well.
Good progress.
Very good progress.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusten el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas.
24 Chile Pro.
I think that heat has started.
Yes.
I think it has started.
We're looking at a pretty good sequence of sets here, too. We'll get that graphic up on who's in this, but you can take it there, Caro. You have it on your list.
This is Finn Melton right now from Ireland. We see on the wave with this Goya cell.
Gorgeous
This is
wave.
actually a beautiful wave. Well said, Guy. Oh, my God, yes. Turning up in that critical part right by the foam water. Going for another bottom turn. Yes, some air going on. Small, but he did it. And then going for another bottom turn after that. There's going to be some point making here. Awesome. And he's going for another one. He got speed enough. Yes.
Monster ride.
Small.
Monster ride for Finn Mellon. Really gave the goods there. He's going to get out, too. He's not going to deal with any kind of drama. And on the outside,
I think
setting up something.
Iñaki from Chile. He was actually in junior last year, if I'm not wrong.
Iñaki
Maturana.
Maturana. All right, Maturana setting up. He's on the upwind part of this.
Yep. There he is. Young gun, pretty good rider. He's actually very aggressive in his waves.
There he is. All right, setting up.
This is the third bottom turn.
Maturana on his third bottom turn. Getting into the midsection. Things are getting real here. That's a nice aerial. Connects it. Is that Perez outside of him? This is the 1-2 exchange that I was expecting to see from the moment.
Yes, this is witchcraft.
Another aerial, 2 aerial wave for Maturana. Doesn't stick it.
The one
but
in
that's
back,
major points.
It's Guadeloupe. It's Vladimir Rod from Guadeloupe, which is witchcraft.
Got it.
He got a pretty decent wave too. We sort of missed it because Iñaki had a long ride down the line, but he also had a great ride with his cell. Okay. Amazing, beautiful Matanzas. The wave seems to come and pick up again from that first section. We see someone positioning himself. I think it's Nelson Perez here, coming straight for that wave. Oh, that's actually a good wave. He's getting ready. Let's wait for it. In first bottom turn, a bit in the front of that wave. He needs to maybe wait a little bit. I did form second bottom turn. Great. And then again, it's good, small little ride for him. Nelson Perez from Puerto Rico.
Wind I've seen all day right now. Guys are flying around the lineup. Sail size decisions are being brought into question, and they are either being confirmed or denied by the size that someone chooses. I would say right now, guys are mostly on 4.7s and probably thinking smaller. It's really got a windy look to it. You don't see it on the inside of this bay, but that's the look that I'm seeing right above Matanzas Island. A lot of wind coming through that gauntlet and some nice waves forming up behind the rock too. So everything to play for here. Finn Mellon in front with a 5. Maturana 4.43. Nelson Perez 3.54. And Rude 2.73. Fully capable of getting into the game here.
Vladimir Rod on the wave, Kai.
Rude setting up in the midsection. Behind him is Mellon.
Yes.
Keep it on. That's... Anyway, as we watch somebody sailing out, we are definitely missing a wave ride. That's fine. Chalk that one up for experience. We want to see the wave rides. That's right.
That's it. That's what we want.
That was actually kind of it was weird. I thought for a second we were missing like this all-time situation. And those waves really didn't end up doing what you thought because they were far up. This far up fool's gold is prevailing here. It's these midsection ones which dump into the inside now on high tide that seem to be the best scoring opportunities. It's not proper Matanzas in the sense of going all the way behind the rock, all the way through. We've got a little bit to work with here. Classic stuff. Finn Mellon in command, 7.3. Vladimir Rude, 4.9. Maturana on the basis of one nice ride, 4.43. And Perez, 3.54. Anybody's game, but Mellon likes where he is right now. He can start playing pick and choose.
I see some wave pumping in again. They're a bit more constant. Let's see what they can do. And as I told you earlier, we're going to see much more children coming in watching the competition now because schools are off for the day. So here,
definitely an in-between moment here at the 2024 Chile Pro, part of the unified IWT PWA World Wave Tour. We are at event 2. We started off in Japan. We are going to Chile here.
Finn Mellon on the wave.
There's Finn Mellon setting it up.
It's a fast wave. He needs to go down the line pretty fast. Otherwise, he's going to get eat up by that powerful wave in Matanzas.
Passes up the opening hit opportunity to get on the other side of this. Very good timing. Survival line. Definitely catches the clue there, but continues going. And this might be the moment that he decides he's going to get feisty. Yeah. Nice air. Pulls the white water. And that's a completion.
It's very good wave. Nice for him.
Finn Mellon in charge.
Yep. On his Goya
very much in charge.
Amazing. We'll see you set up next. It's kind of difficult to see out of the ocean at that hour, time of the day. The sun is kind of blowing straight into your eyes. Beautiful. There's some good wave coming in. I just saw one pass by the island in the back. We have Nelson coming in on the lower part of the wave, but up there, not sure if that guy is in the contest. Let's see. Finn is on the wave with his black sail. Smooth bottom turn. And another one. He needs to be a bit more radical on his turn in the bottom and the top, but connecting here.
There's definitely an exchange going on the outside with a much bigger wave, but not ridden and certainly not completed.
Ooh, nice.
But the potential is on display here, and this is definitely more midsection stuff. Coming into the picture here, you see the mast tip.
Witchcraft.
So that
Vladim.
So that's rude, and he just kind of skips it. It's definitely this high tide playing havoc with the lineup. Reading it right is super important. It is not for lack of conditions. It's definitely a situation where being able to read the situational awareness is super important. Probably the most important thing is to just know exactly where you are in the lineup, what you're looking for, which one's going to do what you want it to do. Wave selection. Been saying it all day. I'm going to be saying it all week.
Yes. Actually, that's why they went back, I think, to get that perfect wave, to score the most points as possible.
Finn Mellon definitely in charge here, nearly at the 10-point threshold, probably trying to punch through that as you see him heading upwind. The only sailor in the scoring arena, Finn Mellon, furthering himself. This is going to be a really nice wave. Finn Mellon setting it up, checks his spot down the line. He's going to punch his bottom turn here. Gets under the lip. That was surgical. There's more to it than that as it kind of goes wide of the rock, but it will reform as long as he stays in the spot. You see the wave behind him even offering more potential, but Finn's not done. He's going to ride this thing until the bitter end here, and that was the bitter end. You saw it bog out, and now he's going to see the wave he wishes he was on, rolling to itself down the line. It's a really tough decision. The other thing to mention here, as he barely squeaks over, is that we're on a tight swell period here, Caro. This is a 12-second period swell. The waves are close together, which creates this really confusing and important moment when you're on the outside deciding which wave's which. You could be on the first wave, and all of a sudden that energy transfers into the second wave. The reason that is it's an effect that we call shoaling, and that's why we're a really big fan of those long period swells. We like those 16, 17, 18-second period swells. A lot of these spots, if you saw that here, there would be a lot of shoaling going on, meaning the more time for the wave to form.
Exactly.
And a stronger, longer line.
Iñaki Maturana here coming in. Let's see if he can find a wave. If the ocean gives him a gift of riding the way he knows how to ride. I think he's getting one. And he's going down, positioning himself, and he didn't take it. Oh yes, he's staying on. There we go. Nice wall forming. He's going for his first bottom turn. Nice. Under the lip there. It's going for second one. Looks like it's going to be another under the lip. Perfect. Going for third bottom turn. Really aggressively. Nice energy. I think this is going to be a good wave for Iñaki. Congratulations. Nice.
He really delivered the goods on that ride.
Really,
Maturana's solidly in the game with that ride. That's one of the difference maker type of things. It is what he waited for. I don't even think he believed the wave was going to do what it did until now. He's thinking about like, man, I like it. I like my shot there. And they are neck and neck. Maturana just right in the game, 8.68 up to a 9.67. Finn Mellon, a little bit in danger, world. That was a big punt there.
Yes, I think that was Nelson.
Nelson Perez going for broke. There is, 3 minutes left in this. This is the money time.
Yes.
This is money time. And can Maturana get back out there and get one more really good ride? 8.76 isn't going to be enough to punch your ticket to the quarters. You're going to need to beat a 9.67 combined two-wave total there.
Yes, I think he's going to have to ride that lower section. Maybe he can get some good air out of that and get the points he needs.
Really good stuff coming in here at Matanzas. It's a very, very good end to this heat here. Finn Mellon chipping into it.
Yes, coming back.
This competitor who's deep.
Nice.
ID, please. Who we got here?
Finn Mellon.
Are you sure that?
No, but Finn Mellon is in the bottom, and this guy is from the next heat.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So camera needs to. Yes.
There we go.
There we
now
go.
we're talking. That's Rude, correct? Right there.
Yes.
Okay.
That's Rude.
Vladimir Rude.
From
Setting it
Guadeloupe.
up. This is a really nice wave, Caro.
Yes.
A big open face, which is going to transfer into the inside section. One of those opportunities. Clean green Chilean
Go, go,
supreme no hit. And that was it. It was gonna be there for him, but it was not time to splat. Apparently, man, it was setting up. That was really a moment there. I couldn't see through the flag, but he kind of just went, yeah, nah.
But I think he got a good experience out of that eat. It's good
100%.
for him. It's good.
100%. It's not necessarily over. We got a minute and 20 left. That's enough time for Finn Mellon.
And for Iñaki. And
Iñaki as well.
Finn Mellon is actually coming back right now.
Finn Mellon on the outside as far as I can see.
Oh, yes. This is someone for the other heat.
Yeah, that gets confusing. We'll see.
Yes.
Somebody down low here.
Iñaki
scrapping
section.
away, but that's not what we see on the screen. What we see on the screen is the setup behind the rock.
And we have Iñaki down in the third section.
Yeah, Iñaki getting something down low. We don't see it, but what's happening on the screen is some of the setup between 30 seconds left. And our the person who's in contention here, Finn Mellon, that's a non-competitor getting ready for the second heat. So we're just kind of, looking upwind in the spot, trying to identify exactly who's in the sea with only one sailor. It's not this competitor here. He's coming up next heat. We're getting to the point right now. And 10 seconds left. Finn Mellon on a wave. Finn Mellon setting it up. Has his cutback under the lip, wraps it around as if he needed to. This is a beautiful way to end the heat. Finn Mellon with the open look there. This is one of the nicer waves. Third cutback strike. This thing's going all the way through if he wants to, but he already knows he's in the driver's seat. Finn Mellon with a great performance.
And we're over with Heat 5.
Heat 5 is done and dusted. We're working our way through this.
Great.
Whew.
Great sailing.
High five, Caro.
All right.
All right. Cod Cacciadurian. Bring it to you live with my guest here, Caro. Say your last name properly?
Vita.
Vita.
It's Italian. It's life in Italian.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you for all the local knowledge. It's been really super helpful with you here because you know everybody and everybody knows you.
Yes, everybody
So
knows.
pretty much like got voted into this. You're making my job a lot easier, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's great to share the mic with you. Hoping to share a couple sessions out on the water with you when this is all done and dusted.
Let's do it.
Looking forward to it.
Let's do it.
What we have here is that in-between moment, but we will cut to commercial and be right back for the next heat. Thank you.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusta en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
And we are back right at the start of Heat 6. Challengers, round 1. 2 sailors from this bracket are going to make it into the pro main bracket. We expect that to be sometime tomorrow in this heat. Please help me, Caro.
Joaquin de Riviere from Chile. Andre Escobar, we call him Canapé, also from Chile. Raúl Reiner y Kimani Laurent. Kimani Laurent is from Guadeloupe. I don't have quite information on Raúl Reiner yet.
Well,
So sorry, Raúl.
here's his chance to make a statement.
That's it.
Right? That's what we're here. We're not the judges. We're just bringing this to you live from beautiful Matanzas Beach in the Navidad region of central Chile. Coastline. Beautiful day to begin getting into this thing. And we are stoked you joined us to watch this. Who is on that simmer sail?
I'm not sure, you know.
Could that be the Raul Rayner guy?
That could be.
We should be getting that information soon.
Yes, Gastra. That Gastra is Kimani.
Okay, we know that.
We know that.
Kimani is the furthest upwind, but he has no ola to work with.
Oh,
And
I
that's-
think he's got something.
That depends. There's a little bit of something, you're right. And there behind him,
I think is Joaquin de Riviere behind
then
him.
Riviere has the better of that exchange initially, though he might be too deep. Here comes Kimani off the bottom, running a nice cutback. Great to pan in this, get both rides in there, show the dynamic of this place. Big cutback from Kimani, critical positioning, upside down, another one for good measure, but he doesn't complete it. 3 big turns on that wave.
We see some good cutbacks from Joaquin de Riviere,
Yes.
but he decided to go back out.
Beautiful 5 from Laurent. The Guada boys and girls are here in full effect. That is a dangerous posse right there.
Yes.
Camille and Antoine and all those guys are in for a long stretch of domination. It's
That
super
was Raul.
impressive.
And that was Joaquin.
Okay, so Raul Rayner, 6-point ride.
I think on top of the wave now we have Andres Escobar.
Andres Escobar on the simmer in a really good spot. Or are you talking about, this is what's on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. This is what we're following. A beautiful looking ride as the black tip takes command under the section all the way down the line. Does he pull it out? He's still going, makes the wave, and kicks out like,
Amazing.
Andre Escobar is on the board. That was a really nice looking wave, and in front of him was what we will see. All right.
Joaquin. I think it was Joaquin.
Okay. That's how that delivered. Now, Kimani Laurent, his score is just going up and up and up. Andre Escobar, yeah, he's better than I'm going to climb into that one too. I felt that was a very well-ridden wave. Well, critical, not a lot of lip contact. That's about right. That's sitting well with me.
There we go. That last wave of Joaquin just went on top.
That was the ride you didn't see, but I'll take you through it because I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Positions and snaps, connecting. Everything that he did deserved another turn. One good turn deserves another. It's a great way to ride. He's narrowly in first. It's 0.75 away from Kimani Laurent. Now, Kimani has to be considered one of the top riders in this Challengers round. But he's very young, and he doesn't have a ton of competitive experience. And this is where you learn quickly, because the conditions are not the issue here. We have got conditions. It is absolutely firing. It's 20 knots at least. There are 2.5 meter waves rolling in for up to 200 meters long.
So they're actually telling me that Raul Rayner is actually a local guy here, master local guy.
That's what I
need
thought.
To meet him. I need
so
to meet
Raul
him.
Rayner, a player. You could tell the experience. He knew exactly where to be. This guy's sailed here before. So that's our guy there. Okay. Kimani, I can see the hair from a mile away. It's got extrasensory perception. His hair follicles tell him when to hone in on the lips that he's riding. High line, can't even the drone keep up with him. Huge float there. Is he going to bring it back in? Yes. High and tight with Kimani Laurent from Guadeloupe. Nice looking second ride. He's in a battle. He is in what we are going to call...
Amazing. That's what I like about Kimani. This last week, I saw him reading well the wave. And as you say, reading the wave is everything.
Reading the wave like a surfer. And would you not agree that this is a gran batalla?
Grande batalla, por supuesto, Kai. We see some bacán action, like they say in Chile.
Well, Kimani has estilo perfecto.
Estilo perfecto.
Estilo perfecto. Okay, here's an interview. Take it away, Alex.
Estamos aquí con Federico Mauricio desde Italia, un gran windsurfista que nos viene a visitar todos los años a Chile. Fede, ¿por qué vienes siempre a Chile? ¿Qué es lo que te gusta acá? ¿Y por qué vuelves todos los años?
Hola a todos, buenas, gracias Alex. Claro, pienso que ya está claro un poco a todo lo que están mirando desde la casa porque Chile es increíble y por qué me gusta tanto. O sea, olas increíbles, condiciones de windsurf world class de verdad, lugar mágico, naturaleza fuerte, maravillosa. Y esa comunidad de windsurf así, la verdad que no es fácil de encontrar. Es tan apasionada, tan motivada, por eso me encanta.
Muchas gracias, Fede. Te esperamos siempre acá en Chile y ojalá sigas viniendo, que estas condiciones siempre te esperan. Así que nos vemos, estudio. Vamos a seguir con la acción.
We are back. Kimani Laurent taking the lead as on our screen.
No, this is Joaquin.
Joaquin on the screen. And he's trying to get in the mix here. He actually waited to get into the second part of this wave ride. Smart sailing. But right now, Kimani Laurent's taking command with his surf-style wave sailing on command, on demand. Really looking good, Caro.
Amazing. Amazing.
Raul Rayner carefully selecting his next vintage ride. Is this going to be a haymaker from deep?
I think this is Andres
Okay,
Escobar.
so Escobar on the simmer, correct.
Yes.
Sorry, I saw it wrong.
Yes.
There we have the drone angle. Escobar slicing and dicing. Will be in third place long with that effort. That's a nice looking wave connecting.
Very good. It just closed on
Vamos,
him.
Escobar.
Vamos, que se
Holding the
puede.
S logo together. Yeah, baby. And that's a nice cutback from Kimani, but he doesn't hold it together. Doesn't quite stick. The haymaker starting to get a little bit more urgency and trying to keep his lead. Escobar jumps into second with that ride, and rightfully so. He's somebody right now who you really need to watch out for experience at a place like Matanzas, because when you have the look and you know exactly what you know, waves coming in, and I'll tell you, that wave is coming in. It is. At some point, it's coming. And so he knows what to look for. This is danger for Kimani. And Andre is well dialed into. He looks like he's on the perfect size sail for the situation. He didn't look like he was struggling with his power at all. He looked perfectly in control on that ride. And when you get control and positioning like that, that's when you're in the danger.
Exactly. We see someone here. But
All right, so Raul Rayner as well, though, trying to get into the mix here. But when you've got some heavy hitters, it's hard. And that's not going to be of anything of consequence right there. It's not even a grower, and the waves behind it are much bigger. And that's a done deal there.
Yeah, that's why he's going back out.
Right. Kimani Laurent with the lineup in front of him. A few other competitors who are not in this heat kind of pacing the lineup. We don't mind. It's a little confusing, but we understand you want to get a feel of the lineup. So I'm not going to complain about it. As long as they don't ride waves.
Exactly. That's what we want.
That's when it's like.
Otherwise, what are we going to talk about?
Well, we should just fine him $50, and that's enough. That's enough.
Beautiful. I think Kimani is setting up itself again.
Still not out of this high tide window. We're still not out of that purgatory of flatter sections.
But I think this is going to be a good wave. It's going to be similar to his first one. He's forming a bit more down that wave, so
it's
he may
a
get some
full-on
good.
grower.
Yes.
Here comes Kimani Laurent. Highline special. First section looming. This is nothing but perfection here. Big stab at the lip and not quite enough amplitude.
No.
He may or may not realize he's in the lead, but he'll take a shot on that. And it was worth a try, but it didn't connect. Had it connected,
Just
that's
had a bad timing.
Hey, nobody else was on it. Give it a shot.
Joaquin coming up.
Say that last name again for me.
Joaquin.
The last name.
Derivier.
Derivier.
It's French.
Wow.
Derivier.
Derivier.
Nice wave.
A denier. Yep. But that just gives him enough room to squeak by the rocks. And will there be some room now to do a couple what we'll call wiggles? Just not enough wave to put your back into it.
No, I think he was wishing that second and third part was growing, but it didn't. So, I mean, between him and Andres Escobar, it's going to be very tight competition.
Andre Escobar is in position to strike. He is on the far outside right now, edging in. He's the only competitor who's in striking distance of making a score here. The question is he on something? That's not him to your right of the other sill. But anyway, what you will see as you focus on Matanzas Island, see the waves coming in. This is a non-competitor.
This is a non-competitor,
But
that's
what
right.
we'll get now is you will get a competitor, and that competitor's name is Andre Escobar. He's on a simmer black tip. There it is. And right on cue, slides into that thing. Big cutback. Does this thing have the potential to go grower? Ooh. There is a lower section, but he's not going to get the mileage on the tachometer to make it all the way down there. He's saying, maybe choose different tires or something on the race car. didn't quite put himself through that section. You've got to be careful. Obviously, you don't want to just sail on the rocks in the middle of a contest.
You don't want that.
We'll have a field day talking about it.
Past these rocks, it's all sand, but obviously, if you're way in the back there, you can end up on those rocks. Andre Escobar is this really quiet rider.
There he is, though, on the best wave of his heat for sure.
This is Raul Reiner, right?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Raul Reiner's best wave is what I meant to say. And behind him
is Joaquin.
That's Joaquin. So this is your back two there.
Yes.
Oh, Reiner
nice.
skies it.
I think that was
the game. That was contact. And Joaquin.
There you go. Come on.
Doesn't stick the cut back. Here comes Kimani.
I think we messed up between Raul and Kimani.
Yeah, that might have been the flip there.
Yes,
You're right. I see the hair. Okay, so that was Raul. A tough one, you guys, with the frontlet here.
Yes.
Bear with us. Keep your eyes on the scores. We'll get this right.
Oh, there's some good wave.
Oh, man.
Oh, Escobar.
What did I tell you? Escobar on a heater. Big floater over the line. Is he going to stick that? He has a chance to pull the whitewater out. He's still alive. He's still there. Not quite. What a big hit that was for Andre Escobar. Had he landed that, Kimani Laurent's quarterfinal bid might have been in jeopardy.
I think you're right.
We salute you, Andre. That's the way we do it. Big hit.
Yes, and like I was saying, Andre is this very quiet windsurfer. We don't see him out in Matanzas a lot. He always goes to Roca Cuadrada and Topo Calma and everything. I'm so glad to see his real windsurfing now.
So you're saying that even doing a contest is like he's so underground that you could barely imagine him doing this event.
That's what I mean from me. Imagine
Yeah.
that. I mean, I think a lot of the locals boys here know him, but I have other things to do too. I'm not always on the water.
That's right.
I'm a mother. And so the few times I come down, I don't see him a lot.
Well,
and now
it's
I'm
showing
realizing this is an amazing rider.
He is an amazing rider, and he's throwing down here in an effort to get to the quarters and make a dent, but he's already made a great impression with everybody watching. Everybody talking.
We call him Canapé.
Canapé.
It's his nickname. Like a small canapé because it's not that big.
Classic. 1 minute, 41 seconds. And that is not going to take long. This could very well be all she wrote for this heat. We will see. Most of our competitors are either struggling to get out or trying to get upwind, but they are all on the outside, and now we're creeping towards a minute and 20 left.
Well,
Scant few moments here. Will Matanzas provide a last salvo for these guys to get through here as we get another view of our future competitors in the next heat?
So we have Joaquin coming back. He may get a shot. Under 1 minute to go. I think this is going to form. This is going to be a good wave for him. Let's see what he does because it can be change. It can be a change maker. Great wave. Bottom turn, top turn. Let's see what he does. Hopefully the wave. I think the wave is starting. Let's go down the line. Go, go, go. Bottom turn. Oh, he didn't quite make it. That would have been his only chance, I think. Only chance.
Kimani Laurent, lower bowl.
There we see Kimani Laurent on his wave, doing his second bottom turn.
Padding his lead, essentially.
Yep.
Nothing really much of a difference maker. Andre Escobar behind him. 10 seconds left in the heat.
7.
Escobar says, no, thank you. This one's done.
I think that's what's done.
A great effort by all 4 of these sailors once we understood who was who. Thank you for bearing with us there. Kimani, Andre, Joaquin, and Raul.
And
we salute you.
We just finished our round 1.
We did.
Right
High five for that. So round 1 of the challengers is done promptly at 5:20 in the afternoon. And it's interesting with the layering here. I need you to layer up in between our commercial break. And we will be right back.
oí? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Está en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le juntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
And we're back. Cheers.
Little mate for you. This is some little mate for you. Some
Keep it sharp.
South American
Stay in touch
action.
when you do with what you do here in the beautiful region. All right, so this is
round 2.
This is the Reaper charge. Felix.
So I think
Bermudez,
this is Santiago Lirosi on
and
his wave right
Santiago's
now.
on the wave.
Oh, and he just
kicked out. Now we got somebody on the duotone.
okay. So there's 2 Goya. I'm
And
not
one
sure
duotone.
who's Felix, who's Santiago. But this GP cell is Felipe Pizarro.
Okay, Pizarro. Correct, JP. Right. Oh, he's going to wish he had that second one.
I know, right? And
Famous last words as that wave reels down the line. Hopefully we're getting through the high tide part of this.
So
Go ahead.
we have Felix Bermudez from Puerto Rico and Santiago Lirosi, who's from Argentina, who's that freestyler guy. So I think that wave we just saw, I think it was Felix. I have a feeling.
The scores would support that observation.
There it is.
Now we are talking. A bit of a slower start. As you can see, our sun has gone.
Yes.
This is a high cloud scenario here. 5:21 in the afternoon here. Probably somewhere under 3 hours of light left. And I won't guesstimate the wind, but we have seen that the correlation between sun and wind is strong. And when it's sunny, it's windy. And right now it's not sunny and it's not as windy, but it's still perfectly sailable. Men's round 2, heat 1. This is an elimination round, meaning that 2 sailors are advancing and 1 is not. And we will be in the quarters after this round.
I think it's very important here. It's going to be the gear selection because the wind is sort of like became unstable. So I think this is going to make a big difference what kind of sail they go on. Whenever there's clouds here, the winds sort of disappear. But like you say, it's still sailable. I mean, Felipe Pizarro is like riding right now pretty strongly with wind. Someone on the wave. I believe this is Santiago. And there's a good wave.
Lirossi on something with a bit of a lower bowl. If he can get on his horse, he's just aiming down the line, taking off deep and out.
No.
Doesn't see what he wants to see. Isn't going to just chase a phantom shadow. But he kicks out to try to get the wave after, which is being occupied by
Felipe Pizarro.
Felipe Pizarro, who's currently in the lead. So what you have here is a technical battle with some slow moments. Waves like this really matter, Caro, in this situation. This is critical. 13 minutes left, but I can guarantee you in this score of this heat, this one's going to matter. Boom! Well ridden.
Perfect.
You can definitely tell it's slowed down. These guys are on the same size sails that they were in the other heat. Anybody who's got a quiver to work with is probably going to go grab a bigger sail here. I wouldn't have hesitated myself to start the heat. So that's just, the same thing. Knowledge from California years is just, you see that sun go away and it cancels the wind out for as long as it's going to be like that. Still perfectly sailable. And
the things that's saving
Pizarro taking the lead, number one, as we look at the horizon, which isn't really, either way. I think there's a little hole in the sky for us coming up.
There's a little hole, and this is hope. This is hope.
This is definitely hope. But Pizarro looks like he's heading in to either walk up the beach or grab a bigger sail.
That's what we do a lot here in Matanzas. He's actually going up in the Bay Area where the wind seems to hit a bit more when the conditions are like this. So he's not going to lose time trying to go inside and then go up when he's right away going from the beach.
He's going to sneak right by the rock.
Yes.
If he gets the timing right. Hopefully he gets it right.
This is the way to do it.
Who we got up there? Could this be Bermudez?
Let's see.
This will be getting confusing with two yellow Goyas in the house. The identical equipment.
I think this is Santiago.
That looked like Santiago a little bit more to me.
Yes.
Gets two bottom turns, kind of gets hung up at the top. No big deal. He's going to survive that exchange. He's going to get on the board with another score. Oh, that's going to be his first score, actually. We have Bermudez with a 2, and that is going to be a 2.
Perfect.
2.5. Excuse me.
Yes. Felix barely floating there. Here we go. Went back inside. Wait for a better wave. Doing attack. He saw something. Maybe the wind won't permit it to get it. He's still on it. He's still on it. We don't quite see him now, but if you go upwind, we may see Felix get another wave. I think behind that wave, there's another one forming. So if we can get him a bit on the left, maybe more upwind, we may see Felix getting his wave. He's actually on top of it right now. Great.
Nice line off there. Good drone shot as well, but these cutbacks aren't getting saved. There's a little bit too much on that. And unfortunately, that wave's going to reel by with the main part of it unridden. Pushing a little hard. I mean, realizing that we are in a competition situation here, but some of these turns need to save themselves a little bit just for the make. We want to get that whole wave right in, give us something to report here. But, hey, everybody's on the board, and this is all the marbles here. This could be the end of someone's campaign and the start of someone's quarterfinal berth. We'll see how this pans out.
It became a lot more a surfer wave right now. But as you can see, the wind is picking up, and the wind is picking up too. So I think we see Santiago Lirossi now on the wave, doing a nice bottom turn. Get a second one. Good. Let's get a third one there now. Decided to go out. Good decision, though. The wave was breaking on him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a decision. It also has to do with what part of the heat you're in.
Exactly.
The beginning of the heat, get the scores, build your house, I like to say.
Aye.
You're going to build your house, you're going to get that foundation, the first floor, the second floor, and you're worried about the penthouse when you're putting the roof on.
So we have Felipe Pizarro in the lead right now. It's a 7:37. Santiago Lirossi 4.63, and Felix Bermudez with a 4. So Still a lot of things possible. We have under 9 minutes left. And the wind is picking up again.
Sun came out.
We like that.
This is basically automatic. Three competitors in this heat. We have more than that on the water, and people getting, ready for their next heat after this. These are coming by quickly. We're counting these down, and it's boiling down to, getting through the quarters here. We've got a little ways to go until that happens.
So we have Felix here trying to get one, but it seems like it's a time off of wave right now. So they're all looking and waiting for that good one, because I think the heat were a bit lower minutes. No, was it 17 minutes? I don't think it was 17 minutes.
Check my
we
scorecard
have
here.
Someone coming in. So let's talk, meanwhile we're waiting for those wave, about our minor sponsors. We have Ari Plotter, who did all the graphic here. Congratulations. Everything looks wonderful. Kaya United, who's doing all the t-shirts and do the graphic for the t-shirt. Garage and Company, Athletic, Green Vic, Windsurfing Chile, Taka Hotel, 25 Noodles, Bless, these are juice, OMSeta, Navidad, the Municipalidad, FCF Construction, Stanley, Sejers, and Sanchez. These are all, like Felipe said, the community, all the people who build this community and bring great things to the region. So thank you, everybody.
Couldn't have done it without them.
Couldn't done it.
6 minutes 40 left. Pizarro a margin ahead of Lirossi and Bermudez. But this is reassuring here. The look returned.
Yes, the look returned.
The golden look. We are not quite in golden hour.
No.
But we have definitely got a golden look here. It's that front lit, really, really sun in the front of you, squinting to see the horizon. But that's the reverse for these riders. It's not really like Coquipa in the late afternoon in the wintertime when that sun is right in your grill as you're looking down the line.
Okay.
This is pure visibility here. Santiago?
I think that's Lirossi. Yes.
Lirossi sets it up, gets his power back.
Santi
working his way down the line. Catches his clue, but keeps going. Seems like the conditions are matching well here. Guys are getting opportunities every now and then. A better one comes in.
I think this is Santi in the back. I think in the front was Felix.
Okay.
Mixing up again. So sorry.
Super hard to figure that out.
Yes.
Next to impossible, actually.
Impossible.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I think Santi put the Peugeot logo in a different place.
Yep.
And thank you, Peugeot, by the way, for sponsoring this event, amongst our many other generous sponsors, which we will list shortly. Having Peugeot on board is nothing short of a huge deal to anybody in windsurfing. You want to start reaching audiences that certain brands can push based on the demographic, the type of people that are doing windsurfing. Well, Peugeot might identify very well with this as any other company, but man, let me tell you, it's part of the tools of the trade is having the right truck to get you down to these places, like in Chile, for instance. Huh?
Totally right.
Put that thing in four-wheel drive and see you later. Catch me if you can.
Boom.
Ah, yes. I have a really good feeling about this, Caro. It has to do with the fact that we're getting through these heats. I won't, get too relaxed about the forecast, but the fact is, this is the very beginning of this run here. And while we might not make it through all the challengers heats here, we're making a good dent in it. We're getting warmed up here on the live stream. Thank you for joining back at home, everybody who's watching this worldwide. We're getting hits from all corners of the globe here. Look at where we are here beautiful Chile in South America, the Pacific Ocean right there. There's Matanzas Island in the region of Navidad. Couldn't want to be anywhere else right now. It's the honest truth. And looking at the worldwide swell and wind picture, this is one of the hot spots. It's a really good run of wind and waves coming here. If you had, everything to your ability to be anywhere you could be, this would be where you would want to be right now for the next while.
Exactly.
We're going to score.
If you are a wave windsurfing person, you should definitely check this spot. This is such a great place, such a great community, so many things to do too. If the wind is not there, if the sun is not there, there's so many things to do in the region. So many good restaurants, great hotels everywhere. You'll be comfortable. I think we have under almost 2.5 minutes left. No, under 3 minutes just now.
Yes.
And I think Felix is the only one I see out there positioning himself. I don't see Pizarro. And Santiago is trying to come out, but maybe he doesn't have enough sail to go back out. We'll see.
Pizarro might be playing defense here. He's got 7.37. He's in the lead here.
Yes.
Bermudez and Lirossi. Thank you.
Lirossi.
Tongue twitched
Santi.
here. Santi, we'll call him.
We have Felix on a very good wave now.
Ooh.
This could be a game changer.
Here he goes, right in the midsection. And he's read this appropriately. That's a beautiful looking wave here. That color's not lost on me either. Holds his cutback, and there's more to it. As he's running down the line, perfectly positioned here. Get me a top turn of some consequence. Nicely done. Felix.
Nice.
Are you telling me that he's still going?
He's still going.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's going to be points when you wanted it. And now you look at what I was talking about. Look at this middle set. That's in the spot I've been talking about. We might be exiting our low tide, our high tide window here.
Yep.
But the effects of it are still very, very, very at play here. The bulk of these swells are missing the point behind, and they're coming in wide.
Yes, and they're coming a lot later. That first section almost doesn't exist anymore now. It's all down here.
Caro.
Yes.
Guess who's in the lead?
Oh, no. Puerto Rico in the house, baby. My God. Surprise.
After that ride, you're surprised?
I know. He did it. He must be so happy.
He's going to have a nice walk up the beach because there's nothing else to do for him.
Nothing else.
Can Pizarro and Lirossi get into this? It's looking pretty slow out there. Under a minute to go. Wow.
Amazing. Amazing. We said it. That wave was game changer, and it did. It changed everything. So may Felix pass and go and play again on the water? I think he will.
Did Matanzas decide that?
I think Matanzas we have Pizarro coming back.
We do.
Pizarro's coming back.
Pizarro on something.
It's not over.
But not really on anything, unfortunately. That's just a really small insider. He's barely going to catch it. Now he's in the wind shadow. Two much bigger waves behind him. Half a cutback ain't going to do it. He's done. And that's how this goes.
That's how it goes.
We will see the results of exactly what the consequences are there in terms of quarterfinal berths and advancements and eliminations. We are happy to be bringing this to you live. We are in a commercial break, so let us get a word in from our sponsors, and we will be right back.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
That's a live drone shot here.
Yes, it is.
And that might have been some in-between before the heat stuff. I don't see our competitors or our ticker. And I would have imagined had that the heat been on, this thing was reeling all the way through. But look at our viewpoint here. Someone's about to get mowed down.
Witchcraft. I think this is Vladimir Rudd.
Boom.
I think.
So we're starting to see the competitors who didn't win their previous heats, because that's what we call the redemption round here in the Challengers bracket. And there is a little bit at stake here. Unlike round one, you are getting eliminated if you're last place in this heat. We have Charlie Rivera, Octavio Cavallaro, and Francisco Goya, who
Very good.
do or don't see in the lineup.
I saw him trying to come in. I just saw him on shore.
Okay, well, never mind. I mean, like, that's that wasn't Goya. We got two guys out, and that's looking like
Octavio.
Rivera and Octavio. So we'll focus on them. And you know,
this is
like
Tato.
Tato's in the blue Goya. We're not going to have any more of these, like, you know, distinction issues here. This is huge. All the marbles. Tato, midsection, well-selected wave. Really arches his bottom turn in the spot. Hooks it around. Brings it into the inside. Rivera outside of him. This is great riding from Tato, though. He's really put together a good one here.
It's very important. Wave selection right from the start.
Here's the end section. Can he get the punt? The thing warps inside. That was a really unique-looking wave contour there. Way to go to keep that wave ride going. Rivera on the outside.
We have the other contestant on the wave.
Fantastic. Good work there. You're catching the tail end of Rivera's ride, and it was a good one. And what you will see on the score sheet is it will reflect on that. Possibly, maybe not a longer wave, but a better looking wave. And I think that that's part of this equation with Matanzas deciding things here, ladies and gentlemen, is that wave quality. Listen, we are connoisseurs of wave quality. How can you not be down here?
Exactly.
We are connoisseurs of wave quality, and that is the name of the game, I think, more so than ever. Let's join Alex Vargas with a competitor from our last
Félix,
heat.
¿cómo estuvo tu hit? ¿Cómo son las condiciones acá comparadas a donde tú normalmente navegas?
Las condiciones de aquí son riquísimas, pero frías. No comparado a los mi Puerto Rico, que son calientes, pero la ola está buena, viento rico, un poquito sin aire porque el frío me dejó sin aire, pero aquí estoy dando el 100% de mí, representando a mi Puerto Rico y disfrutándome windsurfing.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias, felicitaciones, ya pasaste a los cuartos de finales de este Challenger, así que nos vamos a seguir viendo en el agua. Muchas gracias, adelante estudio, seguimos con la acción.
Stuff. Thank you, Alex Vargas. Felix getting through to the quarters. Awesome stuff. Octavio Cavallara and Charlie Rovira.
Let's see if they can get more of those waves. It was a good set. That's what we want them to ride.
Big walls to the outside
yes.
there, Caro. And I mean, maybe we don't have any competitors in the zone for it, but we are going to get a chance here to watch this set wide, as there are competitors trying to get out. Some of them are then going to get shut on down.
I think so. Spit out.
Peugeot Landtech. Look at that. That's a nice truck. We want that one.
I want that one.
Yeah? What color?
I'm sort of a black gray kind of color.
Hides the dust better.
Hides the dust. Yes, exactly. Black,
yeah,
no, but
I
gray.
can't really see, constantly keeping your truck clean here. It's got the part I think is a badge of honor with the dirt.
Forget it.
Yeah.
It's actually impossible.
Right.
Unless you're very meticulous and
Oh,
you wash
mean
your
unless
car
you
every
don't
day.
drive your truck?
Yeah, that's it. And stay parked all day.
Nah.
So we still have Francisco trying to come out here. And I forget.
Drone shot. And this is really what shows you the beauty and the splendor of Matanzas, is this wide open playing field as you see this wave wrapping in around the corner rock. And that's the playing field, right where you see those first lines above the rocks, typically. However, with this high tide, we are seeing most of the good-looking waves right in the midsection. This is going to change pretty quickly here as we get to a lower tide. Time check.
We have Tato.
There's Tato setting up. It's 5:45. So we're rolling right through here. 12 minutes left in this heat. Lots to play for. Octavio in the lead narrowly by about 1.2 points. So he can play keep away. He can play this game where he's, getting in and out.
Yeah, not
Getting
too much.
out's the first part. Getting out's the first part. And once you're out, you can score points. And that's really it. You don't have a chance to score points if you can't get out. Right now, Octavio and Charlie Rovira are running the lineup, and they are doing so with a standard that is raised every ride they make.
Yes.
That is that you're not only building your house, but you're building your case to the judges as well. And the judges are the ones who are deciding the points here. And it's based on speed, power, and flow and wave selection, like we said, and then the intangibles. Stuff like the finishing moves, the rotation, stuff that we're going to probably be seeing a little bit more of in the pro bracket. Goiters, 360s, air takas.
Can't wait.
The stuff
Can't
that
wait.
champions are made out of. Because make no mistake, we are in the business here at the IWT PWA Unified World Tour of crowning champions. And it's about championships. And that road to the title started in Japan, and it is continuing here in Chile. And all of these events on this calendar, whether it's Chile or Pozo, Cloudbreak or Hokipa, are pivotal. Zilt. All of these events really matter. Here comes Tato, fading into a beautiful wave. This is such a nice wave, you guys. Beautiful bottom turn around that section. Oh, gets the rebound, but he's looking down the line. He's not looking at the immediate part. This is a beautiful ride. Tato really scoring it here. Is this one going to do a little end warp too? He catches these waves that have this little warp at the end. That was a great ride that's going to do nothing but solidify his position. Charlie Rovira from Puerto Rico now has his work cut out for him. I tell you what, Rovira needs to get on something. And I do believe that in the middle of your screen there, on a rather small-looking rig, is in fact Francisco Goya. That is him.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to make it out now. And there's not a whole lot of time left in the whole overall picture here and whatnot, but I think Francisco really just enjoys being a part of this experience. The friendly, competitive nature of a former world champion in a very, very meaningful setting is not lost on me. As Rovira from Puerto Rico. Vamos, Rovira, you are too deep, my friend.
Yes.
Don't go on the rocks. Muy peligroso.
Muy peligroso. No, he's actually a bit in the front of the rocks.
Yeah,
he was
he made
fine. But he took too much time for this first bottom turn, so the wave just closed up on him. This is the part of that wave that you really, really need to read well. Need to choose if you're going to do that bottom turn or if you're going to go down the line and keep riding it down. And he just did that bottom turn and lose the rest.
Exactly. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this beautiful Matanzas Island behind us. What goes on Matanzas Island?
A lot of lobo marinos.
Uh-huh.
It's not the seal, it's the other one.
The otter.
The big ones, the sea lions.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, there's a lot of sea lions living on that island. And there's a lot of birds doing nest, actually very beautiful birds at the region.
Uh-huh.
And it's actually fun with the sea lions because they get really territorial. On a very flat day when we go out and we paddle out around these islands, they sort of jump on the water and the kids get a bit like...
They start barking at you.
Yes, they go... Oh, oh, oh.
Well, maybe they're watching this too. And maybe they're rooting for Tato and Charlie. You know, could you imagine having a sea lion on your side? Man, what if they decided to start storming the lineup and taking favorites? That'd make things really interesting.
You know, there's storms during the year, the winter storms. That island is completely covered with water.
No way.
Yes way.
I believe it. I could see a whitewater bashing right through that gap.
And it's absolutely amazing to come and see those days here. I mean, the water comes up almost up to this room here, you know?
Damn.
Yes. Amazing
place. The power of the ocean, no matter which ocean you're in, has always to be respected. We're not conquering anything. You can tell the person who ends up winning this event, no, they conquer Matanzas. It's like, no, you know what? Just came here, did what I had to do, and I got my piece. You know, you're not conquering anything. Here comes Francisco Goya. He's on something. If that's got to be him.
It is him. I can see a smile
the cheers
from here.
Of the crowd. Here he goes.
Good
yes, the unmistakable frame of Goya. The wave artist himself is on a beautiful ride. This needed to happen. We needed to have him catch something good. There we go, Francisco. Tato's behind you. Watch out. Here comes the end bull warping in. This is timeless. And he has such a beautiful style. He has such an unmistakable body profile when he rides. And, you know, no matter what happens in this heat, win, lose, or draw, the fact that just happened is awesome. Hats off to Francisco. 5.5 for your first ride. Go out there and get another one, buddy. You've got 6 minutes to do it. We're rooting for you. But you know what? That right there is going to be one of the iconic images of this event. I will remember that ride for the rest of my life because it symbolizes the perfection of Matanzas. And another thing, the intangibles, the history behind that moment. And I won't get too lost in this, and we're in the middle of a heat, but Felipe really, you know, you could feel the emotion this morning as he was kicking off this live cast with me. The hard work and the amount of time and belief in this place, the culture behind it, has finally manifested into this moment. And that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Yes, I agree with you. I join you on that. That was a beautiful ride. So peaceful, wasn't it?
Peaceful is a good word.
Such a massive wave and such a peaceful ride. I mean, it's just one. It was not a wave and a rider. It was wave riding.
They were one.
They were one.
Competition sometimes gives way to the moment. And that's what we could aspire to in any contest, is to have that transcending feeling that it's not a contest, right? You know, like here's
playground.
Tato. He knows he's in a contest. He's on another super nice wave. And we are just getting rolling here. Beautiful bottom turn. Nice corner here. Look at that drone angle. Hooking into his bottom turn with
a
bit of a slap down to end it.
bit of a slap, but that was also a great wave selection. Just misread the last part of that wave. His timing was a little off, but my God, these two first bottom turn was just amazing. Again, smooth riding. It's just so amazing to see these guys smooth ride this huge wave.
There's kind of a danger. I could use a better word, but there's a danger when you get into these like perfect wave setups where you get frozen in place by the majesty of the ride, and you might need to remind yourself that you're in a heat. Now, that won't happen to any of the locals. I'll tell you, the first time I, saddle up on something here, I'm just going to look around going, man, this place is so beautiful. I can't even believe this is real.
I know.
And let's not get carried away. This place gets a lot better than it does today.
Yes, it does. I think every day is good, but
Right.
yes, it does get better. It get a more clean wave. These waves sort of break a bit all over right now, but it is a good day, Kai.
It is.
It is
No
a good
question.
day.
No
This is
question.
good condition. I mean,
You only have a very high standard here, Caro. You have a very high standard, and that's what I'm alluding to is that, as Felipe said, you guys are year-round here.
year-round.
Like on-season, off-season, year-round deal here. And that says a lot. I've seen it in guys like Vargas and everybody who's considered a local sailor here are putting in some serious hours.
They do. They do. And that's solely not only putting hours, they put passion into that sport. You should see this guy. And they all hang out together, sharing their experience of the day. We always end up here after session and talk about it and share what they felt and what they saw and laugh about the failing attempt. And it's just part of the thing.
Friendly competitive.
Friendly competitive.
2 minutes, 2 seconds remaining. Cavallaro, Rivera, and Goya.
I think Goya is coming back in. I think he's on top of one.
He sure is. He's got a full head of steam.
That can be game
Backdoors
changer.
the section. Francisco Goya really lets that bottom turn rip. There's a little extra pedigree in that ride. Boy, let me tell you, that's a nice wave. And Goya's ripping it. And this is going to be consequential here because he's put himself into contention now. That's a really nice off the top. Just put it together. Francisco Rivera behind him. Another perfectly placed cutback. And a jibe out.
Wonderful.
Applause from the crowd.
Applause from the
Approval,
crowd.
if you will. That score is going to drop instantaneously. I don't think head judge Buj McGill is going to waste too much time.
There we
Francisco
go.
Goya in the lead, and rightfully so.
There
I
we
saw
go.
it the same way. Took command of that. Decided maybe midway through the seat, why don't we give this a shot?
I think that's
Challengers,
why,
huh?
That's why he came.
Let's take it at least to the next round and see how she goes. Francisco really riding that wave on his own terms.
He did.
That's really the point I want to make is whether we were judged or we were in a contest. That was exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's just the moment.
It's the
This
moment.
really matters.
He's
He's an
actually hard
artist.
to talk while he's riding it. You actually just want to almost listen to the sound the board makes on the water.
Hey, if he gets another one, which he probably won't in 22
Let's shut
seconds,
up.
maybe next round, we'll just let him
Let's
do
shut
the
up.
talking. Yeah.
Amazing. So only 10 seconds left. I think that's it with this round 2 heat 2.
That certainly is round 2, heat 2 done and dusted. Francisco Goya taking first place. Octavio Cavallaro in second, leaving Rivera in third. And that is all she wrote. So, Caro, my friend, we are going to move onward, but not until we have a short word from our sponsors. Thank you for your patience. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
porque soy. Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Glass of water, and he's going to be back with us. I'm not sure who we saw right now on the water. As soon as the credit appears on the TV, I will be able to join you with some comments. The sun went out a bit again, a bit cloudy. So the wind became a bit unstable again, but in the back I see some blue space, so the wind may come back. We still have 2 hours of daylight around the corner, and I think we can advance to a bit more round before the day end. So I think we're just in between each right now. Let's see what happens. I think we're going to have Vladimir Rudd coming into this next heat. And in the back, I think I see Camina, but I'm not sure, Laurent. And maybe that's Vicente Gonzalez there, but I'm not sure again. I need this credit to appear.
Splitting hairs we are. Right? Look at that lineup. Man, this place is really growing on me, Caro. I'm telling you. Cannot wait to sink my teeth into a couple Chilean left-handers. Whew, it is a beautiful thing. That looks like Charlie Rivera way down low at the end of the whole thing coming in, finally. This heat consists of UK's Lucas Meldrum, Vladimir Rudd, and Raul Reiner. Woohoo! This is big. Okay, so this heat is on, actually.
Yeah, and actually, Vladimir Rudd is on one.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, now we're on live. This is where we need to be.
No.
Was that Raul on the red?
Yes.
Raul is just swooping down low. And we're looking up.
There's Vladim.
And that's Vladim. Yes. There, nice aerial over the section. He has something to make contact with down low. This is going to be a double connection if he wants it, but he doesn't need to get into the ordeal of getting out, does he? And he is on his way back out because he made a good decision there. Half a point extra for a little lip blast that's going to waste 5 minutes at least.
Yes, and like I said, the sky is covered again, so the wind became a bit unstable, so you don't want to ride that wave all the way out. You'll lose too much crucial time before catching another one.
Way too much time being wasted. Yeah, man. Vladimir Rudd, though, with the 4.83, he really got that lower connection. You would have seen it there.
Is that Lucas?
Lucas Meldrum, right?
I think, on a Goya.
Second wave ride of this heat, if that's the case. But he kicks out.
Oh, no.
Does attack.
That's not.
Maybe that's Francisco.
Yes, I think
trying
it's
to get
Francisco.
In. All right, we're cool. We're cool.
Yes, that's Lucas coming in right now to trying to...
This has been a strong display of local sailing talent here, which we're only going to see the level increase here. Things are definitely going to keep rising in terms of the level. You know, part of this is Matanzas herself.
Exactly. Get to know this place. I'm telling you, if you're a windsurfer and you want to experience some great wave, come to Matanzas. I think this is Joaquin or this is Goya. This is Francisco coming in.
Yeah, that's Goya coming in.
Yeah, that's Goya.
First in the last heat. 14 minutes left in this heat. Things have slowed down wind-wise. Still perfectly sailable. Still perfectly contestable. And looking at our sky, there is a little bit more patch, coming in there. What I like to call Indian wind. Apache here, Apache there. And it is patchy.
It is patchy.
It's Indian wind personified. And certainly what you get within that, these moments you might be lining up for a wave, but you got to have the gust too.
You're going to have the gust. So I think that's why even we see there's jet ski there. I think these wind can die.
Yeah. How brutal does head judge Bujma Giol want to be in the sense of holding the line? You've got to get through these heats to get to the main event, right?
Exactly.
Well, at the same time, there's that 4-letter word coming out, fair. Fair or not fair, this thing's still rolling, and there is Lucas Meldrum.
That's it. That's him on his duotone.
But he's kicking out. He's not going to go for that one. Wise decision.
There's another one in the back.
Quality control for Meldrum. Is he facing the right way?
No,
he's heading back out. This was a position thing. I would venture to guess that what happened was that these guys went out on gear that reflected the conditions at the moment that they decided they were going out. Things have gotten lighter now. The mentality behind that, it's like you try to will the wind back. And if you really know what you're doing and identify the moment, which is easy for us to say, you make a gear switch immediately.
Immediately.
And it's really, really hard to do when you're on the outside and you've got an ankle dry. Here's Francisco Goya. Alex Vargas.
Estamos aquí con Francisco Goya, muy reconocido windsurfista. Yo creo que estamos todos muy felices que está acá en Chile. Y nada, Francisco, un lujo verte en el agua. ¿Cómo estuvo tu hit? Vimos que agarraste una ola justo al final. ¿Cómo estuvo? ¿Cómo están las condiciones?
Estaban flojas, me costó salir, por suerte mi amigo Diego vino de Argentina y me dijo, Pancho, sacá la tabla grande. Así que perfecto, funcionó.
¿Cómo está la ola? ¿Cómo se siente? ¿Qué tal el spot? ¿Qué te ha parecido hasta ahora?
Es la primera vez que lo corrí así y bueno, está un poco, los locales tienen ese know-how acá que falta y la verdad que sí está bien flojo y es bastante técnico, tenés que quedarte medio atrás de la roca y esperar a que pasen las olas para poder salir y después agarrar las olas y medio correrlas, pero no correrlas hasta el final porque si no quedas adentro.
Buenísimo. ¿Y qué te ha parecido el evento? ¿Qué te parece? ¿Volverías a Chile? ¿Te ha gustado acá? ¿Cómo encuentras el nivel que ha habido estos días?
Increíble el nivel. El nivel, estamos en la ronda de los Challengers y bueno, tuve suerte, la primera no la pasé, ahora pasé una y bueno, así que ahora está todo al todo nada.
Bueno, muchas gracias Francisco, un lujo tenerte acá en Chile, estamos todos disfrutando de tu presencia, así que eso, a seguir disfrutando, te queremos seguir viendo en el agua, muchas gracias y vamos a seguir con la acción que está muy buena, así que adelante estudio.
Awesome. Great interview. Thank you, Alex and Francisco. That's Vladimir Marud. You didn't miss a thing. That's the first thing right there. Nice combination, bottom turn cutback combo. Running to the inside. I really like this low-flying drone stuff. Great job, Ace pilots. We're out. That was low.
That was very low.
Low altitude with some eagles flying in the distance. Don't mess with the hawks. My goodness. Wow. I wonder what they think about these drones. They probably don't really like them too much.
No, I think they may think they're a bit stiff.
Why don't we just put a camera on a hawk?
That would actually be awesome. I think some people did that before.
How do you command it? You can't tell it what to do.
No, you just fly with them and get dizzy.
So save the lifestyle stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Good enough. Look, like Lucas Meldrum here.
Positioning.
He's positioning in a really, really tight act here. There is not a lot of room for strategical error, let alone just sailor error. But strategical error has to do with placing yourself in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Lucas hasn't done that. Lucas is the furthest one upwind, and he is in the zone where the waves are coming in with a set approaching. Can he patiently enough catch the right wave. He catches the first wave of the set with bigger waves behind him, but this is going to be a nice one. Meldrum, bottom turns, gets the cut back. Wave twice as big behind him. That's another good look, though. Hey, we'll take it. Second cutback, wraps it around. Is this enough to nip on the heels of Vladimir Ruud? Is there more to it? Not really.
But
that's end of ride, but he'll be walking up the beach.
It was a clean wave sailing. Like he hit the, it was missing maybe a bit of power and everything, but he did 3 bottom turns and top turns that were like just perfect.
We'll see if it gets the necessary score. It does.
It does.
Oh, it's right.
Oh my
there.
God.
That is close. That number's going to tweak out a little bit. What we do have here is a huge battle for first and second. And Raul Rayner, to all his credit and what he can do in this situation, is a little limited to where he's positioned himself. This is nothing but 8 minutes to go with, I got a few question marks here. Like, Meldrum, can he hang on? Vladimir Ruud, does he realize that he's in striking distance for the lead in this heat? Let that play out.
Let that play out, as you said. I think we see Lucas now coming out of the ocean doing that same thing, running on the beach to go up a bit, not losing time going upwind. Good strategy. But you can tell the wind has become unstable. That's why.
Has it changed direction?
Yes. I mean,
is it more onshore?
It
might be attack more onshore. Guys, the line is a little different.
I think it's a bit more offshore.
Or maybe it's. Regardless, I think anybody gets on a good wave is going to be able to ride it down the line. Yeah. No question about that. And it looks like Vladimir Ruud has an angle on this that looks like he's going to get back into the zone. Woo.
Let's see what happened. Under 7 minutes left. Lots of things can happen.
Who's going to summon Matanzas to their side? It might not even be like that here. It's kind of more like, hey, put yourself in the position to receive what you're going to be offered and make the right decision.
We see Vladimir here floating. Like you can see, floating around, but it's so beautiful, so peaceful. Just needs to wait for that good wave, and hopefully we have under 6 minutes left. The ocean will deliver for him. He just needs to be patient.
I was talking to Brasinho this morning, and we're talking about sailing in light wind and competing in light wind, and you would think that you get the most tired if it's windy. It's not like that. It's when it's light that you gas yourself out because you're trying to maximize your efficiency so much, trying to stay moving in light wind. It takes a lot of energy.
I cannot be more agreeing to that. It's very difficult. It's a balancing act. It's like a circus. A lot more like a circus. Floating around.
Well, you would know, Caro, as a former Cirque du Soleil.
Yes, I do know.
That's a huge claim to fame. That's amazing.
I know. I was really lucky working 15 years for them,
It'd be great to get a clip of you on here so people can see.
Oh, my God. They're all on VHS. I'm pretty old.
What would they see? You just on a typewriter wire high above?
No, my specialty was a trapeze up at 13 meter.
Nice.
But I had like a belt, like some kind of rock climbing belt, and huge elastic on each side, and I was bungee jumping on top of people.
Cool.
And sort of doing like an aerial ballet thing over them. It was so fun. So fun.
Awesome. This is a different kind of ballet here, but certainly when you're talking about judges trying to differentiate, look no further than men's round 2 heat 3 in the Challenger Day, because this one is tight between Meldrum and Vladimir Ruud. Mere fractions of a point separate them with about 4 minutes left. Here comes Vladimir Ruud. He's going to strike. This is a really nice wave. It's forming pretty deep, but it's got enough of a shoulder on it Let's see what this offers him. That was lip contact. Nice cut back. Proceeds. The drone making it look way better than it really is. Luckily, the judges see the real thing. And, you know, I might need to back off on my initial claim about how nice the wave was, but he had a good ride.
He did.
He did.
He made something out of it.
Maybe a little better than that.
Maybe a little better. That first cut on the lip was very beautiful. There's some good set coming in.
Big action under Matanzas Island. You can't see it in the distance, or you kind of can there, the left side of your screen. Boom.
There it is.
That's a solid one. And none other than Lucas Meldrum, who's winning this heat so far. He's in striking position. If there ever was a moment to capitalize, it's now. He's a little far away from it, but he's going to let it come back. Lucas, give it to me.
Come on.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Upon request, thank you, drive through. Drive on right through to the next round, Lucas. Great sailing, buddy. We'll hear from him up in the live stream booth.
And he keeps
just
going.
earned a berth. Still going, Caro.
Still going.
He's going for the hero
I think
hit.
he's going for aerial. If no, it's... Whoa.
It's going to count. Lip
Yes.
drift. And in terms of distance, he rode that wave for probably close to 300 meters.
Yes.
So distance of ride, huge. He's going to be beyond the 10-point category. And
There it
there's
is.
2.5 minutes left. Lucas really did well for his country there.
He did. Good job, Lucas. The sets are better, cleaner.
Waves are solid. This is such a good sign for everything.
I know.
Such a good sign for what we have in store for you at the 2024 Chile World Cup here at beautiful Matanzas Beach in Navidad, Chile.
I think we gotta have a wonderful golden hour, Kai. Hopefully the wind picks up a little bit more so we can see wave sailing during this golden hour.
You correctly identified that the time change here in Chile is coming, but it's not yet.
Not yet.
We have till about 8 o'clock. We actually have 2 hours.
I know.
Just shy of that, which is awesome. Here's Vladimir Rud. Caro, please take it away.
Amazing. He's catching wave after wave, that one. He's gonna maybe do something here. Game changer. First cut, good. He needs a bit more energy there. Wow, good. That's it, Vladim. And let's go for another one. I think yes, nice job, Ariel, but he didn't land it. But it was a good risk taker. He needs to do these things. This changed everything.
Had he connected that, possible difference maker. You know, possible had he made it, but without that make, it wasn't. As his rig gets pitch pulled, you saw that. So the struggle of getting back out at Matanzas, pay close attention. You see rigs in the whitewash. You see guys taking waves on the head. What's the goal at this point? You're not going to try to water start and get back out. It's take your rig, get your stuff, come back into the beach, run up the beach to the left side, relaunch, reset.
Take notes.
Press play.
Take notes. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. Lucas Meldrum over 10 points. I called it. He delivered. Great heat from him. Survival heat. He's in the quarters most likely here. Won't want to call it too soon, but that's not too soon. There's nothing else.
8 seconds left.
It is Meldrum, Rud, and Raul Rayner in third position. Done and dusted.
Good job, UK. UK still alive. Amazing. We'll see what Bujma decides to do if we keep going with that competition, if there's enough win. I don't see other competitor trying to come in besides the one from that heat, so we may have some cut-off moment here to make sure the wind comes back.
Flags are down. We have that in-between moment, so what we'll do here is bring it right back to you after commercial, and you'll see what's up. Bam.
See you.
soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusta en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le juntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
We're back, Kai. Back online. It's us.
Welcome back to the 2024 Chile Pro, sponsored by Hotel Surazo, Peugeot,
Gobierno Regional Bernardo O'Higgins, and also Core O'Higgins, los concejales. Muchas gracias a todos.
other supporting
Ustedes.
sponsors, including Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipidas, and Plan Vital. There's a set coming in, and what we have some very serious cheering section going on for
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get that
somebody
on
carrying
camera,
their
but
rig down the beach with support.
I
Kind
think-
of a bit of a distraction from what's actually happening on the water, where we have Diego Ducci, Vicente Gonzalez, Matias Vargas, and Francisco Goya.
Oh,
this is round 3, heat 1. We're in the quarterfinals.
We are.
And starting it off, is that not Vicente? Did I get that right?
No, it's Vicente Gonzalez. I don't think it is. I think it was Diego Ducci, if
Okay.
I'm not wrong.
I'm clinging
let's-
to your every word on these local sailors. They're not saying the gear combinations up on
I
the screen.
think the one who's coming is Vicente Gonzalez, Vicho. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not these guys. We're still in round 2, heat 4.
Okay, wrong.
Wrong.
Joaquin de Civeres,
So this-
Roberto Carraso,
I
and
think
Nelson
this is-
Perez. And who's on the wave?
I think this is Nelson Perez, Puerto Rico, in the house again.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Okay.
On the north rig,
He's doing good.
a pretty good start to that heat. The judges are like, huh, okay.
So on that white Severn is Roberto Carrasco, and the one who was running on the beach with his gear is Joaquin de Riviere, who obviously didn't follow well enough what was coming up. And
Yeah, so your heat's going. Yeah, we've all been there. Trust me. 2.6 for Perez. And we are underway. Looking good.
Looking very good.
6:21 on a beautiful afternoon here at Matanzas Beach in Navidad province. Are there any other broader terms of other provinces that we are within after Navidad?
Yes, O'Higgins. It's a region.
That's right, like you were
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
Explain to that exactly to our viewers the differential there.
Well, in Chile, there's a lot of different regions from up to south, from south to north to south, yeah?
Mhm.
And we're in the 6th region here. So it's just a very long country, very narrow, like between the ocean and the Cordillère des Andes, la Cordillera. There's maybe at its most large, like 400 kilometer. So it's a country that's divided with lots of small regions from top to bottom. And we are in O'Higgins, that is kind of central south of Chile. Chile is amazing. You go from the desert, the most dry desert in the world up north, to Patagonia down south, and
Right.
you pass by volcanoes and lakes, and I mean, it's
Incredibly
just amazing.
diverse.
Diverse.
Yes, nothing like ever I've seen before, still being at altitude on my flight into Santiago, and you're just looking at mountaintops, you're at 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
We haven't even started descending yet, and we're like, wait a second. Whoa. All right. Carrasco and the Severas need to get on the scorecard here. Perez is on him with a 2.7. Things have slowed down. But listen, this is absolutely contestable. You saw while we were talking, the guys were planing on the way out.
They're playing.
So there are these, it's still Indian wind with the patches, the Apaches, but it is there. And even on the spray off the top of these waves breaking in the lineup, you can see it. There's enough to be continuing here. Head judge Bujma Giol wisely deciding to continue as our lineup fills in and out. What do you think about the tide at this point? Is it dropping enough to start going up top more?
I think it is. We just need a bit more wind.
Things do look like they're focusing up top more.
Yes. So Joaquin is trying to get out right now. He's struggling a little bit with the low wind on shore. But now we have Nelson again. That's kind of taking a wave. Let's see if that wave form. I don't see lots. That's it. That's a good decision. There's not much there. And then we see Joaquin here trying to come out. Let's hope for him. He can pass in the back and at least get a few waves and get his chance. I think the sunset is going to be amazing today. I think we're going to have some colors in the sky. Watch
big
out.
Explosion off of Matanzas Island. There is a big set coming. Oh, it is going to be a good one. Let's see if this really starts focusing back up top. Our competitors are moving slowly. We're starting to get into the float and ride category here. But I just saw a moving mountain pass.
And there is coming on the screen. We can see it.
As if on cue. Oh,
huge, huge.
Oh, that's a really
and
good one.
I think this is
And
Octavio
there's
just
another one
playing.
after it.
Yeah.
Time your jibe there, buddy. Let's see it. Come on, whip it around.
But
that one, you see it hit the lineup. It's just this roller ball coming through, but it just continues going and going.
Roberto Carrasco on the wave.
Yes.
Pump it up.
Carrasco's got the midsection. Shine that upper section. This one's going all the bottom.
He
Mi
disappeared.
caliente Carrasco. There it is. Mid-level all the way through on this one. Nothing else happening. Keep it on him. Is he going to go for the hero hit? No, he gets a safe two-turn combo and a really nice wave.
Yes.
He's going to be in the lead.
Yes. Good decision. I mean, that was a great wave selection, and he's going to get point for that.
Great wave selection. Had he gone deeper on that, it might have been bad news.
Oof.
There it is. He flips the script just narrowly.
Yeah.
They're going to tie these two pretty much. I'll watch the score do a couple more tickers, but 2.8 to 2.77. Man, these judges are on it. Unlike, other professional water sports organizations lately that have had judging controversies, us here at the IWT PWA Unified World Tour stick to the script, and I am very much in agreement with just about everything I've seen, even including Carrasco and Perez being in a tie here at 2.77.
They changed their mind.
Why not?
Oh.
Okay, well, Carrasco's got this narrow lead. I'm calling that.
His wave was better.
The wave itself was better. And maybe that's that minute difference because, Perez had a really strong ride too.
Yes, he did more bottom turn, more connection. But Roberto had this. See, the points keep coming up.
Now it's going in the direction. They're filling up the tank. Speaking of the tank, look at Matanzas Island.
Beautiful.
Deseveres is trolling.
Oh, there's
Look
Nelson.
At this. We've got another opportunity here. This is a nice wave. He's chipped into it. He can go as deep as he wants. He'll make his decision now to kind of square out of it.
There you go.
There's really no need to risk it all on your first wave, right? But he knows he's on a runner. So he's got to kind of keep it loose. Look at this view. I love the drone angle.
Yes. Nice.
Great line. I just love this place. Down the line all the time. Look at this wave. I want to go sailing.
So that was a great wave.
I gotta go. Sorry. No,
yeah,
I'm
okay.
kidding.
You'll just leave me. It's okay. I'll just start speaking French and Spanish and.
I'll
to fill
get in
up the
trouble if I
gaps.
sail in the middle of the heat.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I
That's a
can.
good
Trust me.
Wave. You got like at least a 5 or a 4 Niners on that one.
Nelson Perez, 7.27, huh? Okay. I'm clear. That wasn't Deciveres, was it? Oh. Carrasco's got some work to do.
Yes, he does. I hope he's positioning himself now. I see him out there.
Carrasco's going to need a Chubasco.
And Joaquin, unfortunately, I don't see him being able to come out.
Big action off Matanzas Island. Another set of whitewaters has slammed into it.
Look at the shape of that rock. Isn't that beautiful?
I can't imagine how pounded that thing's got over the centuries
oh,
that it's
yes,
existed.
it did.
Impact.
Believe me.
La zona impacta.
La zona de impacto. Sí.
Look at that. That tells you everything you need to know. There's something coming. It's starting to focus up top again. No question about it, Caro. We're getting lower sections, but now things are improving. This mirrors a late session I watched the other night where one of our world champions, known as Victor Fernandez.
Oh, my God. He knows that spot, too.
He put on a little display for me.
Yes.
And I learned a lot in the 20 minutes that I watched him.
You know,
I always learn a lot watching Victor.
He was one of the guys that saw the future here. I mean, he
That's
knew
right.
this place was
He
going
knew.
to.
It's got to be good confirmation. There are, like I said, a great number of people who can win this event, like never before. The amount of contenders, and I'm putting Victor right up there with them.
Oh,
if I had my own little
yes.
ranking, my fantasy team right now. Anyway, you know, like careful with my betting strategies, right? I don't want to give away my winning betting strategies. But if you were betting on this event, he'd be one of the guys right now with the plus. You know, he'd be giving you some points. Regardless, our lineup here, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left. Round 2, Heat 4 of the Men's Challenger Day. And it's Nelson Perez running away with a 7.27. Roberto Carrasco, 3.03. And Deciveres with a 0. Did Deciveres disappear?
I think Deciveres, yes. El Carrasco. No, Carrasco is on top there. He's positioning himself. Perez.
There's somebody on the inside.
Yes, Perez was not able to come in. I think this is someone from the next
That
heat.
makes sense. That's UK. That's UK, boy.
I think the only one who can grab something again would be Carrasco. So let's see what he does, because that would be a second wave, and then he would get some point, and he may get close to Nelson. This can be game changer.
No, we got action. It's playing out, you know, a little bit in slow motion.
Yes, it does, because the clouds are here. Oh,
Not
well.
until you catch one of those runners. You know what? Goya's waves were sick.
I know.
Francisco Goya, you know, did what Francisco Goya tends to do. The rig's pretty small because he likes the feeling on the wave.
He does.
And this is another example of it, right? I mean,
this is Octavio, I think.
And yeah, I mean, it's hanging in there. That's enough power to get on a wave. Now he's just got to look over his right shoulder and see what's coming. And it's not dead flat, but it's not that situation that it was earlier when he had enough wind to get into the middle of things.
Roberto's coming back. Let's see if we can see that on the screen. I think he's going for his wave.
Well, that's him.
No.
Oh, right, in the
Roberto
midsection,
Carrasco
correct.
is in the mid.
There's
Yes.
Carrasco. Carrasco has found something to get back in the mix here. Is he too deep? No, he's just sizing it up. He wants to get this straight in angle off the drop.
Perfect.
Wraps the cut back. Has he got the extra bit now?
Come on, come
Heads
on.
down to the section, takes aim, and he's got the fins free, and he's got the air. Is he going to save it? Just didn't save it.
Didn't save
the
it.
The difference was not making that, and that's going to be the difference between first and second.
Yes.
Was making or not making that area.
Yes. But he needed to take that risk, even if
He
the
did.
timing was a bit off.
Well,
he just needed to go for it.
He had no choice. We had him under remote control.
Yeah. And look, that was pretty close, though. I mean, maybe the points didn't all
No,
come
but
in
it supports
yet,
my
but
point.
Yes,
The make
exactly.
was the win. The make was the win with 3 minutes to go, and 3 minutes to go in this situation is half a second. It is not going to be long now, but on the outside, patiently waiting.
Trying to water start.
We'll see how much left of this we really actually do have with the cloud cover. 6:33.
Beautiful scenery. Matanzas just keep giving you all these beautiful images. I mean, here the pictures that are gonna be taking. I think these guys are these girls are gonna want to put them on their wall. I mean, beautiful sky, beautiful light, and that rock makes it so special.
Okay, we got a little bit of a info break here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get to this nitty gritty. We might want to bring Simeon Glosson up here eventually, not yet.
That would be
Still
good.
got a lot of call here. We've got a tight one here with 1 minute and 40 left. Nelson Perez and Carrasco. Tight little battle here. And it's yeah. I mean, this is consequential.
This guy we see floating around is probably some run from the next heat, just waiting for his time.
But this guy on your screen is very much. Is he in the next heat or in this heat?
I think the next.
Okay.
This one is not playing
now.
now.
So basically, this heat's over. Is what you're trying to tell me.
I think it is over. It's just under 1 minute.
You know why? Because this guy, if he was one in the heat, he'd have ridden about 10 waves already.
Yes,
he's been in the spot the whole time.
I know.
It was messing with my head because I'm like, dude, go away.
Ouch.
You know, oh.
Torticoli. Huh?
It's okay. I don't think we need to control the lineup or anything. But
no, I mean we see here.
If it throws me off, everybody back home at least didn't get thrown off. You all have better attention spans than I do.
Almost 30 seconds left to this heat. I don't see these guys coming back out, so I think this is going to be
dusted.
it.
Nelson Perez takes it. I'm calling it with 30 seconds.
Yes.
There will be no buzzer beater. I don't care what elephant, seal, or sea lions on Matanzas Island thinks any differently. Not going to happen. It's a sea lion hotel out there.
Sea lion hotel going, honk, honk, good luck.
Look at that lineup. Swell's holding in there. No question, and that's evidence of it. Will the wind stay? Look at that little clear patch, Caro, behind. There is hope for the evening session.
There is hope.
There is. You just got to stick to your guns in these low moments.
I
Head
agree.
Judge Bujma Giol now, with the clock expired, has a decision to make, obviously. Bujma's going to be like, could I sail in this? Maybe, maybe not. But what we'll do is we'll go to commercial break, and we'll be right back, and you'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bye, guys.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Okay, we're back, Kai.
We are back. And we are going to be entering the semis, if I'm not mistaken. Or is this the first heat of the quarters? Yes, that's what that is.
That's what that is.
Beautiful looking. The sun came back out, and the wind is definitely not gone. It's at that float and ride stage, as you see right there. You know, putting along nicely. There's enough to dictate your destiny.
Yes, exactly. I think the wind will come back. So we're officially in round 3 here, Kai, with Diego Ducci from Chile, Vicente Gonzalez, Chile, Matias Vargas, Chile, and Francisco Goya, Argentina. So you saw that right.
Massive battle. You know, this is all the marbles here in a really, really interesting situation in that you really have to just get on waves here. You need to be able to summon the spirit of Matanzas, providing you the opportunity, because it's not going to happen because you have wind to power around. This is the advantage that windsurfers typically have enjoyed, is the dictating, you know, where you can be at all times. You get a false sense of security out of it, actually. In this case, get upwind, get into that spot behind the rock, stay patient, and catch the biggest wave you can find.
Exactly.
And rip it to pieces.
Exactly. Read what the ocean gives you.
Easier said than done when you're putting along. And that's the excruciating part of it. Those decisions that get made now to which wave you're riding are very important decisions.
Yes, very.
And, you know, whether or not you want to leave it up to the judges in how you ride the wave, once your opportunity is up and the whole world is watching you on this live stream, it's time to deliver.
Show the world what you can do.
Give us commentators something to work with.
Exactly.
I see a ton of action behind Matanzas Island, and it's continuing to pulse in here. This heat's on. We are officially up and running here, and everybody's going to get a chance. It's very apparent. It's going to be a very tight way to get out. There we have it. I'm going to stick to what I am just going to let Matanzas do the talking for a little while here.
Yeah.
Definitely enough wind. Decision time comes when that set hits. You just have to be in the spot. There is something a little bit above average rolling in. Who is going to be the first of these 4 sailors to make their move and get on the scorecard? Man. These slow-moving battles sometimes are the most interesting to watch because you see the surfer vision. You're playing this much more like a surfer would right now in this situation.
Of course.
Surfer can only paddle so fast, but the thing about surfing is that you put yourself in la zona impacto.
La zona
and
de
you
impacto.
live in there. And you have to deal with waves that break on your head. But the point is you also intimately learn how a wave breaks and where a wave breaks. Francisco Goya picks up the first wave of this heat, fades in behind the peak. That's trademark Goya. Another iconic moment in this contest. Boosts the air over the section, continues onward. He's got more. But smartly kicks out. Applause from the crowd.
It's hard not to talk, right? When
Well, yeah.
It was amazing.
That was a great ride.
It was amazing again. Dancing with water. Or dancing on water, really.
Even more impressive is that he's actually able to carry that. Here comes an interview with Vargas.
Dunkenberg, muy conocido, gran windsurfista, que nos visita por segundo año acá en Matanzas. Liam, tú navegas en condiciones muy distintas a las que tenemos acá, pero ¿qué es lo que hace que Chile tenga tan buenas condiciones y se haga un campeonato mundial acá?
Pues sí, es la segunda vez que vengo aquí a Chile y el sitio es buenísimo, soleado, buena gente, buena vibra, el windsurf le gusta a todo el mundo aquí te sientes acogido como en casa. Y lo diferente que tiene con casa es el tamaño de la ola. Aquí es más grande que en casa, pero sopla menos viento. Entonces un poco más de material más grande, pero es buenísimo para correr las olas aquí.
Buenísimo. Eso, así que aquí estamos con Liam, le mandamos un saludo grande, estamos disfrutando, están entrando olas muy grandes ahora de vuelta, así que seguimos. Adelante, estudio.
All right. Matias Vargas on his first scoring opportunity here. If I'm not mistaken, that's him, right?
I don't know. We'll see on the first ball. Oof.
Hmm?
I think this is Vicente Gonzalez.
Okay,
I think this is Bicho.
Okay, Vicente Gonzalez, and behind him,
I think it's Diego Ducci. Not
Ducci
sure.
on the red Severn.
These guys have been changing sails for wind condition, and it's making it a little bit hard.
Like
Yes.
changing brands.
Changing brands. You know, that's what happens when you're not
Brutal.
sponsored.
Okay, Francisco Goya, most importantly, with a 6.83. Vicente Gonzalez, a 3. Diego Ducci, a 2. Now, Goya, if I'm not mistaken, he got 2 rides under his belt?
Yes.
Fantastic work. No, Matias Vargas not on the board right now.
No, I don't know why. Would that be that S2 Maui cell? Maybe it is.
You got me.
I
Anyway, let's let the action unfold as
And
it
we'll
unfolds. You can see we are entering, but not quite yet at golden hour.
No, not quite, but you can see the light changing slowly. He's like teasing you a little bit. He's saying, stay with me, bear with me. I will deliver some great colors for you. The wind seems to want to pick up a little bit too. Let's hope with the temperature change, it delivers a little bit. Beautiful Matanzas. Setting the set for you guys. Almost 7 o'clock. We still have about an hour of sun, so we still have some action we can place in there for you guys. Someone seems to have some kind of wave forming. Let's see who's coming on the Severn. I think this is Goya. This is Francisco again. It was a Goya cell.
Checking behind him just in case. Really in a good part of this setup here. Fading into it, giving himself the chance to perform the art. I'm in love with this place.
Amazing. And he landed that aerial. It's perfect wave.
It's
Beautiful.
so nice to see Francisco ride at that level of just doing what the wave asked him to do. Nothing more, nothing less.
Go there, go here, do that, do this, and jump. That's it.
I wish it was a tiny bit windier.
Yes, me too.
Can't complain.
No, the cloud came in the back again, so it's sort of blocking the wind. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
High
Sometimes with
cirrus
temperatures.
clouds.
Yeah,
These are the
temperature
high
change.
little ice temperature changers. Gradient exchangers.
Yes.
God, those little isobars just dancing around. You know, like, Carl, whatever happened to like waking up in the morning and looking at a branch on a tree move? Look at how gnarly it is to be a windsurfer with the forecasting checking all the time and never giving up on the looks and how everything's supposed to be when and where, high tide, low tide. Can't a tree just move and tell you that it's windy? Well, not in a contest.
No, you know, you, this is what you get.
you have to micromanage the situation because you only have so many days with wind. And, we don't know what's going to happen with the forecast. We got what's in front of us. What's in front of us has been A-grade wave sailing today.
Equipment selection. Get prepared. Always.
Yeah, definitely have an uphaul.
Yeah.
Those are great to have.
Yeah.
We're still rolling along here at 10 minutes to 7. Golden hour is approaching. You say golden hour starts at 7?
Golden hour depends.
Well, today.
Next week it will start a bit earlier, but this week at 7.
When's golden hour today?
7, I think.
Okay, let's call it 7 o'clock. We're
7,
so close.
7:30.
It's starting to take on a shade of gold.
Yes.
Pretty soon those cutback sprays are just going to be golden. You're going to see little curtains of gold showering everywhere. The judges, well, they've got their work, but, it is playing out one wave at a time, that's for sure.
Yes.
What I was kind of thinking would be this massive exchange of just ride after ride after ride in close proximity. Yeah, it was kind of happening when it was windier. We haven't seen it yet. I fully expect to see it when we're in the pros bracket. It's this hyper efficiency going down where not one single wave is going to get unridden.
No,
and
because we're missing wind.
It's not really the ability level here as much as it is just the situation of the light wind and some relatively sporadic exchanges in the waves. That has been up to who's deciding to stay up high and play this lower bowl game, because that's changing now with the tide.
Of course. I see out there the only one left is not actually the two cells we're seeing right now. It's another one a bit more downwind to the right, a red cell. It's Diego Ducci.
Right.
So I don't see the other two on the wave right now. So I think it's going to play between Vicente Gonzalez and Diego Ducci on who's going to arrive second. Well, we never know, but let's see what happens.
I believe Matias Vargas, might have had other things going on. I remember seeing him de-rig now that I think about it. So maybe that was it for him on this Challenger round. And great sailing by him. Regardless, that's, just great to be a part of the show and to show what he did, he did.
He's such a great bottom turn guy.
Yeah, had a really good display there. All sailors have really risen to the occasion today. There's no question that without them and their intimate ability to either adapt or show their local knowledge, one or the other. It's been a great show here. I'm gripped by this moment from the get-go here. It's been a great way to open up this Challenger Day. We've gotten through a lot of it. I believe that head judge Bujma Guiol, tight grip on the helm here. He's looking at this very, very closely, but he knows what's at stake, and he knows that his job is just to hold that line where we get to contestable and can get through this day and bring us that much closer to the coveted pro brackets coming up.
Good job, judges, and Bujma, and all your team. Amazing work.
It's great to have a head judge of Bujma's caliber in terms of his experience as a competitor and a sailor. Same thing with Duncan Coombs for years, really UK's top dog in the wave thing. And that really helped out for the huge amount of time that we had him. And Bujma's going to carry that torch really well. And he has a responsibility, though, and it is to be, somewhat brutal about what you're running in. This is one of those moments where you hold the line. Once you have empty scorecards, you can start canceling heats. This one is going to roll through, and we will see what we do from then. Roughly an hour of golden hour coming up, and let's see what it brings.
We still have Diego Ducci waiting for his perfect wave on his red Severn cell. He's doing attack right now, just waiting for the good one. Still have 4 minutes to go. It's a lot of time, 4 minutes. He needs to choose well because it can be a game changer for him.
Nice set coming in here.
Yeah.
And we do have somebody on it.
Matias Vargas, viste? He's in.
There he is.
He was just waiting for his best wave.
Waiting for his chance. I have a hard time believing that this is him, and then somebody comes and strikes. I'm at a little bit of a loss on that. Was
Me
that
too.
really Matias?
I don't know his strategy.
At any rate, heck of a cut back there until it evaded him. And, you know, partly is due to the wind because in the lineup right now, it seems like they're somehow in the sun and we're sitting here not. But it's right on that borderline. You see the golden horizon forming. I'm a believer. I think these high ice clouds are going to be out of here. We're going to get a good evening session.
I think we will. The wind is picking up, I'm telling you.
And it did one thing also, Carl, just now. Got a little colder.
I know. The wind, the temperature change will bring wind.
Is it time to fire up the fireplace?
Yes, I think so.
We could
put
take the
our
sack,
little socks and our little hat.
Careful with the cameras as they melt around us. But yeah, that's kind of the vibe here. Start getting ready for dinner and get that fireplace going and just, you know, warm up. Beautiful.
Something happened with the points on the screen there.
Just a moment.
The guys can bring it back. There must be like 2 minutes left to that heat. We don't quite see it, but
did Bujma cancel it?
And we have Ducci in the wave. Did he cancel it? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
We have Ducci in the wave.
Ducci's riding with intent here. We'll see our scores refresh in a second. Nice.
Nice, Ducci.
It's called down the line for a reason.
Great riding. And keep going. That was a great wave selection. Good. Let's see what happened with the points there. Something is happening. This heat was canceled, Kai. Looks like it.
Bujma has chimed in with a message here. We need readjustment to continue. So what that might have been was we're either not counting this heat or we're counting it, but we need to calibrate for future heats. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
And we will be right back after possibly a double commercial break. Be right back.
Please.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusta en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
So we're back here trying to figure out what's happening, so bear with us. And I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about the sponsors. Thank you with our event sponsors, Hotel Surasso. This hotel has been great. This restaurant is awesome. Like I was talking before, the food here is very seasonal food. You always get something so fresh that you won't believe it. Lots of fish on the menu, lots of great food. So, and then we have, as our main sponsor, we have Peugeot. You saw that great truck passing by, great cars. Thank you, Peugeot. Then we have, I'm going to say it in Spanish, Gobierno Regional, la región de Bernardo O'Higgins, who greatly believe in that event. Thank you so much. Then we have Core O'Higgins, los concejales también. Muchas gracias. Te incluye, O'Higgins, te incluye. Then we have the smaller one, Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipigas, Plan Vital. And I'm going to repeat the minor sponsors that are very, very important, and they're all part of the community here, and without them it wouldn't be possible. I'm going to say Ari Platter. Ari Platter is the one who did all the graphic of this event. Kaya United, great clothing company amongst other products. You should check them out. Garage Company, a great place to get your car and your truck fixed right beside the airport. So it's very great because you leave your car, you go on a trip, you come back, and everything is done and your car is almost new. Then we have Athletic, this great physiotherapist here in the region. He also has a center in Santiago, but also works here. Then we have Greenvik. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, but thank you, Greenvik. We have Windsurfing Chile, a nice store, windsurfing store with lots of material for water sports. We have Taka Hotel, another nice hotel here in the region. 25 Noodles, who's also cabañas that you can rate in the region. Everything is beautiful. 25 Noodles is a bit more up south, and it has a great view to the ocean. We have the Bless, the juices that has been giving away to all the people right now and all the riders during the event. We have OMSeta, nice hotel with cabañas. There's cabañas, there's hotel. They have also a restaurant. I think they have the best view here in Matanzas, a bit up on the hill. Don't miss it. Navidad, Municipalidad de Navidad. Thank you for believing in this. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. FCF Construction, these guys making this community better by building stuff, and thank you. Stanley, great thermos to make all those mate for the Argentinian drink here. And then we have Sejers and Sanchez also developing great immobiliary places here to live in Matanzas. So still don't have an update. I wish I did. I'm not sure what's happening, but maybe Kai, you have some news for me?
I am afraid I have no update either. I'm checking my phone here, and it is coming in. One of the flags is up that might signal a postponement, and canceled one from Bujma. Heat. Next heat is running at the end of this. Okay. So the Goya heat got canceled. That's crazy. And this has got to be a heat that's running. So they just sent the next heat out, and then they will rerun the heat that just got canceled more than 3/4 of the way through it. Crashing down the line, waves. Really firing moment here in this whole scope of things. Matanzas is really starting to turn on. This is definitely golden hour. And it's going to be pretty hard to call these riders now with the glare, so bear with us. We'll probably be a little bit more reactive with the scores, though. Caro, I think you know who that was.
Yes, I'm not sure. No, I'm sorry. But this is definitely Heat 2, Round 3.
Correct.
And they will run Heat 1 after that.
Heat 1 got canceled deep into it.
Let's get name on that board so it helps us a little bit.
Yes, they're getting it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely what happened. We saw the screen go with the huge wall hit there. Everybody, the scores were erased because that was it. Bujma pulled the plug on that one. And usually when you do that, you don't send the same guys right back out to reassess and readjust. No, they've just sailed close to a full heat. So we will rerun that one after we run Heat 2, Round 3. That's where we're at here at the 2024 Chile Pro. minor hiccups. I don't mind watching Francisco go out and catch more waves
that's
again.
It. We're just going to get more dancing on the water.
I really don't mind. I think the debate about, whether or not to cancel that heat might have some people voicing their opinions on it.
Yes,
and
because I don't think it's on right now. Is it on? I don't think it's on.
I clearly see guys are in intent to ride mode. I would be surprised if this heat wasn't on, but there it is. There's our competitors. So it's Zegers, Tomar Shamgar, who we saw. These are the guys who, right? They're mixing it up now, because this is what happens in this round, is that the guys who made it all the way from round one reappear after we've had some eliminated.
Okay, so on the S2 Maui cell there with colors, it's definitely Cristobal Segers.
And maybe that first ride was Tomar Shamgar.
I think so.
Right? Reappearing,
so.
Looking familiar, yet distantly
with
familiar.
Future Fly cell, would that be, you think? Maybe.
You know your stuff. That's what I can say about you. You know your stuff. That's great to have you here. Thanks again, Caro Vita. Great to have you joining me here on the live stream. Day 2 of the 2024 Chile Pro here at Matanzas Beach, Navidad province in Chile. We are loving it. I feel a fresh little gust hit me. It was cold. Back of my neck just stood up. That's a good sign. Are we getting into our little hole in the sky that's going to give us our golden hour burst of conditions? I believe so. If we can accomplish this heat and the next heat, we'll be in super good shape.
Yes.
We really will. It's 7:05. Let's tough this out. Come on, Matanzas. Give us a last burst of conditions. Give it to Cristobal, Tomar, Tim, and Felix to summon their abilities to get through this. Somewhere down there, we're going to get this. I can feel it. Look at that. That's clean wind. Golden hour is upon us. And the score sheets, 3 out of 4. Boom, shakalaka, boom, people. 15 minutes left to go. I believe in this moment. I think we're going to see some good riding. Everything to play for.
We see Cristobal there trying to turn around and catch that set. Woo! Catch that set who's coming. I think they're on big rig cell.
Yeah, maybe people re-rigged as well. Now somebody's edging into something here.
It's Cristobal Segers with you.
Cristobal.
Local boy.
On a really nice wave, and this is being handled very well by him. He chips in. Fade line, bottom turns, disappearing with the glare. Stick with us. There's a nice cut back. Wrapping it around. He's not done. This thing's going all the way through. Look at this thing line up now. Cristobal. Everybody's watching. He's got the whistles from the local crowd. Sending it down the line.
Amazing.
Really nice riding. Get out of there.
Good job.
Forget the hero hit this early on. Cristobal Segers is looking good with that ride.
Very good. And he's
Ticket to the semis is at stake here.
He's a surfer. You can tell. You can tell he's a surfer. He just surfed that wave like with almost no wind inside of it and read it well. This is the kind of wave Cristobal likes to windsurf here. I've seen him before. He chooses it well. He wait for it. He was well positioned and just deliver on that wave. We see the wave pumping up again.
Very good point about surfing, helping your windsurfing. I preach that gospel as well. And upwind of all the competitors, we are looking good. There's a lot of activity above the rock here. Matanzas Island delivering as if it's a wave maker. We're looking good. This is going to be enough to continue here. Tomar Shamgar really wants to get into the semis here. Be a huge accomplishment. There's so much to play for here in terms of just respectful performances that are going to carry over into other contests. There's only 2 spots available for the pro rounds.
That's it. So
that's what's at stake, but there's more to it than just that. Of course you want to put something good on tape. And here comes Tomar Shamgar sizing it up. This is a really nice wave. He's midway through here. Safely bottom turning onto, making sure that he can make it all the way through. Don't go anywhere. Here comes the glassy inside section. Mid-face cutback to get into that last little aerial, which he sticks.
And he did it.
And he did it in dramatic fashion. He might take a little pounding here on his way out. He's going to get shut down here. If he plays his cards right, he might make it over this. We'll see. There's no other action in the lineup. Tomer Shamgar with a beautiful ride.
Amazing ride.
It's a beautiful wave itself, too.
Yes.
He got on a really nice wave there. And Matanzas did the rest. That was well executed, well read. Let's see how the scoring pairs out there. Right now, 13.24 to a 10.26. 3-point difference so far. We'll get a little bit of calibration in there.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Let's catch our breath here as we're working our way through.
Look at those beautiful birds passing in the back. Typical birds here. They go from island to island. This is the typical scene you will see here. Cristobal seeing the set who's coming in. I think he's going to try to catch that.
So they did a recalibration on the clock here. I'm just hearing from Russ Faro here that the clock is incorrect on this.
Okay.
I don't think we want to refer too closely to it. But we'll see what the scope of that heat is. That's a calibration that wasn't atoned for when we started. We're not going to cancel this heat because of it.
No, please.
No. They've got a clock in the judges' tower. Forgive us. We'll make that atonement well known, though. Who we got here?
Cristobal Segers again.
Segers is...
Choose well his wave.
Yes.
It's amazing. He always does that. He waits for the right one, and then he just rides it, and he loves that hour. His favorite hour to ride, waiting for that wave, going a bit down the line to get speed. Great bottom turn, but he saw that this wave wasn't going to deliver anything else, so he decided to play safe and go out again.
Truly golden hour here in Matanzas. A moment to reflect. We've definitely gotten somewhere in this event. There's a whole lot to come. Stick with us. It's going to be a great week of wind and waves here.
And it's just starting.
Let's hope everything holds. Let's hope that everybody's got the right gear to prepare themselves for the moments that are coming. There are going to be rides to be remembered for a lifetime going down here. There's been some really good looks today. Really good looks. This is a fantastic spot. Slingshots you into the inside.
So we see Cristobal here positioning himself again. Tomer Shamgar, that is not too far behind, also positioning himself. Cristobal is a bit more in the middle section of that wave. Tomer is a bit more in the third section, a bit more downwind. But they're both in great position because down there, this last section is still delivering, so it's still tight.
They are both pretty far off the playing field here as we are following Cristobal Zegers. Now, there's time. There's definitely time between Tomar and Cristobal's campaigns here. And it's a bid to the semifinals here. This is getting crucial. Got a lot to play for here. Definitely want to put some good stuff on tape. For sure, that's been happening here. Tomer, you don't see him on the screen. He's below Cristo, and he's pretty far away. You know, this is the inside look here. Sails are beginning to waft in the wind. It's these people on the inside. It's protected, so it's not quite an indication what the wind is in the lineup, and Bujma's well aware of that. But this does set the scene here. Beautiful evening here at Matanzas. Couple kids learning the joy of riding waves on the inside, getting in touch with the ocean, starting their relationship with it. It's a little more advanced here for guys like Tomer and Cristobal. That's Tomer, who's actually gotten up on a plane.
Yes.
And he's gotten himself moving.
Upwind.
Great stuff for golden hour. If he can get moving and keep moving, and we've got guys who are able to make it out right now, this is going to be right where we want it to be. To to close this out.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, it's
Nice
golden.
tag.
All right.
Look at all the birds behind.
It's a tense moment. There's a lot riding on this right now. I don't see Tim Van Dam or Felix anywhere in the zone. Maybe that's kind of getting headed out here. Maybe we got broken gear issues. What this is it's the we are definitely going to be running another heater. There are competitors moving out. We're on Felix here. Excuse me, this is Cristobal.
Exactly.
My bad. And that is Matanzas Island. And we'll just let this moment speak for itself here. Tomar Shangar starting to head back in, going as far upwind as he can. He knows he did the work on that wave, and he knows how hard it is to get back into the zone. He looks at his watch, 6 minutes, 15 seconds, something like that left. It's not a lot of time, but it's enough time. It's absolutely enough time. Cristobal above him.
Yes.
Seems to be kind of sizing something up.
He is. He's actually on the wave.
There he is. Drone
Beautiful.
angle of none other than Cristobal Zegers getting ready here. Sizing it up, staying high on the wave, and engages his inside rail. First bottom turn, beautiful projection there. Takes aim again,
Nice.
wraps it around.
Nice.
Very well played.
Nice.
I felt like 2 good turns was all that he really wanted to have to do there, because what he's going to do is head to the inside. And mid-section opportunity, maybe not being thoroughly pursued there. Is he really going to get this one?
I think he will.
He can't help himself. It's perfection, Caro.
And
here it is. Fading behind the peak. He's really deep, but he's on the lower section. So this is going to be a quick burst of energy here.
Great.
Hooks his first turn. Here's the drone angle. It's hitting the inside. What do we got?
Whoa!
A big aerial ejection. It was worth.
He's going to get a great picture
It
of
was
that
worth
one.
it. Right before you were like, is he really
Going for it.
Yes, he is. And you know, the impression I got was, how much work did he just do to just get up to the midsection and
know.
get on a wave? And this is like how heats go.
I know.
Because you cannot help yourself. You get on a wave, and that would have been worth the try.
You have to give it all.
It's not going to make a difference in terms of where he sits, but it was a great looking ride, and he gave it his full effort. He deserves credit for that.
That's it. And we're finished with that 8.
I see. So that was the end of the heat. That's why you saw the late desperation in it. That our clock is off due to the recalibration of heat timing there. And you did see that little last second effort. That's what that was.
That's what
well
that
played,
was.
Caro. That's exactly
Yeah.
what that was. So here comes a resale of Heat 1 Round 3. Diego Ducci, Vicente Gonzalez, Matias Vargas, and Francisco Goya. And which of those sailors are actually out in the lineup?
I think we have Matias on the blue Goya there. On the Severn, I'm not quite sure. I think it's Ducci.
Yeah.
Diego Ducci with his witchcraft board, blue board. Goya, we have Francisco trying to come out right now, and I'm not sure where is Bicho, Vicente Gonzalez, but usually he rides duotone. So let's see what's happening. And no wind, water start
I think
going
I see
on there.
Gonzalez is punched out down low. What you're looking at here is just a set of flags in front of the judging area.
And look at that Peugeot
This
Lion.
is our view, actually.
Look at that. Quite
And
nice.
It is. It's great to take this all in. I reckon we aren't quite in the heat structure yet. Do we need to go to commercial?
Maybe we need to go to commercial before it starts.
Let's give that a try. Let's go to commercial. We'll be right back.
See you back.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí no espía a los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
We're back, Kai. Here in beautiful Matanzas, where the sky keeps getting more beautiful every minute. You'll see. It's gonna deliver. That sky is gonna deliver us very beautiful scenery.
That's our exact live view. Can you tell me the significance of the lion?
Of Peugeot?
Oh.
This is
Thank
Peugeot.
you.
Usually this lion is not hanging here.
It's the Peugeot lion has come into force, and thank you again, Peugeot and lion, friendly lion, hopefully, powerful lion,
Powerful.
and good luck lion. Look at our late golden hour heat about to set up here.
Beautiful.
This is the resale of Heat 1 Round 3, second quarterfinal.
Exactly. We see on the water here, a bit on the left, it's Matias Vargas, and on the right, it's Diego Ducci. So we have the two Chilean guy out. Let's see if the other two can come out. Francisco Goya, and I think it's Vicente Gonzalez, Bicho. I think they're about to start, if my timing is right.
Most likely the timer on this heat will be calibrated and corrected.
Yeah, I think so.
Matias Vargas is on the Blue Goya in front of Matanzas Island there as you look back into beautiful Matanzas.
Matanzas Bay.
Look at that. Oh, man. Great job, Carlos and crew. Thank you for bringing this live stream to life.
And the heat is on.
And the heat is on, and that is Matias Vargas. First bottom turn. Oh.
Nice. Critical part of the wave.
Playing
Another time.
Yeah, playing hide and seek here. And he's on the board.
Playing safe. That's perfect with these low wind condition. This is what you want to do.
15 minutes to go. Oh, yeah.
Nicely done. 6 point for Matias on that wave. 540. We keep flicking the points there. We'll see what happens.
So, in terms of the scale, that was a well-ridden wave. Bottom turn cutback combo, wave selection on point, 5 points. A little bit over.
So do we have
now I've got two riders on the same wave. And Felix apparently in that last heat was injured. So that was another answer we got out of that. This is
Diego Ducci from Chile.
Chile in the house, naturally.
He did some great wave riding that last heat he did. So let's see what he can do in that one.
Matanzas kind of gave him less of an offering than he was happy with.
Yeah, he decided not to take it. I think down the line, the wind is very light, so you want to stay up there where the wind mostly blow. Let's see what happened. We have 3 guys out right now. Matthias is coming back on some kind of wave. He seems to be seeing something. Let's see what he does. He's going and get it way up. And then he is. Great wall forming. First bottom turn. Nice hit in the top of that wave. Again, he calls it plah when he does
He's got
it.
that bottom turn.
Plah.
He falls into it.
Great wave.
Vargas strikes again.
Vargas in the house.
Ooh, behind him.
Bicho, Vicente Gonzalez. He got some 2 bottom turns there. Saw that he was not going to have a third chance for another one. So he decided to come back out. We have Ducci here, waiting patiently for this wave to form, and I think it's going to be a good one for him. Great wall here, going down. Nice top turn. Let's see another one. Please go for it. Perfect. There you go. Trying a little aerial. It was not too high, but he got it and stayed on his board and went back out. Amazing. So Matthias is winning. He's leading right now with 10.53. We have Bicho just got a score on his wave, 475. And Diego Ducci now the points are coming in. First position for now, Matías Vargas. Second, Vicente Gonzalez. Third, Diego Ducci. Look at the colors changing to pink slowly.
It is so gorgeous right now. It's moments are flashing that it's just free sailing. You know, that's when you know you've nailed it in a competition, when you got the free sailing vibe going in heats. Granted, this men's Challenger Day has been very important showcase for the local riders. Number one, number two, that we're trying to seed 2 competitors into the main pro rounds here. And as this moves forward, you know, it starts playing out. Certainly Matías Vargas, everything to prove here, wants to get into the mix. You know, Francisco Goya is probably pretty happy, you know, Masters division one way, but he put in a great performance in a heat that got canceled.
Vicente Gonzalez in the wave.
And there's Vicente Gonzalez clawing away at it. It's really interesting with the golden hour light here that, you know, we're doing what we can with it. It's really hard to, you know, illuminate the bottom of the wave.
We see the splash.
So you see the splash. And it reminds me of something out of like a surf movie. Yeah. It's like got this artistic look to it, like Endless Summer or something.
Yes, that
right?
poster.
Isn't it kind of like that, like the Bruce Brown vibe?
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Well, I mean, the point is that we're getting into this area now where the art of wave sailing is coming into play here.
Exactly.
And it's not got a thing to do with the results.
No.
It's about riding waves.
Being on the water.
Yeah.
Showing
really
people how
is.
it's done.
And, you know, this is windsurfing. It's not that windy.
No.
So that's where we're at wave sailing level here. That's really, you know, when I start talking about the difference between Matanzas and Pozo, I'm also talking about the difference between wave sailing and windsurfing.
Yes, I know.
And I go on and on about that, but I think it's speaking for itself right now. And for the record, I couldn't have one without the other. As we look at beautiful Matanzas and the scene of the beach, and those little cabanas behind the judging tower have some good empanadas.
Yes, they do. And my kids always ask me 2,000 pesos to go to eat an
2,000
empanadas.
pesos for an empanada? For the veggie or the chicken?
Well, depends.
I take the pollo. That means good.
Depends.
Yeah, can't have it without a chai latte, though. And we've been, you know,
The
really
chai-
treated well. And I'll say it again, you know, in this in-between moment. I did not realize how good the food is in Chile. Oh, my goodness. I am so stoked to eat dinner, whatever it is. I could just close my eyes and point to the menu, and I'm fine.
Exactly. They like to invent things, and that's really well appreciated because you don't always find the same taste in your mouth. You know, it's always different, always.
8 minutes and change remaining in round 3, heat 1. Golden hour is solidly upon us here at 7:30 in the evening. It's not afternoon, it's evening. Number one. Number two, as Caro Vita, my partner here on the live stream, informed me that they will change back the clocks next week.
Yes, on Saturday, if I'm not wrong.
Credit the organizers for fitting in this contest right now, because it would be dark otherwise.
Exactly.
And we are pulling this off in even canceling one heat, which was this heat. And it writes an interesting script. Those of you really following the script is that Francisco Goya had the highest heat total of the contest so far in that heat that got canceled.
And he disappeared now on that one.
And now he is not really partaken in this. From what I can't see, he's... Oh, you know, that's the man himself. Look, I put that on tape earlier. And, you know, I'm happy with that. And everybody out there who witnessed that heat, they're never going to forget it.
Never.
And there's nothing that's going to take away from that with some contest placing. The guy's a former world champion.
Come on.
In the year 2000, he won the World Wave title, fulfilling a prophecy that had been laid out before him. And he made it hard on himself. He wasn't the best competitor for a while. And Scott Sanchez whipped him into shape. And that title run in 2000 was an amazing year on tour.
Yeah.
And anybody who got to see him win that world title etched in their memory, because he was everyone's favorite sailor for so long. These moments, we're lucky
to see that.
And the result is the last thing in the world that matters.
Everybody
He'll be the first person to tell you that. Yeah. Humble guy, ambassador to the sport, super big contributor. You know, thank you, Francisco, for everything you bring to the sport.
Thank you.
And the vibe and everything. This got to be a big moment for him too. I mean, I was going to have him and Felipe in the morning there. But I mean, Felipe, you know, kicking this live cast off this morning, I'm going to go back and watch that. And for any of you who missed that, go back and watch Felipe Vedeles, you know, tell about the history of finding this place in the early 90s. I mean, I'll go back, you know, even further. You know, he's mentioning guys like Philippe Mayo, who, you know, historically speaking, came from here and, man, put this place on the map, even though it's not been on the map until right now, officially speaking, on the map. This place is one of the cornerstones of wave sailing.
5 stars.
We are about to see it all week long. And let's hope that forecast holds, and let's get through this heat with about 5 minutes and change left. I say change, 50 seconds might go by in the blink of an eye with float and ride conditions. It's about positioning. It's about Matias Vargas.
Yes, again.
In the spot. Look at this positioning, you guys. Behind the peak. Here he is. Fading into it. Going down the line.
That's it.
Give me this angle right here. Vargas sets it up.
Beautiful. Come on, Matty.
That bottom turn lives forever.
I think he needs to go for more.
Look at this. He's got more.
He's got more.
Easy drone guy here. Give it to me now. Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Running down a dream. It's beautiful. I can't say enough about this place. Look how long that wave ride was.
Another one. Another one. Is that some more? Maybe some aerial there.
Thank you.
2.
That
nice.
I mean, like, he kicked out. Where is he?
People applauding.
That ride was literally
one of the longest one.
300 meters long. It was right up there in the category. I mean, he's gone.
Yeah.
He'll be coming in with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to run up the beach and maybe get back out, except he doesn't need to. He can go straight in and be pretty well assured that he's in a good spot here. And a lot of time on the clock. Now, Vicente Gonzalez, Diego Ducci, duking it out here. Is that not Ducci on the Red Severn?
It is.
Pumping to get in. Is he in? He's on this thing. Here goes the crowd. Everybody knows it's Diego. Ducci sets it up and kicks out because it just wasn't enough to work with. He wants to do more.
He wants more. He wants more.
Well, the only way to get more is to not go for the hero run and get yourself back out there. Francisco Goya upwind, still trying to punch out. There he is on the very far left of the screen. I think I'm going to just give it one more try.
Maybe, huh? We may be surprised.
Can't we just carry over his heat total from the last one? Listen,
Yeah.
like, I'm a Goya fan. You know, I love the guy is sailing, and the thing about it is that like, sure, it's a little brutal.
Yes, it is.
But like, I'm trying to get past the fact that advancing or not advancing based on all the credentials, and the fact that we got him out there and he got 2 sick ones that's going to make
Come
the edit.
on. I think he made actually 3.
He's going to make
good
the
waves.
edit.
I think he
And
will.
that's what really matters.
He was dancing with water, on water, with his gear. It was just, like you said, we'll get him on videos and pictures.
It's
They're going to
just
use that for
continuing
years.
the legacy, you know, and nobody more generous to pass it all on. And Diego Ducci's sailing back out. This is your, pretty much your float and ride shot here. Probably on a 5.0 or a 5.3, somewhere about 85, 95 leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it's a 4.5, 4.7.
Oh, he's
Not
a
sure.
little guy.
Yes. No. He's tall but skinny. No, that sail is big.
Come on, you're 4.5 right now.
No,
You're barely
sorry.
moving. Maybe earlier, guys are on 4.5. I don't see a 4.5 in any.
No.
The sun is low on the horizon.
Yes.
It is 7:34 p.m. Golden hour indeed. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to hold the line here for the quarterfinal, which will set up our semis. I'm not sure we will continue after this, Caro.
I'm not sure. I have a feeling it's going to be the last heat we are seeing.
Yeah.
We have under 2 minutes now left. Hopefully Ducci can get his last wave.
I don't see Vargas anywhere. but-
Vargas, I just saw him running on the beach trying to get back in the water, but I think he decided when someone told him his score point, he decided not to go back because Vicente is not on the water. I don't see him. And the only other one that's still there is Ducci, Diego. Great guy.
Goya's gotten flat out denied on his go out bid there. That's getting thrown back to the beach. There's a couple left-handers right over what was an open gate there for a little bit. In terms of daylight alone, we're challenged. That sun is now just on the horizon
Yes,
as we
it
look
is.
at our competitors. They're going to maybe try to run a semi here.
Yes.
They're going to be ruthless about it because you know what? We are not guaranteed. Forecast looks fine, but you know what? If in doubt, send them out.
Well, there's 2 of them, already out there. So let's see if Ducci can get another one. Come on, Diego. I think there's some set coming in the back. Let's see if he can get that one. It's pretty small, but he may. No.
Ooh, right when
No.
he tacked, then
No.
another one of those little
Yeah.
cold gusts hit my neck.
I know.
I'm like coiling up. It's time to get that fireplace started. The sun got low on the horizon and went down another notch. Matias Vargas, 12.53. Vicente Gonzalez, 9.37. Diego Ducci, 4.20. 18 seconds on the clock. That's all she wrote for this one.
Yes, I think
and
this
now
is
we will
it.
get the decision. Sounds like we're done and dusted.
I think we're gone.
But let's just a moment here. Countdown.
Look how beautiful.
Did you hear that? Did
I'm
you
not
hear
sure
the
they
horn?
got-
Can you do that for me? Can you do a horn for me,
Yeah.
please?
Pa 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 pa. That's what they said.
Much better than I could do it. Thank
Really?
you, Caro Vita. No, I'm a drummer. I'm not a vocalist.
Okay. You know, I can taiko drums. Do you know the taiko drums?
Oh, yeah.
The Japanese
The
drum.
Japanese
I
guys
did
are-
that in the show.
Do some like karate kicks
Yes,
on your
I
way
did.
to the
I
bass drum.
loved it. The one with the
Fantastic.
apps.
Well, Kai Kachiduri and Caro Vita here, having brought it to you live for the majority of the afternoon. And we are proud to say that it does appear that is going to be it for competition. Let me make 100% sure of that. Do I
We're
have
not.
any notificaciones?
Notificación. Miramos. Someone needs to turn on
I
the
see
lights
that
here, too.
Things are getting a little more festive quickly here.
Yes.
What's up with that? Is it time to go eat dinner?
Yes, it's time for.
It's not too early for
pisco
that?
sour. Some of them like this pisco sour.
Man, look at the sun setting on the horizon.
Beautiful.
Caro, you know, a huge thank you to you for joining me here on live stream. Please come back for the remainder of these Challenger heats, and you know we'll work this through as the sun sets on the Chilean horizon. Sign me up for this program. I love this place, and I think the rest of the world has seen only a glimpse of the potential that Matanzas holds for us.
I think.
Especially as we move closer and closer to the coveted men's pro bracket, when you are going to start seeing fireworks shooting over Matanzas Island. This place is going to light up. I cannot wait to continue this. Thank you for all of you being patient with this live cast. We appreciate your support. I think this has been one of the better ones. And technical issues aside, I think there's been a real method to the madness today, from the judges to the commentators to everybody helping out.
Everybody.
Getting this matcha here. Latte is
Mate.
great. We love the mate and the latte and everything else. That sun, look at it.
Last seconds.
Last seconds.
We may see the green point at the end. We'll see.
It's
Sometimes you see a little
beautiful
green
moment.
light when it goes away.
All right. Well, that would make it official, wouldn't it?
There's the green light.
Did you see that?
Did you see it?
I did. High five. You
told you.
called it. That was amazing. Wow. I wonder if all the sea lions on Matanzas Island saw it. All right. Now, we've got a lot to play for here. We will get into the rest of this. There's not a whole lot of heats remaining to get out of the Challenger rounds and into the men's pro rounds, which is where we'll continue here. So, with no further ado, I believe that the Chile 2024 Pro is adjourned for day 2, and we will start reviewing everything. Thank you very much. We have support from everybody across the globe. That's what I like. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, buddy. Bring it on. Look at these waves, or olas, I should say. You guys, thank you so much for joining. We will sign off now. Alex Vargas with a final interview.
With his brother.
Aloha, you guys.
Estamos aquí con Matías Vargas, mi hermano, acaba de ganar su hit. Así que, nada, felicitaciones, Matías. Hay 2 chilenos más que van pasando aquí los Challengers. Así que, Matías, ¿cómo estuvo este hit? El viento bajó harto, pero las olas estuvieron muy buenas. Agarraste unas muy buenas olas. Aquí todo el público aplaudía. ¿Cómo estuvo?
Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Matías por acá. Bueno, las condiciones estuvieron súper críticas. El viento estuvo muy al límite. Yo creo que por suerte me prestaron equipo, navegué sin mi equipo. Y lo rico que la ola estuvo muy constante, así que tuvimos la suerte de poder agarrar bastante ola y poder jugar un poco, pero el viento, repito, que estaba crítico y estuvo muy difícil el hit, así que espero y muchas felicidades a todos los que hayan competido y los que les fue bien en mi hit, felicidades. Y bueno, eso, aquí vamos a disfrutar ahora la puesta de sol, el sunset y a guardar el equipo. Muchos saludos, gracias.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias, Matías, tremendo, felicitaciones a mi hermano. Así que seguimos creciendo aquí los chilenos que vamos a la categoría Pro, ojalá. Así que eso, nos vemos, muchas gracias y seguimos. Nos vemos mañana en un nuevo día.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Está en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Lord Simeon, we are back. This is Simeon Glason, IWT Tour Commissioner. This is the post wrap-up show. It's been a long day. Simeon, great job behind the scenes. I've got a ton of questions that don't matter. So
okay.
let's focus on where we are exactly right now in the challengers bracket.
Right. Well, we got through the first round, and that was the seeding round. And then the top two riders from each of those heats jumped through to round 3, which were the quarterfinals. We then went into the redemption round, which is where the people who came 3rd and 4th in that first round, they went into the redemption round. They get one more shot. In heats of 3 riders, you have to win your heat, which is tough because they're all really good. So we had that. We did that round, completed it, and now we completed the final 16, the quarterfinals. All those brackets are completed. We started heat 1, lost it due to wind, big shame. Started heat 2, held it, then reran heat 1, just held it, as I'm sure you guys have been talking about. And now whether or not we can do heat 3 seems, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how we go.
So we are at the semis. How many people are in the semis?
No, we're halfway through the quarterfinals.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And so we've done 2 of the quarterfinals. We've got 2 more to go. I'm not sure if we're going to get them in before sunset, but they're trying, I think. And I don't know. We'll see how we go. I mean, the waves have been very good.
Curious to see if this is actually a running heat then.
Well, I can. Let's have a look on the phone and see what it looks like.
Amazingly enough, we are continuing after the sun goes down here.
I don't know if that's actually. Let's
Sign
see.
me up if
Let's
that's
see.
the case. We've got another hour of sailing here. Is that what you're trying to get at?
So heat 1 is complete. Heat 2 is complete. Heat 3 has not started. No, I think they've called it.
Okay, that was the vibe I was getting.
Yep.
And I feel like we started as early as we possibly could. I mean, it wasn't water startable until 2:40.
Right. Exactly right.
Bujma pulled the trigger, and I definitely want to hand some praise to Bujma Guiol here.
Right.
Who's got probably the hardest job out of anybody here as head judge.
Yeah.
One of the top competitors on the Wave Tour for over a decade, and an ambassador to Morocco, with a host of responsibilities aside from being a head judge, has taken on this position and inherited it from Duncan Coombs, who had that job for a very long time. And I think he's filled in admirably and takes the helm at such an important time in this sport, Simeon. Whoever handpicked Bujma did a great thing here, and he's proven his mettle today by getting through some of these quirky situations. Whether you agree with canceling Heat 1 or not, these are important considerations that you hold the line. But the thing that I feel that the sailing body has a sense of trust in Bujma, that he's got not only the trust but the respect of the sailors.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Kai. He has the respect for 2 reasons. One is he's an outstanding sailor himself that he's proved over 2 decades of international competition. He pulled himself up from his bootstraps growing up in Morocco. Essaouira, Moulay, he did not come from anything that was going to make it easy for him. And he made his own way in the world. He made his own way in sponsorships. He made his own way around the world doing the tour. He is an absolute standout sailor. He's brave. He's wild. Yeah. So that's the first thing that he gets respect for, and everyone knows it. And I think the second thing, which is even more important when it comes to being a head judge, is he has an enormous amount of integrity.
Yeah.
Personal, professional integrity. And people who've spent a lot of time with him, they've had that experience and they know that. So those 2 things are really important, and head judges need to hold a lot of trust, as you have been saying.
I mean, regardless of whether or not this was his first time in Chile, he's a veteran of places like Pozo and Zilt, having done the grind, obviously a veteran at Hoquipa as well. it takes knowing those places just like Duncan did.
Indeed.
And absolutely, hats off to Duncan, as well for the legacy that he left behind. Is
100%. Duncan is a superstar of the sport. I mean,
absolutely.
He held the line for a quarter of a century.
And I feel like it's in safe hands here as we watch a couple of these closing rides here.
Look at that.
The gulls running. Whoever that is blessed by the Lord himself to be here just like we are. We are so fortunate to be able to bring this to you live. This moment's not lost on me, Simeon. The performance factor is only going to heat up as we move further along into the pro men's round, and we are not far away from it. If we've got a couple more quarters, a semi and a final, to find our two riders that are going to get into the main event, and our two women riders, which is going to be based on one heat. Correct?
That's exactly right. So we've got 5 in the men's challenges left and 1 in the women's challenges. 6 heats to go before we get into the thing, and if we're running at 3 heats an hour, that's 2 hours of the challenges to complete, and then boom, we start with the big guns.
I feel like it is very, very likely that we will be seeing that happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's reflect positively and take a deep breath here as we enter that moment and, try to just absorb how fortunate we are to be in this position here in this stanza of the contest. We're early days here. Let's not take anything for granted, but at the same time, let's enjoy the moment, huh?
Indeed, Kai. And thank you for your commentary all day. You and Cara have been really excellent. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. We've been over there. I've been running around, obviously, but there's a big crew of people down in the sandbar out front of the Sarazza Hotel and a big crew in the restaurant, all with TVs set up and sound going everywhere. Cheers and screams and, praise of all sorts of things. So people in here are lucky because they can look out the window, they can get the actual live, and then they can get what's effectively a full replay.
Oh,
it's
no way. That's
terrific.
Classic. Well, Simeon, what do you say we go join them, huh?
I'm very keen on that idea, Kai.
All right. Well, Kai Kachadurian and Simeon Glosson signing off. We will be at it tomorrow. Wherever you are in the world, we will bullhorn probably a little more accurately. Do accept our apologies that I said noon when we'd start when it was actually 2:15.
Well, we were waiting for the wind, weren't we?
We
really?
were.
That's what it was all about.
I mean, I can talk forever, as you all know, but they gave me a break there. Got me caught up on my mate.
Oh, you enjoying it?
I do.
Oh, there you go. Well, signing off. Cheers.
Aloha.
Aloha.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusta en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.